time clock. And remember, they move with impunity. They do whatever they want to do. So yeah, Eisenhower may have made a deal with them.
But This program deals with devil worship and satanic beliefs. It contains explicit scenes and descriptions of violent crimes and rituals.
Americans are asking, who attacked our country?
You have declared a subliminal jihad against the United States. Can you tell us why?
Everything pertaining to what's happening has never come to the surface. The world will never know the true facts of what occurred, my motives.
And night fell on a different world.
And Iblis is thinking, I should be getting this position, not Adam, and this guy is created from dirt.
And how does the army feel about you being head of the Temple of Set?
And the conspiracy theorists can say what they will, but
I want you to give me power over Adam, and I want you to give me soldiers and minions and all of these things.
The people have so much to gain and have such an imperial motive for putting me in a position I'm in. We'll never let the true facts come above board to the world.
And I want you to be able to give me the ability to whisper into the hearts of mankind.
And who was the grotto leader? Don't remember his name. You don't remember the name of a person who involved you in murder?
Now these people are in very high positions yet.
Yes.
Welcome back to Subliminal Jihad, episode 291. I'm your co-host, Dimitri.
I'm Khaled.
And today, we find ourselves at the end of a wacky, wacky year. I think it's safe to say. Right, Colin?
Yeah, I guess, I'd say it was a wacky year.
A wacky, wacky year. Yeah. We're halfway through. We're halfway through the 2020s. And
that is insane.
Yeah. Yeah, it is kind of insane. We just turned the corner on 5 years of SJ. So that's given us, I think, a moment to reflect on, I don't know, where we are at this halfway point in the decade that started out with COVID, the riots of summer 2020, the uprising of George Floyd in 2020, the defeat of Donald J. Trump, to Sleepy Joe Biden, the failed insurrection of January 6th.
That's true.
I'm trying to think because I was reading I forget if it was like Axios or somebody did like a month by month play by play of like all the news items of 2025 just to give you a sense of like the litany of madness that occurred.
I mean, there was the Russian invasion of Ukraine, then of course there was like October 7th and
right.
ongoing genocide in Gaza.
Kind of the onset of hyperinflation coming out
of Israel across the Middle East.
Kind of worsening economic prospects.
Yeah, the secret recession that no one's allowed to acknowledge. Because
now really in its like third year, I would say. The Vibe session, the slow collapse of Hollywood and the greater Los Angeles economy, in which I am physically ensconced, if not economically anymore, because we do our work on the internet. But it's kind of, it's been a long 5 years, but also, a lot of the feeling of and of course, AI.
That's true, yeah.
The ultimate joker in the pack. Right?
The total, the complete realignment of, like, the economy and, like, intellectual life and everyone, like, this sort of the teleology of human civilization around, like, a sort of bullshit hype engine that so far has not furnished any like tangible benefits to humanity. I mean, I exaggerate a little bit. Maybe there are a few like applications, that are fair enough, but certainly none that like justify what we're kind of seeing.
You really could call it a teleology, couldn't you call it?
Yeah. Wow. Have we never used that pun before?
No, but I think in the upcoming episode, I think we're going to have to do it. Yeah, we are definitely hurtling towards a teleological apocalypse, I guess you could say. And that's also something that, maybe it's worth appreciating halfway through this decade. I think you might have alluded to there, the kind of realignment of Silicon Valley itself to become more based and MAGA pilled, right? And flip around in 2024 to support Donald J. Trump to become president again. But then Peter Thiel, this little guy, he has always been lurking on the margins of our show, I would say. Like, since the very first episodes, we were kind of critical of whatever influence he was perceived to have. I remember, reading probably in episode 2, that old article of his about why you should run your startup like a cult. Interesting in light of what's kind of what the vibe is these days. But, I was kind of doing some reflecting about how there was still kind of like an inchoate, quote unquote, sort of like dissident space that was kind of a hodgepodge of a lot of different like tendencies that hadn't really like taken as firm of a shape in 2020 and 2021, but then did start to come together around 2022 and 2023. I'm thinking of kind of like, the post-left and kind of, I don't know, you could even say the crypto alt-right and post-left, like that kind of jumble, that even we were kind of like, like we defied maybe a little bit of easy categorization when we first popped up on the scene in 2020. But then you started to see a sorting mechanism start to happen, and then and combined with this other nascent thing in New York, this little mythical scene called Dime Square. And at first, it was just a cute little edgelord thing. I mean, it was kind of starting in 2020 with that kind of anti-lockdown. Like the young kids are going out in Dime Square and like they're saying "fuck you" to the lockdowns and blah blah blah, and they're doing indie sleaze, blah blah blah. You start to see some money get pumped into that scene, and certain like influencers get kind of like launched. And then when Elon buys X, God, when was that? Was that at the end of 2022 when he did that?
I want to say, like, I remember we were first talking about it as a real possibility when we were doing the episode about Titanic, which happened around the time of the Titan submersible, right? And that was partly
2023.
Like, kind of, yeah. I feel like it was like towards, like, I think it was 2023. I mean, I guess I could look it up. I'll be the Jamie here.
I
he officially bought it on October 27, 2022, but I feel like it didn't really become the X rebrand happened in July 2023.
Okay, right. Okay, yeah. It didn't all start to change.
It didn't really like happen overnight. Yeah, it was a gradual process where, well, I mean, it was like just one day your Twitter app on your phone became like the X app, which like looks awful. Yeah.
Well, it makes me think of that old picture back in the PayPal days of a young Peter Thiel and Elon Musk, principals of PayPal, like sitting, like kneeling, kind of posing next to a little computer that had X.com. Or were they holding up credit cards that said X.com?
He's always been obsessed with the idea of X.
Yeah.
Like the letter X. He named his child X. He has always wanted to have some kind of X.com. That's the whole thing of X, the everything app, where you'll be able to do everything through it, even though now all you can do is like be indoctrinated to like some insane, like siloed view of the world, I guess is really what its only function at present, but
yeah,
we'll see.
Well, we saw the inevitable, the night of the long blue checks or whatever, where the clout,
right,
the purchased and earned clout of many libs and centrists and other people was liquidated overnight and handed to an army of based Pepes and Groypers that could buy a blue check and boost their race science posting and their looks max posting and IQ posting to levels never before seen. And that is kind of the the great exodus to blue sky, which I can't say I spend too much time on. Decided to stay on the battlefield.
I mean,
but
to go to the point that you were saying before, I think something that like certainly like has, I think, become clearer this year than it has been in the past. I mean, I feel like we've talked about it like previously, for a long time, really from like the beginning of SJ. But something that I think is like very clear and has been very clear, really, and it does tie in a little bit to like the AI push and all this stuff, is like the extent to which like sort of that Silicon Valley clique or those group of sort of Silicon Valley CEOs and hyper capitalists have kind of come forward as like the rulers of our country, of the United States, right? And like as sort of the real like political actors not to like totally diminish like the sort of other political institutions, not to say that like the president doesn't have like any actual political power that you can exercise or anything like that, obviously, or the other institutions, obviously, those things, the other branches of government, obviously, those do have like some ability to change people's lives and to affect things in the political domain. But
we know it's downstream in most respects from who are the billionaires that have the most juice at the moment, and I think
there's been a bit of a mask off. In that on that score, like there's a little bit of like sort of like I think in the past, like it was almost sort of a taboo to mention that or to like acknowledge that this is the case really, and that this needs to be obfuscated in some way. And like not to say that it has completely dissipated, but I think that it has substantially shifted. Where there's sort of a you have kind of like Elon gloating about how he was able to secure the election for one party over the other in 2024 and such. So
Peter Thiel was able to kind of buy one of his golden boys a Senate seat in Ohio, and then a seat as the vice presidential candidate. And now J.D. Vance might be the great MAGA successor in 2028, our first millennial president. Shudder at the thought. And
it is. I do think I guess like something that really has kind of also happened, I think, is you're right. It is interesting to kind of focus in on the sort of discursive landscape because in the sort of the media ecosystem, because I do feel like there's been a lot of like weird things that have happened. For instance, like Barry Weiss taking over CBS, like things like that, like this kind of on one hand, like there has been kind of like an actual, like, I don't want to call it organic, but there has been kind of this radicalization that's been kind of affected online that has happened like on kind of a mass scale. But also there's been this kind of like elite capitulation, or I don't know, in some cases like kind of a hostile takeover, I think maybe in that case. But
I think there's a mix of both of those things kind of going on. I think that there's probably a lot of people of that upper class. It's hard to say, honestly, because the dominant group, like up until this new kind of Silicon Valley crew really like took the reins, was like finance and Wall Street, which are not, but also evil and also not like they were the ones enabling tech because it was highly profitable, and the tech people were kind of pretending to be like left libertarian types.
Well,
for a long time.
It shows how like superficial all that stuff was. Like that's it. It's really just like kind of like it's just rhetoric and like a kind of it's like a superficial dress thing. It's like a way of like presentation, kind of like a discourse of power, and like that whatever like was not what we currently have now. I guess I don't know, just making gestures about equality or whatever, like these sort of vague like liberal platitudes and bromides, like those like ceased to be useful. I think that maybe there was a perception at some point that those things like had some kind of value, or that they could be leveraged in like a useful way against like enemies or threats. These were kind of principles that, and it kind of had worked like during the Cold War, like sort of the idea that like we needed to defend these things like equality, freedom,
human rights,
etc. Exactly,
fundamental human values.
That worked, well enough. Like there's like if it's not broke, you don't need to fix it. But I think that like that sort of paradigm has I think kind of rusted over. I think that those who are in power no longer or feel much less that like that kind of thing is necessary anymore.
Right. Or I think that there still is that faction. Not to be too reductive, but I would call that last era that kind of Obama, like Clinton, but really Obama kind of typified as kind of like the Soros soft power kind of era of empire, where there was like a lot of limited special war, a lot of NGO kind of a massaging, or you could say manipulation of the politics in foreign countries. to align with U.S. interests and align against our geopolitical rivals. You saw with all like the quote unquote color revolutions. And I do think that, I mean, while a lot of that apparatus is still like operative, I think that the gutting of U.S. aid perhaps is a turning point. Though I'm sure the functions that USAID, like lest we give the Orange Man too much credit for doing that because we are sussed out by USAID. Like they're gonna keep doing that shit, but probably in like a privatized Eric Prince kind of way. I guarantee you.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, right. We were talking about this a little bit last time. Actually, I was having this thought afterwards that, like, you know, the kind of the imagined like government that like in certain like the sort of like you know, we talked about those different like sort of like the Arab Spring, like, and we talked about the Egyptian Revolution and kind of like the idea like what like whether anyone could have realistically expected that like it wouldn't be the Muslim Brotherhood that was able to take power after that, you know, and whether like that and talking about the removal of Mubarak and things like that. And so like I was thinking after that like Obama really was like the closest thing that's ever existed to the kind of imaginary government or the imaginary kind of politics that like this sort of that they would want to kind of like take power, you know, something that is like young people, you know, that is like opposed to like every, you know, all the sort of traditional institutions of their society and like, you know, upholds like the rights of minorities and things like that, but is totally like in alignment with like the like, you know, imperial politics of the United States. Like, despite all of that stuff, like they're, you know, they're like progressive minded and like liberal and like, you know, they like they're sort of aligned on sort of the social sphere, but also in the like sort of geopolitical sphere totally. Like they are completely like ready to like jump on board with like the US's imperial goals, but also like, you know, they are like ready to like liberate like women and LGBTQ people or something like, you know, it's like this kind of, like,
right. They have socially more left positions, but usually like solely on the like in the social kind of issues, and then economically they inevitably end up being neoliberal, and then on foreign policy they end up completely lining up with like NATO and, you know, against Russia, against China, against Iran.
Yeah, and that politics, like, even though there are like those who like maybe have those politics, like, but they are like not a real force, like they're not a real thing like in the world, you know, like there's not like that was not really the spirit animating any of these like revolutions, and like nothing like that was ever actually going to like be the politics of whatever government came to power as a result of that, you know.
That's
like,
almost
like,
true, like across in most places besides maybe Western Europe, where there was no need for really color revolutions because like they're already that way.
Yeah, or in the US where like exactly it was basically Obama. Like Obama, you know, was basically they wanted to create like a Barack Obama like ruling parties like elsewhere, but this was a phantom. You know, or like that might have been the imagination. I mean, like, again, I feel like that's incredibly naive to think, so I'm not sure if like that really could have been the goal, but like that is like basically like, yeah, Obama is the quintessence of that like type of politics.
The young whip smart technocrat who gets it.
Yeah. And his who like sort of cosmopolitan, you know, like
global
someone who
citizen.
Like exactly, like who believes like in the full equality like of all people, and like, you know, and like the arc of history, you know, bends towards like justice and progress, towards like things just getting more and more like, I'm thinking of like these sort of Ford Foundation buzzwords like colorful and creative, like, you know, like
even like, things like equity, slippery words like equity, you know, and that started being used a lot, but it's like it's funny how it kind of replaced equality, and it was like, oh, equity, like, you know, it's kind of a step back from equality a little bit.
There was some kind of meme that went around at one point where like equality was, it's one of those things that was like a meme where like for some reason like equality implied something that was like not like fully like true equality. Like equality means like that you are trying to make everyone equal, but you're not realizing that like people have like inherent differences or something, so you need to like
that ought to be rewarded within a global market system.
You can't just give everyone the same thing.
Yeah.
that you need to like account for everyone's sort of individual needs,
right,
and to truly make everyone equal. That was like, I think, like, but it's funny that like
everybody doesn't deserve the same health care.
You kind of have to know
right?
that like really these are just synonyms, but you have to know like this backstory that like was some like BuzzFeed article like that. Like that was a very different period of history, a period of time where like some like stupid BuzzFeed article or wherever that originated could like circulate around and make everyone think that they needed to say equity instead of equality because like
it was a strange moment.
I mean, really, I guess equity does have a more expansive sense than equality, because equity can be like about like a sort of like just recompense. Like if someone has committed a crime, like you can have like an equitable punishment where you don't have like a equalitarian punishment.
Right.
But that's not really what that it has something to do with the sort of dichotomization of equity and equality that happened.
It wasn't diversity, equality,
and that all just happened on like social media and Twitter. And that it does show how important those platforms like are.
Right.
And how like the dramatic shift in the character of a platform like that, even though there is like this thing that we talked about before where there's this kind of like reflexive minimization or sort of a reflexive dismissal of the significance of these sort of public spheres, right?
It's just social media kind of take on it.
It's like saying, it's like if someone in the 19th century said it's just a newspaper or something like that,
It's just like a printing press. Exactly. It didn't change everything. I would love to do in the new year, I would love to do kind of like a deep almost like anthropological history of the great American social media platforms of like the late 2000s and the 2010s, because you're right, like so much of our discourse was shaped and then reflected back into the real world like throughout the 2010s, and kind of did start on a handful of websites, like some big corporate kind of VC backed like juggernauts like Twitter and Facebook and Instagram, and Tumblr as well, which is a little more bespoke, but then also a couple of the underground forums, like I would say on the sort of right, 4chan and 8chan, and then on the left, forums like Something Awful, where a huge contingent of like popular sort of left-leaning Twitter posters like migrated en masse, like in a great exodus in, I forget if it was 2011 or 2012, and set a lot of the tone for like what the left faction of like Twitter, and then Twitter became the chief like ideological and discursive battle space of politics, like in even the president himself, Donald J. Trump, like he was a power poster on Twitter and developed quite the reputation for like almost an almost, it was, his posting side was almost a bit because it was so absurdist, and then but a lot of people dabbled in that. Anyways, I think it would be interesting because, several of those companies are like, if we looked into who are the VCs that backed them and the type of shit that they were like engaged in, and
that would be interesting.
Like how it shaped this. I've heard people make the point, and I do think this is kind of like valid in kind of like the discourses about, in the 2010s, like you hear the right wing say this a lot, that people going to like these elite universities started to get totally brainwashed with this SJW theory and like critical race theory from their professors. And I have heard people make the point who were like in college during like the mid 2010s that it actually was like the other way around. It was extremely online college students that were on things like Tumblr that were getting in and reading things, because I was like I was like just out of college when I remember kind of like the flood of kind of like RadFem and then like leftist kind of articles, maybe like cancel Colbert in like 2012, 2013, and that kind of thing picking up, and like outlets like the New Inquiry, and then also like Gawker, and those kind of early blogs and websites that and then all the kind of discourse that was grinding on Twitter, and the kind of fights over and then like Gamergate in like 2014 being a kind of seminal like moment that put people divided people into like polarized groups. I think that
which was then kind of like expanded like very deliberately by like people like Steve Bannon.
Yeah.
Like, recognized like the sort of political power of something like Gamergate to like activate politically people who otherwise like, I mean,
that's a sign of like how legitimate like looking into this is, and it's not just like the internet. Like he was seeing the great potential like of weaponizing like large groups of people and socially kind of engineering them and weaponizing them into like a weaponized political identity that could affect political change and action.
Yeah, a lot of people don't have like a holistic concept of politics. Like I think that like true. It is like true, like, or it is an accurate perception that like there probably is a sizable number of sort of like atomized, disaffected people whose like primary lens of politics would be something like, how is this affecting like my experience of playing video games? Obviously they care about like their paycheck and the price, other things, but like some people like are able to like be secure, who found like some kind of sinecure like at one point, in of sort of economic stability, and now like they just go to their job, they go home, they play video games.
Yeah.
Like there's that's not like a small contingent of people necessarily.
Yeah. Well, you saw that group get even more weaponized and cultivated in 2024 with like the focus that the Trump campaign had on like the bro podcasts and things that were not podcasts that are not explicitly partisan and political like in that way, but often like touch upon politics loosely, and it's often very vibes based. And Trump was happy to go on Joe Rogan for like 3 hours and just riff about random shit, or go on Theo Vaughn and talk with him about like doing cocaine or whatever, like and just doing like funny random shit. And people that were a little more disengaged thought, wow, this guy's more of the cultural moment in the way people kind of interact with media now. He feels more accessible, and even though it's kind of like not had no bearing on his actual presidency, which has been rather insane even by his standards, you could see how that kind of dynamic of like, oh yeah, like you would have a beer with Trump. I mean, people were saying that as far back as like the 2000s of like, people would rather have a beer with George W. Bush than Al Gore or John Kerry or something like that. But it's like, who would you hang out with on the video podcast? Like with your favorite comedian, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump? Like,
well, I was thinking about this before. It is very interesting. And I think that this is a much broader phenomenon than just the last 5 years, but it is interesting what a big component like being funny is in charismatic authority in the United States,
Right.
I was thinking, I mean, it was around like the sort of the Christmas holiday, Maulid Isa, and I don't know if it was his actual birthday or anything, but so I guess I had these two things on my mind, and I saw that sort of clip of Shane Gillis on Joe Rogan, and they were talking about Nick Fuentes, and like Shane Gillis made some kind of like remark, I don't know if I would call it a joke, about like Nick Fuentes being president, and Joe Rogan was like, oh, he could win in a few years because like young men, or like some fucking bullshit. Like, but anyway, what was interesting to me was that they were both like kind of emphasizing that he was funny as fuck, that he was like so funny. And like that, it kind of made me think like, it is interesting how much being like kind of funny is like core to like what gives you this charismatic authority in American politics, like in the like contemporary, like more than anything else, like the sine qua non of like what is going to make you sort of viable as like a leader, as someone who is going to be like a mover of people, is going to be like are you like able to like funny, which is again, like obviously there have been like funny American leaders in the past. Like I think Abraham Lincoln was like famously funny, and you
Teddy
had like
Roosevelt
some others.
was pretty funny.
Yeah, I think that but
not every single one by any means.
But and what's interesting is that kind of model of leadership has kind of disappeared in a way. Like George Washington, I think, was like really somber, or like really like kind of like a stern guy, and like what came to my mind was like, it's interesting that there's no like this, you can't really conceive of like, I remember seeing some debate like or some sort of discussion between like a Catholic priest about some other guy about whether like Jesus ever laughed at all, you know, or whether because, you know, they believe Jesus was God, and like he was like, well, laughter is like when something is about like paradoxes and when something's out of order, and you know, so God would never laugh because he may have smiled, but he wouldn't laugh because that comes from like, you know, imbalances or like some kind of like weird like theological reason why Jesus wouldn't laugh. But I mean, it is like, you know, but that's I mean, I remember that's something that like I've heard like Salafis say about the Prophet as well, that like, oh, he didn't ever like laugh with his mouth all the way open. He would only ever show his teeth, or and like, you know, even it is true, like in the Hadith, like if the Prophet like laughs, it's like, or smiles, it's like, you know, he did smile a lot. He did, like, he was a warm guy, but like it is like a thing people notice when he like tells jokes, you know, they like it's just remarkable. It's not like the salient feature of his personality. Right, like these
the
kind
chief operating system.
Yeah. Like,
and I think that's a tough
he's not
one.
Primarily a jokester.
Yeah,
like the main thing is that like they are like wise. The idea of like a wise leader.
Right.
Where is that? Like, you know.
Well,
like,
it is funny how humor has been almost like has replaced or is considered equivalent to wisdom in American culture in this. Yeah, like in this, like the 21st century. For sure. And I'd say it was getting that way closer to, you know, at the end of the 20th century. But yeah, like it's basically, if you're able to make a quippy little remark or laugh or like employ some kind of irony or point or use like your biting wit to like to eviscerate your opponent, like Jon Stewart, then you are seen as having like just as valid of charismatic authority as somebody who's like very smart and thoughtful, but like, but then there's something so charged and powerful, I think, in the general American like mindset about the ability to win friends and influence people, as Dale Carnegie said, that is recognized that, oh, like this person is going to be popular because they're being funny. And then there's a kind of like it's like what Wang Huning, you know, talked like the essential pragmatism of the American kind of mindset, where we are perhaps a little bit more than other cultures like really obsessed with like the sort of most pragmatic like answer or solution to kind of like anything. Like that's kind of the first instinct, is to like look at things on a pragmatic like, you know, level, and you know, like, so I think that looking at somebody being super funny in this type of cultural climate looks pragmatic, like that actually it codes as like pragmatic and smart and like good media kind of strategy. So if somebody can be funny, then it's like they can break down barriers that like non-funny people could never break down. Because,
well, I think, I mean, like I think that almost in a way that like Catholic priest who was saying that like, you know, Jesus wouldn't laugh because like you know, it's about imbalance or paradoxes or contradictions, like that, like there is a point to that. Because a lot of time what jokes do is like short circuit like your brain and make you think, oh, like he responded to that problem, when really you didn't. Really, you just like, you know, kind of sidestepped it and like, you know, made some kind of quip that was like, okay, but like you don't like interrogate, like, and that's like, you know, that's being a buzzkill, you know, if you're like trying to like, but wait a minute, like that may be funny, but like you didn't actually like, you know, just saying that is like, for instance, you know, when like Ronald Reagan, I'm thinking of, you know, like when he's like, I will not hold my opponent's youth and an experience against him. It's like, okay, like sure, haha, like you twisted it around and like you inverted it. And
but like, do you
comical.
Have Alzheimer's?
But yeah, exactly. Like, but you didn't address like you know. You know, that's like there's many like examples like that, you know, like where someone just like says like I
think Trump does that in a very like kind of garish way, but he does do it where he'll just say something that's like shocking and like I'm just gonna be mean and like quip at you, and then his like fans like kind of love it, and then they kind of like forget what he was asked about. You know,
or like what it was like, you've called women like pigs and dogs or whatever. It's like only Rosie O'Donnell or whatever, and it's like, yeah, like okay, but you like that's not true. Like again, like it's basically it like kind of like lubricates lies a lot of the time. Or like what even was the example that like Shane Gillis and Joe Rogan were talking about? They were talking about like Piers Morgan, like sort of you know, which of course this whole thing was like this lugubrious kind of ill-conceived display where Piers Morgan was like lecturing Nick Fuentes over like, you know, supporting, which of course it was it's like it's fundamentally insincere, and like this is all for attention, and then you're like feeding into it, and it's incredibly stupid. But I guess Piers Morgan said, like, what is cool about Hitler? Why do you consider Hitler cool? And Nick Fuentes says, like, the edits. And it's like, well, okay, like, but
but like that's not cool.
Really respond to
that's
the substance
still like
of the question of like, do you like, why do you consider Hitler cool?
Well, it fits with our larger
what's cool about Hitler,
the culture of a lack of accountability in America, and being a deeply unserious country. It kind of all fits together. And also, talking about all this stuff, I think it's worth keeping in mind that the rise of all this social media and the like online radical subcultures it kind of helped produce it lines up quite perfectly with the secular economic decline of like the United States and its Western allies after the 2008 Great Recession, which, lest we forget, was pretty bad, like across the board for like the 3, 4, even 5 years, like since 2008, and only started to get a sense of escape velocity when the tech unicorns and the zero interest rate kind of era started to take off and give us a bright, vision of a wonderful future. Like the second tech boom, kind of distracted everybody and created enough like false prosperity and new technologies to play with that people could tell themselves, like in the later Obama years, that like, hey, things are like back on track and like pretty good. But I don't think the core dynamics that led to a secular decline were never actually like fixed at their roots, and now we are like still dealing with them. And in some ways, the process is like intensifying and getting worse. Like now, we've dealt with like inflation for the first time in like decades, and we can see how like oops, like that sucks. And like the cost of living and the earnings of like Americans like are just going down. And I think it's become quite clear now, maybe it wasn't in like 2010, that every generation after basically like Gen X is going to be poorer than like the previous generation. So like the boomers in a way were the peak of American prosperity, like in a wider sense, and everybody is going to be like less economically quote unquote successful, or or have less stability,
like stable
and stability.
Yeah, really,
like the middle class dream of America is fraying, like if and being attacked on 1,000 fronts, and there's nothing being done about it, and that is going to engender anger and people being pissed off. And I would venture to guess you need something. The ruling class really wanted something to help manage that decline, like discursively, and social media served that function, whether they did it totally on purpose or not. It served that function of shaping, managing people's like subjective sense of like inevitable decline. And
to kind of bring it around, I really think that the Obama era was like an important inflection point, like in many ways. I mean, obviously, like it was weird that we had this kind of like Trump interregnum of Biden, Obama's vice president, which was kind of like, in a way, this ultimate sort of like symbolic repudiation, or like sort of it was sort of like really underscored that like the Obama era was like moribund, and like the values of the Obama era had like become like ossified and irrelevant, like that we had this kind of like relic literally of like the Obama presidency, and like in all senses of the word, like a relic,
like a dead pope, like a dead pope on the throne,
and this to like sort of be greeted as this great kind of like sort of deliverance from Trump, and then like for the American people to rise up and like then reject that and return us to Trump. It really like it underscores like the sort of the symbolic import of like the Obama era. And I think that like all the language around it, like the idea of like hope, like that was like the watchword of the Obama era was hope, right? Like, and it was like I actually saw that like there's like kind of like I don't know on what scale it is, but there's sort of like a trend on TikTok now that's like nostalgia for like New York in like the 2010s, like sort of basically when we were like
when we lived there, which is like really fun. Like if you could have been in Williamsburg in 2010, I'm like, that was not like, we felt like we missed out on something when we lived there in 2010. I mean, in retrospect, it's worse now because it's like Soho, and like, Glasslands was there, and like, the park, like the Brooklyn Pool concerts were still kind of happening and were like free and like that. There was kind of shit like that, but you could.
But it was I think that it is true that it was a time like of optimism. I mean, maybe it's just because I mean, we are like, the millennial generation is also like an echo boom. There's like a lot of us, and like because we're the kids of the boomers, and like so we are kind of have this sort of size as relative to their size as a generation and generation cohort, and like we like during that time where, I mean, everything now is like about Gen Z, there was a while where like everything was discourse about like the character of the millennials and everything, and a lot of these like people like Zuckerberg or whatever, like Sam Altman. Is Sam Altman millennial? Is he Gen X? I think
he's like 38. Right? So he's like 38 or 39. So he's like
I mean, like, and like, I feel like you and I like saw kind of the writing on the wall that would be kind of the ultimate like destiny of the millennial generation, to produce people like that, and those would be like our primary representatives. But in some ways, like, it still was like that period of time, like under Obama, like it was like, for people who are kind of like politically cynical, like us, like I feel like the first couple years of Obama were rough because like people didn't want to hear it, like, like, and that goes to show, I think, kind of that it was kind of this time of like, like everyone had a project, everyone had stars in their eyes, everyone like, the idea that like things were just going to get worse and worse, like, hadn't really set in yet.
Yeah, there was a sense that we hit rock bottom, like it just as we were kind of entering adulthood, and we would kind of have to like build back up from like like the Bush era economy that had like totally spazzed out and like gotten fucked up. But especially with this new technology, like we were the best people, like we were the most native users of at that time. Like we, quote unquote, kind of grew up with it, and we were very early adopters of a lot of things that, and in our formative years. So in your early 20s, it was like, oh yeah, like I know how to like use Photoshop and like make a website and like navigate I know how to post on social media for like a business, in a way that like old Gen Xers or like boomers like were, what is this? Like the fact that we knew Facebook, we kind of thought, oh, maybe that'll give us like a little bit of an edge in like the economy, is like we're going to be very technologically savvy. And that's probably true to like some extent, but like it's still, I think in retrospect, like a severe minority of like labor aristocracy that got those like tech jobs in San Francisco in the mid 2010s and made like a shitload of money. There are some, who did that, but it definitely wasn't like widespread prosperity. But it did feel, there was a sense of like certain normalcy in the 2010s economy, even though everyone had to tighten their belts a little more than like their parents had to, and it wasn't like easy to buy a house, for the first time. Like it was, that was like a tougher thing to aspire towards. Now it's like impossible. Then that's just like over. Like if you didn't buy one, like, sorry. That's just, we've had to accept that things just are going to be like less, and they're not just going to be like changed and like made better by our political leadership. And also the people that we put a lot of faith in to maybe be better kind of billionaires or captains of industry, these great nerdy innovators in Silicon Valley, have really turned out to be like sickos, like freaks, like evil, like bad. And like that's been one of the most like biggest things about growing up as a millennial, is going, as Don Henley said, from innocence to experience. About the internet and about technology, and realizing that it's not just this magical idealistic thing separate from the sort of control, the superstructural controls that the ruling class placed on like old media and other things like that. Like it's a new media, but it's still controlled, maybe in a more cybernetic way. But like that conviction, which began as a suspicion maybe in the mid 2010s, is now like a very strong conviction that I have, even as we've seen this like new media kind of come to like even on like the political left, like, you know, that is supposed to be different because they don't have to answer to anybody, like, and they can just say whatever they want, and or all these streamers and stuff, like, but like the algorithm has a way of disciplining you, and also if you still want to be part of the elite, like now you can reach the elites by being a superstar of the new media class, which was like not as much the case like 10 to 15 years ago. There still was a weird dividing line of like don't bother to get like internet famous if you want to like work in like Hollywood or something like that, because it doesn't quite it's not taken as seriously as going up through like the traditional pipeline, so to speak.
Yeah.
Right. But now,
well, right, because the people in charge did it that way, and they were kind of set in their ways. Like, yeah definitely, yeah. Well, but now like those institutions like are scrambling to like keep up with sort of the new media spheres, for sure.
Right. So the millennials will inherit like they will become the new media elite that is sort of blessed by the ancien regime, because they still have access to a lot of capital and infrastructure and can make things happen for you. You know, the talent agencies aren't going to go away. And you know, we'll see now, because the millennials are going to dominate culture and politics just like the boomers did for a long time, because there's so many of us, right? Like once we start becoming the presidents, like it's going to be a while before, you know, who knows, we'll ever get a real Gen X president, and you know, Zoomer president, who knows when. But like we're a huge cohort that is now entering like their Unk era. And and the era where people typically become like the leaders of like society, you know. So and it's good.
And I mean, we're kind of
online.
We're kind of seeing it, and like that's another like element of like the kind of disillusionment. Again, like I can only imagine, like, because I feel like you know, when it comes to like politics, like you and I, as I said, are like kind of on the cynical side. So like we don't really like, our expectations are never like too high to if we face disappointment. But like I think that like, I mean, there, like, again, it was that kind of period of like you know, the idea of like Bernieism kind of was like sort of like a certain development of like Obama-ism, like in a kind of direction. But it did kind of cause a rift. Like it exposed like certain contradictions in like the idea of the Obama coalition. Do you know what I mean? Like when like he was like going up against Hillary or whatever, and like it's kind of this you know, like where like, and the sort of the notion of the Bernie bro, which has stuck with us like for so long, you know, like and I think like I mean, obviously like anyone who like kind of was like sort of promoting this like Bernie as like this sort of a savior. I mean, this is like kind of a joke in and of itself, but like I think that for many, like that was like kind of a something that like had this sort of promise for the future, you know. And then like when it did kind of as like of course it would, when it did kind of fall apart, there was like a little bit of shepherding into like that kind of disillusionment. You know, there was a little bit of you know, like the way was prepared for how to kind of disengage and how to like process this as like the end of that, you know, like
because we didn't get Bernie in, it's all over, which is like that's I know that can sound at first glance like a radical analysis, but I actually think it's not that radical, because you're putting all your eggs in the basket of this thing that is a reformist step, like at best to begin with, and then like it failed. So that doesn't like logically follow that anything more hardcore than that or radical than that would fail even harder, because look what they did. It's like we asked permission nicely from the ruling class to let Bernie be president, and then they stomped it out and wouldn't let him, and they cheated and stuff. And so now it's just like yo, like don't get so demoralized about that shit. Like I mean, I get it. It's like but also I mean, it should be almost like now you know that type of approach is gonna be sabotaged and not work. And like even if he did win, look at his position on like Israel. Like, you know, like and his foreign policy kind of sucks in general. Like he would probably disappoint you. And like so instead of saying, okay, now we got to go back to the drawing board, what are like ways that we could organize ourselves politically or agitate politically, or, you know, if you're going to even deal with the Democratic Party, like how do you actually disrupt those structures? Because I don't think they're invincible.
Some ways, the way that it was stage managed kind of like laid the groundwork for like what we're seeing now, like what we started with this conversation, or what we kind of went off on this tangent talking about to begin with, which is like this kind of like artificial like right-wing realignment, where like kind of like a right-wing politics is almost like imposed on us from above. That's like, you have to, now you are going to be right-wing, you know. And I almost feel like the narrativization of the sort of tension within like the American quote unquote left, such as it is, between like the quote unquote establishment and, you know, the like, I don't want to not call Bernie the establishment, but like, you know, within, you know, the sort of mainstream liberal politics. I think the narrativization of that rift and the way that it was like framed as Bernie Bros, I think because it belonged to that period of time, like that sort of discourse of like the kind of like, you know, I mean, I'm sure everyone remembers
a certain
Hillary
girl
Clinton
boss
being, like,
feminist discourse.
If we break up the big banks, like, will that end racism? Like, will that end sexism?
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. That was a very popular.
If they release the Epstein files, will that end capitalism? It's kind of like the same, you know.
It's like the most like foundation left ass like the kind of, you know, stance like of all time, like conveniently eliding class war, like any kind of like class conflict or anything else, like, and using social issues as a bludgeon to say like, well, you know, and then getting people caught in
opposition between those things,
right, where they don't need to be
like,
in opposition at
all.
all.
We've seen like the flowering of that, like again, that was something that was decided upon, like, and imposed. Like, I don't like, you know, I don't think that was really what was motivating people to find Bernie Sanders appealing, was like a frustration with opposition to racism or sexism at all.
Or like hating women, hating a strong, powerful, smart woman who deserved to be president. But
it was kind of, you know, I think that some of that was massaged in that direction because, like, the narrative was so strongly insisted upon. Like, you know, it almost, like, kind of became a fait accompli that, you know, like, we'd see kind of people who, you know, some people kind of just like disengaged or like continued in that vein and like gone from being Bernie people to Zohran people or whatever, you know, kind of cope figure they can coalesce around, like, you know, these days. But like for some, like, I mean, Joe Rogan is one example. Like, you know, see people.
He was a Bernie supporter.
Yeah, like people who like were into Bernie kind of.
Well. And there were people in Silicon Valley
into a different political direction.
Yeah, I was reading, and we'll maybe get to calls in a second.
Yeah,
we have people patiently waiting. But I was reading through, like, I think it was like the J.D. Vance, like opposition, like an Oppo dossier compiled on J.D. Vance in early 2024, presumably by somebody related to the Trump campaign when they were vetting like vice presidential picks. And I think they mentioned, interestingly, that, well, you know, there's a lot of things like changing her name twice. That's funny. But they mentioned that he had done, I don't know, like public speaking events or something like that with some people that had kind of unorthodox political opinions. Like, I don't think J.D. Vance said this, but like somebody he was like talking with at an event, like started going off about how Bernie and Trump are actually like they kind of saw everything. This is back, I think, in like 2016. But, you know, they saw that like Bernie and Trump have more in common than like, you know, Bernie has in common with Hillary or Trump has in common with like Jeb Bush. And that if like their prediction was that in 15 or 20 years, like Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump are going to be on the same political side, and Paul Ryan and like Hillary Clinton are going to be on the same side, which to people in 2015 sounded like ridiculous, but actually is like not as ridiculous now, though, you know, still there's definitely differences that remain. I don't think like most Bernie supporters went over, but I do think there's some of those Silicon Valley types, like, once again, I bring up the Peter Thiel email exchange with Mark Zuckerberg and Nick Clegg and Mark Anderson from like 2020 that advised, it was like subject millennials, and he was like, look, like, I know that we all like hate socialism, but like I don't think it's smart to just write off all these millennials who are pissed off, who hate capitalism, as like dumb, entitled, brainwashed SJWs, blah blah blah. Because like, look, like their standard of living, like compared to their parents, is like objectively going down, and like the social contract that previously existed with older generations is fraying and falling apart. And if people can't afford to like buy a house or like have like a decent middle class life, like naturally they're gonna like blame capitalism. So we should try to like have a little more of a subtle approach and like an understanding approach and stuff. And you know, you could almost see it with people like Joe Rogan, who was kind of technically voted for Bernie in 2020, and then, you know, like he already was a little right-wing friendly, but then ended up in the Trump camp. Like, but I think even like we gotta just watch out for like what we will see. New York City has a Democratic Socialist mayor now for the next 4 years, a millennial, you know, very tied in with the DSA and with this online kind of leftist influencer community milieu, you could say. That has backed him to the hilt, and I think we'll see like what happens. But I think I would caution people to like don't assume that like the Silicon Valley people, like the Tealites or whatever, are not acting dialectically and are only like, I mean, I remember hearing rumors, I don't know if they were true at all, but like in 2015, 2016, that Karl Rove was funneling some like super PAC donations to Bernie to like fuck with Hillary, you know. And now that doesn't mean that Bernie is like in cahoots with Karl Rove, but Karl Rove if true, I don't know if it is, that would be Karl Rove acting dialectically. Karl Rove isn't giving money to Bernie Sanders because he likes Bernie Sanders. It's strategic, right? You support the enemy of your enemy. And then
or like Pritzker, you know, doing this with sort of primary challengers,
right? Like Pritzker, you know, literally funding bankrolling the entire campaign of like the most like freakish MAGA guy possible, and not a moderate Republican, so that he can beat him, and because he doesn't have credibility. So I think both the left and the right can kind of play this game. So I think we have to be we have to be vigilant and kind of scrutinized. Like I mean,
like, well, people will remember from like the recent sort of Epstein email drop of like Steve Bannon's Workers' Party, you know, Workers' Party,
Republican Workers' Party. He had the idea in the 2010s, and you know, lest we say like, you know, last 5 years, what's come out, Professor Chomsky, is the perfect example of somebody with the most impeccable, serious leftist bona fides in the American left being exposed for something quite different, what only cranks and haters ever accused him of being, which is like a sus CIA plant who is like insincere about like what function he serves, and like serves a convenient function as the leader of the leading voice of the compatible left. And like, I think we will have to grapple with this notion of the compatible left, because I don't think it ever went away like since the Cold War. Like, it's taken different forms and stuff, but I think that today, like especially with all the dark money flowing around politics and stuff, there are going to be some right-wing people that realize that you're not just going to beat sort of the left overall or get control over them by like opposing them head on Fox News. Like, there's going to be people trying to buy influence. And so, you know, I think if there's a strong culture of being vigilant to that and kind of rebuffing those advances, then the left will be in a better place. And if it goes, I don't know who this foundation is, I'm just going to take money from them, that might put you in a worse situation, right? Mm-hmm. Which is like a mistake that probably too many leftists, you know, I'm not saying everybody who took Sus Foundation money was consciously working for the CIA, but like, I'm not willing, that doesn't mean it's okay. If you still think you are a heckin' epic leftist, in your heart of hearts, you think you're the most heckin' sincere leftist of all time, but then you're taking like Ford Foundation money and taking money from like sus people that want things from you, and you make a bunch of compromises. Like, the purpose of a system is what it does, you know, like the purpose of a influencer is what they actually do and like advocate for. And like, if you make compromises with that, like, you know, it like facts don't care about your feelings. In other words, if you're behaving susly, then like you're being sus. Like, It's so yeah, the self-deception obviously is very powerful. You know, you see people grappling with like Chomsky, like there has to be some explanation for this, like he's so perfect, and it's like no, he's just a fucking scumbag actually, like he's an arrogant scumbag who thinks he's like better than you, like he doesn't owe you an explanation for why he hangs out with Epstein and Bannon, and like you know, it's a big club, and we and you ain't in it, and they are, so you know.
Yeah, I mean, it's a complex thing, I think, for like the sort of psychological dimension of that, where it's kind of this sort of like, you know, like this sort of surface ideology. It's the inability to see past like the idea of ideology and like kind of according like this certain like fundamental like moral valence to like a professed belief, you know, or to like statements that ultimately like, you know, don't like put any skin in the game, you know, to use Taleb's term, maybe inappositely, but
yeah, you have to be willing to put up a little risk and put some skin in the game, or else you're going to end up spitting bullshit and like spitting falsehoods and being fake. Like it is that like you will have to run a calculated risk sometimes in like criticizing somebody who is allegedly above criticism and like is, you know, like Chomsky, somebody who's a saint, and you know, and just like you know people are going to give you so much shit, like, you know, the Verso Jacobin Mafia is going to come after you and try to destroy you for, you know, talking like that about people that have been like selected for some kind of celebrity cult of personality status and invested with charismatic authority and have the right clout. But it has to be done. So
exactly, like something has to be done. Like we need to actually see like the like, you know, this is like who are like these kind of like heroes who have like risen up in one way or another, or like these sort of figures, you know, like Zillaron we have now, AOC, you know, people like that. Like what does AOC have to show for like, you know, her kind of sort of a like quote socialist politics or whatever, like her kind of like, you know, leftism, like she like laundering the Biden presidency, basically. That's like the biggest accomplishment I can think of AOC.
Right, working tirelessly for a ceasefire.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Assuring people that Biden was on it.
Yeah, and now more people can like get that on the AOC thing now. But if you said that in 2018 or 2019, you were a freak, you were a hater. Shut up. You just hate her because blah 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 because she's successful. Shut up.
I mean,
you
the
know,
Zohran thing, like, you know, it's just like I was saying this earlier. I might have even said this. I don't remember if I said this in the show, if I said this off air, but like, you know, if like, you know, there were sort of the like the right wing equivalent of Zohran Mamdani, and they were like you know, not even an anti-Zionist police commissioner, but like a police commissioner who was like insufficiently loyal to Israel or something. Like the right wing equivalent of Zohran would try to put that person in jail. Like, you know, he would like try to get that person deported, you know, even if they were born in the United States. Like, he wouldn't let her keep her job in a world where, like, you know, the political alignment was reversed, you know. But instead, like, that to me is insane. And I really hope that whatever they promise him in exchange is worth it, even though I imagine it's not.
You got to watch out for that Tish family. You know, I feel like, people just assume that she's like this cool person. No, she's a Tish. Like, that's like dangerous.
Well,
like,
I don't know
they're powerful.
Who assumes she's this cool person.
I just noticed that a lot of people like over the holidays, like people, I was talking to like relatives, and they were like, they mentioned like Jessica Tish, and they were like, oh, is she from like that Tish family, like the Tish School of the Arts, or like they owned like Lowe's or something like that? And I'm like, yeah, right. You think that just a random person named Tish just like became the NYPD commissioner? Like, that's the thing. Like, these people, like the people. I mean, you see it in New York almost more than anyone else. Like the city is ruled by like the princelings of wealth, and like even Zohran is a princeling of wealth. Like, he is a bourgeois socialist. Like, sorry, like he is, and that might be okay. We know Friedrich Engels. Family owned a factory. He also was honest about his family owning a factory, so that maybe makes it not as bad as people who lie about it. But, you know, Zohran, I mean, like everyone knows, is like, you know, his mom is a famous director, producer. His dad's a famous like Columbia professor. Like grew up kind of in the, you know, Upper East Side, I think, or maybe partly Morningside Heights, but like like is part of that, like, higher class, like, and the people around him are also, he has people that used to work for Open Society, for the Soros Foundations and things like that. Like, these are people that hobnob at very high levels, and even the people like supporting him and fundraising for him, like the ascendant mafia, sorry, maybe not mafia, milieu on the left right now, are like almost to a T, like, I mean, you expect kind of like upper middle class and above with like people that are involved in leftist politics. But I think more so than previous generations, it's like the kind of like scion socialism kind of thing of like, the perhaps wayward children of.
Well, it's kind of interesting.
Socially
like,
prominent families.
There's a little bit of like a sort of, this kind of like gets into what we were saying. We should take callers in a second. This kind of gets to what we were saying about Bernie and like kind of the sort of like the way that it was like received or like understood by like the sort of at that time like sort of dominant like intelligentsia, and like the way that it's like sort of the institutional media and things like that, because there is kind of like a certain culture. Like if you compare Zohran Mamdani to Plattner, right? Like they were branded like they are like different, and they were branded in different ways, you know. And you couldn't brand Zohran as Graham Plattner.
Right.
You couldn't brand Zohran as a Doc Wojka, you know. Like you have to, like Graham Plattner was different, you know.
Even
Graham
though
Plattner
the Morris Katz's fight agency is literally the same group, and he himself is the grandson of like some great like Philadelphia like textile family. Like there's a whole thing with him, but that's actually a great comparison, right? Because Graham Plattner is not an oyster farmer, like fucking working class, like tough fucking Marine, like fuck you. Like he went to the Hotchkiss school. His grandfather is like an immensely famous architect. Like his grandfather's chairs sell for like $20,000 each. Like it's his father probably did not have to work a day in his life. Like his family owned small businesses. Like, but
the branding speaks to like two different strains in like American leftist politics that are both like subject to co-optation. Like one is co-option. What is the noun form of co-opt? I don't know. Co-optation.
It's co-optation.
Co-option.
Yeah,
I don't know. But anyway, like. The one is like kind of like that sort of like just the sort of launch video Graham Plattner, like he's kind of presented as like, I'm an oyster farmer. I was just here farming my oysters, and then I got fed up, you know, like I'm sick of this, you know, and I'm like, I'm here for you, like, you know, that like obviously like there are people who are gonna find that appealing. Like the idea of that, I guess, is appeal. I mean, you know, if it were like if one could believe that was like sincere or genuine in any way, then like I guess why not? But obviously, like, you know, anyone who like can kind of interpret information in this world like can kind of see like, okay, there's probably more to this than is being told. But you know, still like that's a different thing from like Zohran was kind of, you know, what I think he drew his appeal from was like partly his like identity. Like he was Muslim, you know, like he was like had like activist bona fides. Like, you know, there are all these videos of him like kind of like participating in like
sit-ins,
like, you know, left-wing sit-ins, like activism on behalf of like that quote, which like, you know, like the boot of the NYPD is laced by the IDF, like you know. That's a good quote. You know, that's true. You know, so I'll give it to him for that, or whoever wrote it. No, I'm just kidding. But like, but
no, for sure.
But like, you know, so those are like two different kind of lineages and two different branding strategies and two different sort of sources of legitimacy. Right. Like in one, like they are kind of distinct, and like what they have different sort of lexicons and vocabularies. And I think like, I think if we follow the sort of like, it almost seems like, you know, those two sort of archetypes were identified, and they were, I mean, I know obviously like it's an election season and everything, but like, and they were like both kind of like piloted in like different, and so let's see like what can we can get out of it, like, you know, how will people respond to this, right? Like kind of gaming out different approaches. But I think like, like those archetypes there are going to be like significant. I think that you know, if we follow that kind of the Doc Wojka branding, and the sort of you know, diaspora like anti-Zionist activist branding, like that could be instructive. Anyway, we should
take calls and see what the people think about this. I hope Patrick Raspberry was definitely the first person to pop up. So we got some cool people in here. So I'm gonna admit Patrick Raspberry into the chat, and
hello?
Patrick Raspberry.
Hello, what's going on?
How's it going? Welcome to Subliminal Jihad.
This is my I think I'm a third time caller. I think I came on the first two, if I remember correctly. Yeah.
I think so. Yeah. Good to see you again.
Yeah, I'm glad to be back. Excuse me, I'm getting over a flu right now. So.
Oh yeah, everybody's getting a flu this season. I feel like the vicious one, right? Like that's going around.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's
oh man.
It's a bioweapon or something. Something like that. Yeah, so you guys were talking about a lot of pretty interesting stuff on the intro there. Something that drives me up a wall is like you were talking about like I guess like I don't know, social imperialists, kind of left-wing young people.
Yeah.
They'll vote for Kamala Harris, but I don't know, it kind of reminds me, like I remember when I started dating my girlfriend, I told her that I voted for Jill Stein, and I'm not like a Jill Stein head or anything, but she was like, you cannot tell anybody that. You cannot say that. Don't tell my friends that. It'll cause problems.
I remember that era because I voted for Jill Stein in 2016, and like I remember being at a dinner for people that I was like working for, and somebody brought up like a joke about how all Jill Stein voters should be murdered. And I was sitting there very quietly, like, okay, like, this is like 2017, and I was like, Jesus Christ, like, this is not, like, they're going to drop me if I say I voted for Jill Stein. Like, I'm not getting any more work from these people.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not allowed to talk about
like, you live in California, too. It's like, it doesn't, like, it's not like you live in Pennsylvania.
It literally doesn't matter in a presidential election, so, but, it's the thought that counts against you,
like, exactly, yes.
Yeah, having to explain, like, basic electoral, because I live in, like, Kentucky, so... It's just
also
red state.
Doesn't matter.
No matter what, it does not matter. Having to explain it to some people, I don't know, they just don't get it. I don't know. It's pretty frustrating.
Yeah.
But I guess the main topic, I kind of had a little bit of an anecdote and kind of a broad question of something you guys had brought up in, I guess, a lot of episodes over the years, was kind of intelligence in academia, which seems, I don't know, something. You guys said you were going to do an episode on it at some point, but I had a question about that. If you guys had any like experience with that or firsthand experience with that, because it's pretty spooky when you kind of come upon something like that in the wild. So.
Yeah, I might have told this story. I mean, I know like there's actually like a lot of discourse about this right now, like on like left-wing sort of side of social media, because Gabriel Rockell's new book, like Who Paid the Piper, Western Marxism, which of course is like kind of a reference to the earlier book, like Who Pays the Pipers, I think, on the cultural Cold War.
Francis Stoner Saunders, an excellent book. I think that's what we might have referenced, like, oh, we should do a full deep dive on this book one day.
University in Chains is another good one. That I think is important to read in that vein. Like, there's a lot of work. And hopefully, this book, like I only just started reading that book today, Rockell's new book, but I hope that I can tell that it's very much influenced by those earlier books. So I hope that helps people to become exposed to those as well. But yeah, I mean, I kind of have I remember one thing, and I was like a TA on a course that was part of kind of this. It was a course on, and I feel like, I kind of brought it up, like my reservations about it too. This is when I was in graduate school. I brought my reservations about to the guy who was running the course, and he was a nice guy and everything. Again, as these people kind of as people involved as often are, it's not really they're not really thinking about it, they don't really want to engage with it, but and it was a very the topic is kind of interesting in a way, because it was a course about it was a course on robots dancing, basically. It was on choreo robots.
I remember this.
You talked about this.
Yeah, right. Well, yeah, exactly. So if you don't remember, I'll just say it again. This was kind of funded by some grant. I think it was from the Navy or something like that. I think there actually even might have been two different kind of grants from different agencies or like branches of the military that like were combined to fund, because they had in the class like it was during COVID, so I never actually like attended, and I was just a TA. Like I think that like like I assembled like a bibliography which like it had that book like University in Chains and stuff on it. Like I put a bunch of things on there to try to get people to think about like the funding for this course, but that was basically my contribution to it. But I felt like I felt like kind of dirty like being involved in this, because I could kind of tell like that why the reason why this is being funded was because like if a robot, like dance is kind of the ultimate expression of like human virtuosity and movement, right? And if a robot can dance, and like this is part of the ones through which all those like cute videos of robots dancing should be viewed. It's like if a robot can dance, it can do anything physically. Like if a robot can dance, like it can get shot and like keep chasing after you,
tackle an insurgent,
like it can,
climb up a fire escape to chase you to the top of a building.
So like you could see like what the like reason for this was. That's probably like the best example that that I have. But yeah, like they had the robots like in the classroom, and they would be kind of like doing little activities with them. Like so this like, and these are expensive things. they had like kind of like these like Boston Dynamics type robots. I never actually like saw them myself, but like I know that they were like they're in the classroom with them, and they would like do things with them. And like it's funny because like the syllabus, like again, like I don't I don't want to be like shading this at all, but like it it had all these like quotes from like Beyonce and stuff, that kind of stuff that was kind of like cool at the time, like or kind of like sort of like was appealing to sort of an undergrads at that time. But like it gave me like a bad taste in my mouth, because it was sort of like, like this kind of like, whoa, what a cool like course, like, and what like an interesting subject, and like, wow, it's like it's like in the arts, and like has to do with like ballet and dance and all these things, and like the sort of and the future and the power of technology, and like and sort of is presented as this like exciting thing that could be like, I don't know, like liberatory in some way, or like artistically fun, like fun or like creatively stimulating, but like under the surface, like the sort of point of this is obvious, and so that like that's the best like example that like I have in terms of like brushing up against that like type of thing, or seeing a person. I mean, but of course, like you can see like examples of that like pretty easily. I mean, sometimes it's not like like most like sort of universities do have like some kind of, whether it is like some kind of relationship with like like in STEM, it's quite like normal to get like contracts with like DARPA or stuff like that. Like a lot of like what people who like work in STEM, I'm in humanities, so like that type of thing is like somewhat rare, and like really my like basic experience wasn't that overlap with STEM, but like in that domain, like it's somewhat common. Like I mean Chomsky's like another example, but yeah, like this kind of thing is not like that's like the thing that like, people have to kind of recognize, which I feel like is important to appreciate. And like again, we all are like complicit in capitalism in one way or another, but I think that like the university really is like I think that it's another one of these things where like it's sort of its salience and importance is in some ways kind of like occulted or like sort of deliberately minimized, like almost in a sort of disingenuous way, but it really is like a very important institution, and like a very crucial, as Dimitri was just talking about that book, America Against America, that it does kind of recognize this, like the importance of the university. And the book itself kind of attests to this, the importance of the university as an instrument of American soft power. And that's why universities play such a huge role in the kind of like culture war bullshit discourse. That's why everyone's like, oh, what are they teaching at the, because these institutions like really are so important. So like they, and they play that huge role in kind of the, oh yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
There we go.
It's the first book I read after I graduated school, because it was going viral on Twitter, like I guess like 2 years ago, and then it kind of had a resurgence when you guys did the episode. I was really surprised to see you guys do an episode on that.
It was it was great. I've been seeing it like referenced. Actually, okay, I have an interesting example. Well, I had two. One is brief.
I've got one too. I'll share.
Okay.
Yeah, I just I meant to mention this in the last Q&A episode, but then I forgot about it when we were talking about the Boston bombing. But there was one little yikes, jump scare Dracularity moment when I was reading this book, Inferno in Chechnya, by Brian Glynn Williams, who was the sort of informal high school mentor / Chechen history expert that advised Dzhokhar Tsarnaev before he went to college, and had this weird kind of run-in with him. But I remember years ago when I read this, in the acknowledgments, he says that I would also like to thank my former advisors, Uli Shamaloglu and Kamal Karpat, for teaching me about the history of Central Eurasia's ethnic groups at the University of Wisconsin and Indiana University. So I went to the University of Wisconsin, and freshman year, almost just on a random whim, I saw a class called History of Central Asia and thought, that looks cool. And I took it with Dr. Uli Shamaloglu. Yeah. So he was Brian Glynn Williams' academic advisor on Central Asian shit. Now, before people say I was sus, it was just about the great game and shit, and he was he was he was just a Turkish professor guy that was this is his field, and so I learned some things about the history of Central Asia that were cool, but then I was I totally
very oblique connection.
Yeah, it's a very oblique connection.
I don't think it
really, no, but
I don't know much about the guy himself.
But I mean, the University of Wisconsin, I didn't know this till years later, but has I think it was the sort of the Foundation for Human Ecology. One of those human ecology sort of institutes that was basically a front for MK Ultra, I believe, was based at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, back in the 50s and 60s. I mean, it's a big research university, so they have their fingers in a lot of pies. But actually, there's one that's more interesting. This is a real deep cut, and I'm not alleging anything, about it, but it just popped back into my head, and I wasn't able to to find the exact link, but at Rutgers University in New Jersey, there is this is just one example of how the national security state kind of gets into universities, and sometimes even leverages the students to do labor for them. There was a program started maybe in the early in the 2000s called Sea Cicada. It's an acronym that stands for this is a department. It's a Department of Homeland Security Center of Excellence. So this is kind of a research institute that is a partnership between the DHS and Rutgers University. It stands for Command, Control, and Interoperability Center for Advanced Data Analysis. And I guess it says Sea Cicada is a U.S. DHS University Center of Excellence that uses advanced data analysis and systems to address natural and man-made threats to the safety and security of the American people. Sea Cicada's work is carried out by researchers and students with 17 partner institutions, and there's a bunch of other colleges, and then there are non-university partners, which include Applied Communication Sciences, AT&T Labs, Nokia Bell Labs, I assume that's the successor of the Bell Labs, Regal Decision Systems, and TerraGo Technologies, as well as various state and federal agencies. In its earlier years, Sea Cicada, which focuses on data analytics, has been a Homeland Security partner with, all caps, Vaccine, based at Purdue University, which focuses on visualization sciences, visual analytics. Together with their partner institutions, Sea Cicada and Vaccine, I assume that's an acronym, Vaccine, all caps, formed CVADA, or CVADA, the Center for Visual and Data Analytics. Now, I just want to say, it's funny. The only reason I've heard of this is because I saw some old clip floating around where, from the late 2010s, where famous leftist streamer Hassan Piker is talking about when he went to Rutgers. He worked at this. He worked at Sea Cicada.
And he helped them fix their website or something.
Yeah, he's their website fucking sucks. There's some clip. It's the only evidence. If you type in,
he owned them about how their website sucked.
Interestingly, if you try to look up, maybe if I type in Sea Cicada, but I was trying to type in Rutgers Homeland Security, Hassan Piker, the only articles that pop up are from this year, where it's Hassan detained by DHS agents because he's so dangerous. or whatever. But there is a video of like him talking about it again. That doesn't necessarily mean anything. It's just kind of funny. Oh yeah, if you look up, they're like socialist, they're like tanky accounts and probably Ethan Klein accounts that have pointed this out. Ethan Klein sucks, full disclaimer, but that doesn't mean I have to like people that he beefs with. Not that I dislike anybody. We love everybody on Subliminal Jihad. We're not trying to beef with anybody. But it is, you can find the video of him talking about it in a kind of like nonchalant like way that isn't like, that's a little like, do you think that's sus in retrospect? Like, there are plenty of people that have worked at like things, and then later you don't know everything when you're like 19 or 20, and then later you're like, oh, that was sus. And I just think it's like a good habit to get into, to like point out that now I realize that what I did was sus, and that's bad. And I don't know, instead of just being like, well, like people might think like I'm gonna say good things about this program or say it's not a big deal. Don't think about it. Like it's not sus because it might taint me by association if I admit that it, like, you know what I mean? Like, we can be grown-ups and like just admit that like we not everybody bats 1,000 all the time, and like the world is full of psyops, and they're always trying to, there's little tendrils of potential complicities that you could get wrapped up in that you don't even realize, and it's okay. We want Americans to wake up and realize the complicities, and then so they can like consciously distance themselves from them and then warn other people, so that's just my little example.
It kind of made me think of, if you remember the Cicada 3301
yes.
ARG, like what I remember even when I was like a kid, and that was kind of a big spooky like creepypasta thing. I don't know, I guess it's not a creepypasta, it's in the same vein with ARG stuff.
Well, I remember definitely seeing it on X well, not X, Twitter. The X board on 4chan.
Oh yeah, on 4chan.
Okay. Yeah, but people are always saying this is like a CIA recruitment operation. I don't know about that, but that kind of, I heard about that a while ago.
Yeah, that was around the same era. It was like the early 2010s when I think he would have been there. Not to say I don't know of any actual connection, but if people go back, we dug up some interesting shit about the Cicada 3301 on our Mormon Mafia episode from like a couple months ago. They're talking about Michael Flynn and his connections to Thomas Schoenberger and this one of these like I think like Kurdish Turkish billionaires or whatever. Like there was a familial connection between one of them that was involved in this weird deal with the Kingston family to do CIA money laundering to like arm the Kurds in Syria, and then like somehow Michael Flynn was like closely, like not that many degrees of connection away from Thomas Schoenberger, and like he's a kind of a fabulist and says a lot of shit, and I actually forget because like it's such a tangled web, but if people should go listen to that, and we found some very strange bedfellows in that episode, I would say, and I'm still wondering like it does seem like the QAnon op like was something that was probably managed by some mind warriors. I think even Paul Vallely kind of admitted to it low key in one of those documentaries.
Whatever Michael Flynn's like I don't know if it's like a data analytics company. It's one of these companies that you can pay to like just throw a ton of shit on the internet. I don't know exactly how you would classify that, but I saw something on Twitter about how that's why everyone is seeing Nick Fuentes clips like literally everywhere, all over there.
Yeah.
Someone paid someone to do something. I don't remember. I'd have to pull that up and look at it again, but that does not surprise me because starting like 6 months ago, that was just literally everywhere
on X, on YouTube Shorts. Like you can't escape him.
That guy, and he's annoying.
Wow, yeah, I didn't even realize that everyone was having that same experience. I mean, I think it's everyone.
Because like my dumbass Republican friends are like, dude, you hear about Nick Fuentes, man? He's actually kind of cool. He doesn't like Israel, and I'm like, well, I'm not gonna take the time to explain this to you. But
as I said in the Discord, we are entering a phase now where the worm is turned. I mean, in some sense, it's good that now being like super pro-Israel is seen as like being a political liability in some quarters. However, like I gotta caution everybody, like just because somebody is like publicly anti-Israel or anti-Zionist doesn't automatically mean they're not sus.
I mean, that's like a separate phenomenon. That's like the kind of opportunistic thing where I think like Ian Carroll, who I guess is now involved in like a beef with Nick Fuentes. That's an example of someone who is an opportunist. Nick Fuentes, I think, insofar as anyone in that space is sincere about anything they say, I think he is sincere about his opposition to Israel as far as it goes. But like, he also,
I don't think he's faking it, but like his,
he's a
his
sicko.
politics are not to be. Like one to invest your faith in, like his,
whatever his politics are, which is like calling JD Vance ugly and then saying Gavin Newsom's handsome.
Calling having that clavicular guy on,
that the black pill stuff is really crazy. I think that would be an interesting deep dive because that's just eugenics like manifest. On the internet. It's pretty crazy.
He's the looks maxing guy
with hammers so that he can like have
insane.
He microdoses meth.
His cheeks can have like dimples or something.
He wants hollow cheekbones, so he microdoses like meth and like GABA blockers or whatever. I don't know. It's pretty crazy.
I mean, it's like.
It's got Teal light. He did get invited. Remember, he got invited to a Teal party, and like on live on streams, like, should I go? Is it a Diddy party? Like, it's like, oh man, no, it is. Don't go. Yeah.
I mean, it's very, very like sick to me to like find like a sort of maladjusted 19-year-old and then almost like kind of encourage all of the things that are like maladaptive about his personality in order it's one thing for him to be like that, but it's another thing for adults, like full adults, to like, not to say the 19-year-old is an adult in the way, but like, like a 30-year-old, like supposed like Christian or whatever who has some right-wing talk show to like take like this dude and be like interviewing him and like, giving him clout and like gassing him up and like talking to him, like, giving him this kind of deference and respect, like, or whatever, kind of legitimizing his really perception of the world. Like, give me a break. Like, come on. Like, you should know better than this. Like, this is not like, and like, it's all art. It's like, this guy's supposed to be like an icon of like the sort of state of like young men in the United States or something. And it's like, this is not representative of anything. This is like bizarre, like this is not give insight into any broader phenomenon. This is just kind of like, like a lurid.
It's like Labubu transhumanist slop. Like they're infiltrating at all levels.
Like what I mean by it's being imposed. Like when you take someone like that and you're like, this is like, what American men are dealing, like young American men are dealing with now. Like they want to looks max, they want to hit their heads. Like it's like no, like this is like not like an epitome of anything. This is not like a distillation of any broad trend. This is just like an individual who is sick and like, hopefully he can
even like that clavicular guy he hits his head with hammers, all this stuff. I mean, I don't want to get too into that, but like even he's still like socially inept,
right?
And like can't talk to girls. It's like a really weird phenomenon with these people. I don't know.
I mean, like I would expect like that like all this is social and like I would expect that like I mean to say like yes I strike my cheeks with a hammer so that I can have hollow cheekbones. Like that is like a fundamentally like socially maladjusted thing. And like any society in which that would not be maladjusted is like asocial and like is just like not like a society that like deserves a name. But yeah, I mean, I think to go back to your broader point, I think like it is interesting, like kind of in line with this. And we're like, we're thinking about like an episode that will engage with this maybe around like the current kind of discourse that's been happening. But I think it is like kind of an interesting problem in that like a university like for me, someone who's like an academic, like has been in like this world and like still like participates in the academic job market and things to an extent, like and like I think part of it is like that I like love to teach and that's like the appeal, but like it's a sad fact that like this is really, and like this is something people have to come to terms with, but it maybe is part of the same phenomenon as kind of this cope that happens around people like Sobran in some ways, where people have this kind of investment in the idea of the university, the idea of like the life of the mind, and like this kind of like, I don't want people to think that I have this, like, but I'm all, I'm not like, obviously I like And I think that there are like great things about like being able to take like 7 years and get paid to just read and write. Like that's amazing, you know, and that's
Sounds
a great
awesome.
thing, and that's like a valuable thing that I don't want to like say isn't like, you know, an appealing thing. But like I think some people have this kind of like, I think that the fact that that is appealing can like really be a powerful tool to manipulate people, and it can be like a powerful way to kind of get past people's kind of firewalls and then like pull them in a certain direction. And I think a lot of people have this kind of like Dead Poet Society or like something like, you know, like kind of this cartoonish image of like the character of academia that does kind of have to do with this sort of almost, I mean, if you think about like, yeah, I mean, like academics are kind of like a clerical class, you know, and like they, in a way, like there's this kind of romance or myth around like a monastic order in some ways, and like there's this kind of myth around this of these are people who like retreat from the world, right, in the sort of Christian tradition, which like ultimately our universities are like a development of an institution in the Christian world, right? So I mean, there's like, you don't want to. I'm going on a tangent, but anyway, so like they like in that context, there's this idea that like if you are like a monastic or a cleric, you're retreating from the world, and that's like a great myth, right? Like that, like there's clerics and monastics, they aren't really worldly. If you think about like so much of our like our epistemological foundations are things that like those people like monastics decided was important, and that became relevant to like kings and princes and, you know, statesmen and you know, masters of industry and things like that, like whatever those like. So to say that there's like a separation there is vain, or to say that like, you know, these kind of don't have anything to do with the sort of mechanism of state in general is false. And so what I'm saying is that like a lot of the time, like if you are sort of offered the sort of a Faustian bargain of like, you know, the academic sinecure, you have to be very careful, because like there's sort of two sides to it. On one hand, it has to do with what students are interested in, and that's kind of maybe the purer thing, right? Because in some ways, you know, these like they have students and they need people to teach the students about things that appeal to the students, and there are also like the matter of the academic culture itself and what other academics are interested in. That's a little bit, you know, that is both of those things are in some way liable to be polluted by the third impulse, which is like what is useful to like the advancement of the American empire and capitalism.
I think that's a good point, like for sure. And I think you being an academic, I'm gonna drop this anecdote real quick because that's it's pretty interesting. You being an academic, I'm sure you probably interface with people like this. But like I started school in 2020 at like a small, like really small, like liberal arts school in Indiana. And I signed up for an anthropology class. And there was this professor who was the anthropology professor, and there was something someone on the show used to describe Adrian Vermeule as a 45-year-old man that says "keck."
Yeah, that was me. That was me. Yes.
That's like an apt
I took that from someone's display name on Twitter. Yeah, that I saw once, and I was like, "Here's the essence of that." Yeah,
that's an apt description of this man. I mean, I won't say his name, but he was a cool kind of, you know, older guy, like, you know, professor, anthropology professor. He tried to convince everyone magic was real. Kind of sus, like off the bat. And I remember talking to him like after class, and he was trying to convince me that the mud flood was real. And,
Whoa!
Yeah,
okay.
like he's like I think I was in his office one time, and I went in his office, and we were talking conspiracy. Like he was into Michael Aquino and everything, and I was like, oh well, yeah, I listened to this podcast. They were talking about XYZ, and maybe I may not have dropped SJ in that conversation, so, you know, watch out.
Okay.
But he was like, if you go downstairs to my basement in my house, there's windows and doors. Explain that. He got like super serious. I was like, dude, you're crazy.
Wait, and what?
Yeah. He was like, he got like super serious for a second. He's like, the Mandela effect is real, and the mud flood, by the way. Everything, there used to be Tartaria, and if you go down into my basement, there's doors and windows.
Like portals to another dimension?
No, just like literal doors and windows. He was saying that, like, you know, that used to be a house that was above ground.
Oh, because it's below mud because of the ground. What the fuck? Oh, wow.
If there's windows and doors in my basement, it must be like, all right.
And so I remember pushing back on him on that, and then like a week later, I went and talked to him, and he was like, oh yeah, I was reading Stormfront and they said XYZ, and I was like,
man.
oh my God, dude. And he's Jewish too, so that
Oh
really
my God,
surprised
come
me.
on.
I mean, that
I
goes,
was like,
that goes to show.
so
yeah,
I was getting
yeah.
sussed out, and then he was really trying to like Jew pill me for a minute, and I was like,
Mhm.
I got really sussed out, and I stopped talking to him. But then
Fair enough.
my buddy from freshman year, like he's still my buddy. Maybe he shouldn't be. He always wanted to be a like a State Department or CIA guy.
Okay.
And he was like the best student at the school. Uh, and he was asking around like, who can I talk to about joining the CIA? And they're like, oh, this professor. And then he told me that, and I was like, oh, great, of course, it all makes sense.
That's amazing.
He has the best CIA relationship of any.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And then I asked this professor, I'm like, so what are you like in the CIA or what's up? He's like, oh no, they asked me to join to go to like Indonesia for something like after 9/11, but I said no.
Anthropologist alert.
Yeah,
wow.
yeah. I recommended some of my other friends, and then about like 8 months ago or something, I was at the bar and my friend, this friend of mine showed up that I was talking about. And he's like, you'll never guess, but Professor, I guess Professor X, I'll call him or something. He's like, he put me in contact with some folks, and I've got an interview with the company, which he just did apparently like a week or two ago.
Holy
Wow.
shit.
That spooked me out for like a good 2 weeks. I was like on edge. That was because this was like a professor. I mean, I liked him a lot. I talked to him and I trusted him. And it just felt very strange. It felt very strange to interface with the things that like I've kind of relegated to podcasts and books, you know what I mean? So it felt like I was in like some sort of novel or something, but that was scary.
Whoa.
No, I mean that like that type of thing, like it's sad because like I have, obviously I don't facilitate that at all, and like I'm always like just like it kind of like breaks my heart in a way when I do see like students that I've had go in that direction, like which a lot of them do, because like I like work in Islamic studies, and like a lot of my students are Muslims, like of the sort of diaspora, like whether from South Asia or from anywhere in the Muslim world. And a lot of the time, like what they gravitate to, because like they're like for various reasons, like they get pulled into the direction of like doing like a State Department thing or something, and I'm always like, ugh, like and they like some of the ones who like I know better, like kind of like when I'm like, oh, so what are you doing after graduation? They're like, oh, I'm gonna work for the State Department. I'm like, and they're like apologetic about it, like but like and they're like, oh, I'm not doing anything to do with Muslims, and I'm like, all right, like well, I mean, like I understand, but it's rough, and like it is like, and like I mean, in terms of like colleagues, like I have like a lot of friends who, I mean, my like close friends like aren't necessarily like down with this or like complain about it, even if they do kind of have to play into it. But I have like a lot of friends who are in kind of the like area of like Persian studies, or who write about Iran, and like the whole like sub-discipline, if you want to call it that, of like the study of Iran in like the Europe and the West, like is all about like basically and I'm not saying that like there aren't legitimate grievances, that like, and of course, like, but like it's I think like what a lot of my friends complain about is that you almost can't write about anything else other than like how do we destroy like the Islamic Republic.
Well, it seems like a lot of Islamic, I guess this professor specifically wasn't Islamic studies, but he spent like 5 years in Yemen in the 90s, like with Sufis, and it was just that rang off alarm bells. He brought us back to like the big city that I live in now, to some mosque to meet this imam. And he was like, we were in the van, and he was like, this guy's a crazy Sufi, or he used to be, or something like that. He was really trying to hype that up, and I don't know. It was kind of weird and sad. This guy, I don't know. He was a total sus lord. He was like fucking students and stuff. I mean, I'm not gonna.
Whoa.
Yeah, it was pretty.
Beyond, like,
beyond.
Damn,
so pretty scary stuff.
I mean, well, I mean, like certainly like area studies in general. I mean, almost like Islamic
that
studies.
has Cold War roots. Yeah.
Islamic studies has like 2 genealogies, both of which are like sus to like different degrees. Like one is kind of like in the sort of like religious studies, like theology, like biblical studies, where like this is like Arabic as or like sort of philology, like Oriental philology, like knowing Arabic, and like how like that's. But then there's also like the kind of area studies paradigm, which as we talked about like recently actually in our episode about Ann Dunham, that like really is like has a very like talk about pragmatism, that has like a very like sort of almost like developed kind of alongside like intelligence agencies
Right.
in order to be like as useful as possible
Right.
for like the organization. Like the whole way that area studies is organized
Yeah.
is like based on kind of like a military framework or you know, an intelligence framework.
Exactly. Like
yeah.
you have your different divisions and everything.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
crazy.
like it's like, I guess it's kind of like I mean, disciplines are organized differently. I guess it kind of depends, like you know, like whether you're like in Islamic studies or like Middle East studies, you know, like they're kind of like different different things in some ways. Like you kind of get hints on like what the sort of history of a given department is, like by what the name what the name is, and it usually matches up with what the kind of the type of school that a given institution, a given school is. But anyway,
So the sussest man I've ever met in my life, but I have to go back up there to because he said he'd give me a letter of recommendation for law school, so I have to go back up there and talk to him again. So that's gonna be funny.
Connections like that.
Watch out.
Yeah.
Well, I remember when I first like I pressed him on the CIA thing. He's like, "Well, you do a really good job. Actually, maybe you should consider doing that." And I was like, "I don't."
Yeah.
Man, just
doesn't necessarily
stop
seem like the most
talking
like
to me.
reliable or stable person. Like, you know,
No, he's
if you
not,
have like another
but
recommender, maybe you should
I
consider that.
I had two professors that I was relatively close with, and he was one of them. So that's kind of my only route. Yeah. But you know,
Well-
yeah, you're right. Maybe not trust him as much. But yeah, that was my little anecdote.
Cool. Well,
Yeah.
thank you for sharing
Yeah,
that
of
with
course,
us,
yeah.
Patrick. Thanks for calling in again.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. See
Yeah.
you. Good luck with law school.
Yeah.
You know.
Definitely stay vigilant in Indiana out there.
Yeah. Well, I don't live in Indiana anymore.
Oh,
Indiana's
okay.
no offense. Indiana's a shithole. You know.
As someone in the chat said, it is sus.
Well, there's a whole Program to Chill episode about it. You guys can go listen to.
Right.
Yeah. All right.
Exactly.
Yeah,
All right.
Appreciate it, guys.
Peace
out.
See you around later.
All right. Next up, we have regular grotto poster, Weijun Prol. Let's see if they are on the line.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. How's it going?
Going good. How are you guys doing?
I think we're doing pretty great. We're hanging
great.
in
Yeah.
here.
Well,
yeah.
we're doing fine.
Yeah, we're doing fine.
Yeah. Happy New Year and all.
Happy New Year.
To you too.
Yeah. Nice to chat with you. We see you in the grotto often.
Yeah, I did not expect. I think this year I really ended up posting a lot, and I had like a meta moment of being like, "Oh no, people recognize me now."
Well, I think I was a little confused for a while. In my head, I always read your username as, for some reason, as like Wasian Prol. And then it was pointed out to me that like no, it's probably Weijun Prol, you know, and I was like, oh, and then but I still see Wasian. I like, my instinct is to say Wasian for some reason. Was I don't know.
Cool.
Yeah.
It sounds much cooler, trust me. Wasian.
Yeah. Take, pick whichever one you like. Yeah.
Either one.
Mm-hmm.
But I got a kind of weird one for you guys today.
Okay.
This is kind of something that I've had in my mind for a while, but I'm going to try to ask it in a more interesting way.
Okay.
So just to kind of start off, I think it might especially interest you guys, like, coming from film and theater, but the deaths of Bruce and Brandon Lee.
Yeah.
I have looked into that quite like a few times since I first watched The Crow when I was in high school. So we're talking, I don't know, like 8 or 9 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And see, I know it's one of those things that's more like a Q type, like more, I guess you'd say, unhinged conspiracy type thing. But with kind of the Laurel Canyon links and some of this definitely strange imagery in the Crow film, I just wanted to know if you guys had a vibe sense on that, or if there's anything you've seen in your research that might have indicated, sort of sus goings on in the deaths of either Bruce or Brandon Lee.
I've definitely seen The Crow, and I have like a kind of ambient like sense that there was like kind of like there definitely has been like the idea floated that like there was something like more than, I mean, like I think that like his death was kind of like he died like in a shocking way, right? It was kind of like, it wasn't he like shot kind of like it wasn't like an Alec Baldwin type of thing where like he was shot accidentally.
Didn't that happen to Brandon Lee in the 90s?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah,
okay,
did I say Bruce? Yeah,
yeah, Bruce.
I meant the guy who played the Crow.
Right. That was Brandon Lee
yeah.
was shot in an Alec Baldwin type situation where a gun was fired at him that was supposed to have blanks and it had a real bullet and it killed him.
Yeah, and why? But why did it have a real bullet?
I honestly think it's weird. Yeah, I remember that when I was a kid when that happened, and it seemed very bizarre when I was a kid. I'd like to look into that because it seems a little bit strange. And remind me, Wei Shin Pearl, like how did Bruce Lee die? Because he died like young, right?
He died really young too, and he I don't remember exactly, but I think it was very sudden. Like he started to take ill very quickly. And I think his autopsy reported like brain inflammation or something. Like it was a very strange and sudden death. And the only reason that it really stuck with me, maybe I should have led with this, but I forgot until just now. At the time when I first watched The Crow, my mom worked with a lady who was like pre-QAnon. Like this was like 2014. So this is before Pizzagate, I think, and before the Q phenomenon.
Yeah.
But she was deep in like kind of like proto alt-right conspiracy stuff. And she claimed that there was like a secret Lee daughter, like a secret daughter of Bruce Lee, who was like working with, I don't know, very unhinged. But like that's one of the things that made me think like, why do people latch on to the Lee deaths as being so sus? I mean, I looked at James O'Barr, who wrote the comic. I think he's ex-military, kind of a libertarian, sort of Gen X guy. And then the director, I think Alex Proyas, also did I, Robot, Gods of Egypt, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting.
Weird stuff. The set was parts of the set were used, I think, on the second Tim Burton Batman, Dark City.
Oh, Dark City. Yeah, I was going to bring that up.
It has that kind of like weird, kind of like, it has that like sort of gothic vibe, like Tim Burton-y type of like flavor to it. It was kind of like, that sort of like edgy teen,
goth,
and he's like out for revenge because like his love.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Like, you know, like it's actually kind of like a, you know what? There was like a recent like remake of The Crow, which was even like sicker. I feel like it was like weird in a way, right?
That.
Like, it was not the same because like in the original Crow, if I recall correctly, he's just like going after like the mobsters or whatever who like killed his like lover, whereas in like the new Crow, the remake of The Crow, it's like some kind of like satanic like demon that like makes you kill yourself or something, and like does it to like he like preys upon like young girls or something like that. I like, you know, sometimes we like to watch like stupid movies. So,
yeah, that sounds,
you know, like
stuff.
I was like, well, maybe this will be funny, but it wasn't. We had to turn it off actually because it was so like sick. Like, and I just felt like this is not amusing. It's just like depraved. You know, but yeah, I'm trying to see like it came out in 2024.
I have memory hard.
Wow, me too.
But,
I totally forgot.
There's also I think 2 other deaths associated with the Crow franchise. I know there was an actress in the second film who also died, and I believe a stuntman had a pretty gruesome death in the Canadian TV series.
Wow.
Now, I have no thesis for this other than freak accidents, but it is odd that the franchise has been so badly plagued by sus deaths.
Yeah.
I don't.
And it's
like,
so it's so dark. Like it's
Yeah, I mean, I know that like I guess maybe the reason for the mystery, like part of it has to do with like, I mean, how did that bullet get to that gun is like my big question.
Somebody
like,
in the chat is saying that there was a fragment of a bullet lodged in the barrel of the gun, and then they put blanks into it, and it propelled the fragment, and I think it hit him in the head.
Damn. I'm like reading about this now because I don't like quite recall. The scene called for the revolver to be fired at Lee from a distance of 3.6 to 4.5 meters. The dummy cartridges were replaced with blank rounds which contained a powder charge in the primer, but no solid bullet, allowing the gun to be fired with sound and flash effects, but without the risk of an actual projectile. The gun was not properly checked and cleared before the blank was fired, and a piece of the dummy bullet was lodged in the barrel, resulting in a condition known as squib load. There you go. The piece of plastic was then propelled forward by a blank's propellant and shot at the muzzle with almost the same force as the round were live, striking Lee in the abdomen at lethal velocity. Wow. The crew thought he was either still acting or joking. I mean, that type of thing, that has a certain Dracularity to it, as we would say, that like is going to produce a feeling that like there might be more to this, which like perhaps, you know, there is. I'm not necessarily ruling it out. I mean, Bruce Lee's death is similar. I mean, I think the fact that Bruce Lee also was like the superstar who died so young, and this is his son who's also dying in this kind of like sort of mysterious or Dracula manner, like that's gonna sort of produce like, you know, this sort of speculation and the feeling that like there is something more to it. I mean, in the case of Bruce Lee, I feel like, I mean, it's not really quite resolved. Like, what I mean, it's like technically like known like that he had like a cerebral edema or something, right? Like,
there was a medication he was taking, which he had like a hyper allergic reaction to, which I think caused a brain edema. I'm looking up right now.
They say that, but also like, you know, there's also like a, you know, like speculation that it was due to like his cocaine use. Like there's like various like, you know, like explanations that have been provided for how he died. And I think also like it's like one of those great ironies that like Bruce Lee is kind of held up as being like the ultimate physical specimen in some ways, you know, where he's like this unbeatable kind of like martial arts master, but then he just kind of like keeled over and died at age 32, which is like, you know.
But, you know, I even looked at the angle of kind of trying to look into Bruce Lee's politics, not bringing much up. But I know that there's a lot of people on more of like the Maoist left like to pass around a little trivia that some of Mao Zedong's favorite films were Bruce Lee movies. Like when he was late in life and leaning toward retiring, he would just watch those. He would basically binge Bruce Lee movies and be like, this guy's the ultimate like proletarian hero. And I was like, was there any link there?
I mean, I would almost like feel like, because he was like, you know, from Hong Kong, right? I would almost speculate that like it could be like, I don't know, like, I mean, I guess one of the popular theories, this might have been even about Brandon Lee and Bruce Lee, was that like there was some kind of organized crime thing, like triads, which, you know, if he was taking like you know, if he was taking cocaine and stuff, and like it's possible, like, and he was like this big star, like, you know, when people become famous and they have a lot of money, they often kind of can get involved in these things like more than they might desire. And I can imagine like, you know, coming out of like combat sports, as we kind of talked about recently, that's like a sus world in and of itself. Yeah. So like the sort of overlap of the combat sports world and like Hollywood, or the sort of film industry, the combat sports world in Hong Kong and the film industry in Hong Kong, and then the overlap between that and Hollywood in the United States, that to me is like a recipe for like some kind of like possibly like sus, like criminal connection. But I mean, in this case, like, you know, I guess it would have to have been poison or something, like, or, you know, that he took like some bad drugs or something like that. I mean, but it's not necessary to explain it, because it could just be, it could be like, you know, a medication they had allergic reaction to, as Dimitri said, or it could be any number of things. But if there was some kind of like foul play involved, it might have been like, you know, kind of some kind of like involvement, like organized crime, might think, you know.
Well, I think it's worth looking into both the organized crime angle and the Mao angle, and those two could be related, given, you know, Western, exactly, like Western intelligence agencies, like collaborations with the Kuomintang, and like organized crime networks throughout, you know, Southeast Asia. Like if maybe if the CIA decided that Bruce Lee was like gonna go visit China and hang out with Mao and do a whole photo op, and then
that could be.
Remember, this is still when Mao is alive, and it's the early 70s when shit is still, the Vietnam War is still going on, the Cultural Revolution is still going. I don't even think that this is like just before Nixon's like trip to China, right? Where they first, Mao and Henry Kissinger and everybody and George H.W. Bush was the ambassador in Beijing during these years, lest we forget. Actually, put a note on that, because George H.W. Bush was the ambassador to China, I think maybe when Bruce Lee, 1973. So this is the same year, I think, as the Nixon goes to China thing. And I don't know. I mean, on the one hand, you'd think, well, maybe that would lessen the risk to Bruce Lee of associating with Mao, because Mao is meeting with Nixon and Kissinger now and all that. However, I don't know. That could also piss off. Well, I mean, here's the thing. Who gave Bruce Lee the platform to become a global star? The Hong Kong movie industry, which is still a British colony.
Sure, still British, definitely.
Think about any Hollywood studio system. There's a sense of we made you, and if he's gonna it might be one thing for Nixon to be able to go and talk to Mao, but for Bruce Lee, and maybe some of these people are fanatical anti-communists and blah blah blah, and the last thing they want Bruce Lee to be the opposite of a communist symbol of they want him to be an alternative to Mao, an alternative to Chinese communism, and be the badass Hong Kong, capitalist, the
badass individual.
Yes, exactly.
Rather than the representative of a people's identity. So I think that's definitely worth looking into, is kind of the cultural politics of his stardom. But another thing that, I don't know. It's again, very, very tangential. I'm sure it could just be coincidence, but I don't know, kind of just for the interest of it, just felt like looking into it more. But I remember reading this article. This, I think, kind of ties in more with sort of the discussion of cybernetics and media culture generally. I'm trying to find it, but a friend of mine sent me this article that was saying something like Bruce Lee movies and kind of the theory of protracted people's war and dialectics was very inspirational to early fighter games, early fighters, I'm not sure the kind of style, like Mortal Kombat.
Oh, like Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat.
Yeah. And an interesting thing about that is Brandon Lee. I mean, again, this is kind of more just a type of resonance thing. I don't think there's any susness here, but Brandon Lee was supposed to be in the first Mortal Kombat movie.
Was he supposed to be Liu Kang?
Oh, I can't remember the names. He was supposed to be the Hollywood actor guy.
Oh, Johnny Cage?
Yeah.
Really?
So he was supposed to be that, but he either turned it down for The Crow or he died. But that's an interesting resonance of kind of how Bruce Lee's legacy mixed with kind of this cybernetic Maoism, early Silicon Valley thing, kind of came full circle when his son is supposed to be in the first Mortal Kombat movie.
That is, there's more Dracularity there. I've always thought, because I loved Mortal Kombat when it came out when I was a little kid.
Yeah.
I was obsessed
You told me
with
that
it.
the very first website, actually, there's more synchronicity here.
Oh my
the very
God,
first
you're
website
right.
that Dimitri accessed on the internet was mortalkombat.com.
I remember sitting there with my dad before America Online existed, and the logo, the dragon emblem just slowly loading for 5 minutes. And it was oh my God. And, the initials being MK is just too much.
Oh, shit.
I mean, it's it had a level of literally brutality and gore lust that was, I think that it was the Nintendo version didn't have blood in it or something like that. But if you got the Sega version or played it in the arcade, then you uppercut somebody and they fall in a bed of spikes and are or you rip off somebody's skull. There was it was that kind of 90s thing where death, mayhem, destruction, blood, and being bad was just really in the zeitgeist in pop culture.
Pseudo culture, yeah.
This is a funny like little tale that I found on a website, shaolinwingchun.com / the diabolical cat and the death of Bruce Lee. So Bruce Lee became pivotal to the great machine of Hong Kong cinematography when he managed to conquer the Occidental market, who knew nothing of Kung Fu at the time. The industry in Hong Kong knew a period of great expansion and profitability. However, Bruce Lee's approach was unorthodox and irritated the traditional students of martial arts, who desired to keep their science secret. His attitude in particular struck a nerve among the more traditional members of the triads. Many threats were made against him. When Hollywood finally signed him for his first movie, Enter the Dragon, they saw a treason worthy of the penalty of death.
Oh my god.
Leaving the set of the movie Game of Death, Bruce Lee made his way to the apartment of his friend, an actress, Betty Ting Pei, who also, I think, was like accused of being like an assassin and various other sort of theories. But the rest is now part of history. Bruce complains he has a migraine and takes a capsule of Equagesic, a painkiller. A few hours later, the actor falls asleep to never wake up. Amongst the declarations the actress made concerning the death of Bruce Lee, she mentions Bruce had been in a fight shortly before entering his apartment. He apparently had received a blow to the head, which explained his migraine. Meanwhile, an anonymous call had been placed to the media, informing them that the star was dying and a person named the Diabolical Cat was responsible. Rumors within the martial arts community speak of a combat between Bruce Lee and a grandmaster of Kung Fu. During the exchange, the actor would have received a blow to the head, after which the master said, "My work is done and your fate is sealed. You have but a short time left."
Whoa, that's actually crazy because that reminds me so much of that part of Vineland, like Thomas Pynchon's Vineland, where it's like Takeshi, right? And
right,
I've
yeah,
read
the death touch. I mean, yeah, it's like a trope of like kind
it's
of
a trope
martial arts
of like
cinema,
the
so
special
kind of,
hit that like in a year's
it's in
time.
Kill Bill too. That's
it's a
how Bill
delayed
dies in
kill.
Bill.
Yeah, it's like a delayed one shot like move that will eventually kill you. And yikes! I mean, if you think about the
theory
trope,
is that the Diabolical Cat was in fact the red staff of the triads. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's kind of the end of the story.
If you think about like the kind of trope of like martial like black belts being like like my hands are registered as lethal weapons, like maybe the triads looked at his the skills that he was portraying on screen as like revealing secret weapons like technologies and techniques that they didn't want like blasted throughout the world. And like when you steal secret weapons technology, usually there's bad consequences for you. So no, that's we could do a whole dive on that. That's very interesting.
It's apparently, did Mao also ban Bruce Lee's movies? Like,
okay, I was going to bring that up. I looked up
them?
Bruce Lee, Mao Zedong, and like on the first hit, there's a Reddit article. Sus, like, I feel like, maybe Ghislaine modded this one, but on Socialism 101, they're just like, why the heck did like Mao ban Bruce Lee's movies? Like, blah, blah, blah. And then, a lot of people are like engaging with it, like in the comments, like, well, I don't know why. But then a lot of people are like, do you have any evidence that he did that? Because every other hit that you get on Google is like, Mao's deep love of like Bruce Lee movies and like why Mao was obsessed with Bruce Lee. Like, I don't think he fucking banned them. Like, unless they were banned before he like knew what they were. Like, allegedly it wasn't until after Bruce Lee had died in 1974 when he kind of like stepped down and, for health issues and had to kind of like retire and had a lot of free time on his hands that he requested a bunch of movies. I guess, his doctors advised that he refrain from reading. So he decided to start watching movies. And one of the deputy minister of the Ministry of Culture, Liu Qingtang, who was a ballet dancer, who was close to Jiang Xing, Madame Mao, went out and got like a bunch of different movies and I guess like found some Bruce Lee films, and it says that while watching Fist of Fury for the first time, Mao dissolved in tears, Liu recalled, and said, "Bruce Lee is a hero." Mao watched the film twice more. Liu said he did not know of any other movie that Mao viewed 3 times. So, like that was so yeah, then they only returned the movies after he got too terminally ill to watch movies. So like he was a huge fan. He was also like at the very end of his life. So I don't know if like I don't know what his awareness of Bruce Lee was when Bruce Lee was still alive, but I'm not seeing any actual like evidence that he banned Bruce Lee films unless it was part of like a blanket ban on Hong Kong cinema or something like that.
I find some references to it, but like not like cited. Like in Time magazine, they said they were banned like as like rightist sentimentality.
Maybe
but,
during the earlier
yeah.
part of the Cultural Revolution,
Yeah.
you could see that maybe happening
And
for a
two
little
was,
while.
like Fists of Fury.
Yeah, but then when he watched them himself, he thought they rocked, and he loved them. So I don't think it was a situation where like he announced he was banning it and then like privately like loved it. It seems like maybe he like early on they banned it, assuming it was sus, and then like
I mean, like
when he
his
finally
later-
watched it, he's like, oh, I love this.
I mean, Enter the Dragon is like, you know, an American Hollywood film. You know, I feel like
Yeah.
it makes sense to ban that kind of like, 'cause
Right.
it's sort of, you
Yeah,
know.
that period, I don't think they were not importing a ton of like Western art, you know, basically like mass
Yeah,
art.
I mean, like it kind of like a lot of those like movies. Yeah, like maybe some less so, but like certainly like the later ones, like I'm trying to tell, like Fists of Fury. That's, you know, I mean, I guess he was always using the nunchucks, which is like the coolest thing that he does. I think, it's like his nunchuck usage, but or nunchaku or whatever they're called.
Yeah.
But the like yeah, like it that like Fists of Fury. I don't know if there's like too much like politics in that. But in Enter the Dragon, you can kind of see it a little bit. You know, there's a little bit of like individualism. You can kind of see like the angle. This might be like rightist sentimentality on some
And
level.
honestly, isn't
I
Enter the
guess.
Dragon like pretty much? I mean, once they made the Mortal Kombat movie, like the Mortal Kombat movie is kind of like a ripoff of Enter the Dragon. Like everyone goes to a secret island where there's like an ancient like battle of like a tournament, you know, where like the best fighters from around the
Liu Kang
world.
is basically Bruce Lee.
Yeah.
Like if you play like the first game, he like sounds like Bruce Lee. He jumps around like Bruce Lee. He basically
He
is
just
Bruce
has
Lee.
like the big feathered hair, but other than that, like he is Bruce Lee, kind of.
Yeah.
you know, he's Bruce Lee coded for sure. And you know, John, I was surprised because Johnny Cage is so like Jean-Claude Van Damme coded that I thought that's like who they would, you know, try to get, but he wouldn't share a billing at that point in his career. Yeah, but I guess Bloodsport also is a Hong Kong, like there's a secret tournament that where everyone fights to the death and whatever. But yeah, interesting topics for sure.
Yeah, you know, just to kind of wrap up, I think another thing that's interesting is kind of the kind of secret society elements of this is kind of resonating with Marcus's episode. I think it's his third Q&A episode on the Red Spear Society, where there was a secret kind of Shaolin sect that the Communist Party of China kind of did entryism successfully in, and was able to kind of use the peasant superstitions to basically help fight off the Japanese. So again, just kind of an interesting resonance. But yeah, I'm trying to look for a couple articles here. I'll probably put them in the grotto later. But yeah, I got some more cooking to get done before tomorrow. So anyway, thanks for entertaining this kind of not quite fully fleshed out idea, but just kind of wanted to bounce it off you guys, see what happens.
No, it is pretty interesting. Like I'm actually seeing some interesting articles. Like I mean, I guess like these are very like famous and influential films if you think about it. You know, like you kind of like don't really you know, because it's kind of like the storytelling or even like the sort of cinematography is not really like what they are watched for, like, or sort of what they're primarily valued for. They're often like valued for the performance of Bruce Lee and not even like the kind of acting performance. It's like I mean, it is acting in a way, but it's like the kind of kinetic performance, the sort of physical performance, like the athletics, you know, and like his you know, and the choreography that he does.
His feats, yeah.
But I'm reading this interesting article called "Burning Asia: Bruce Lee's Kinetic Narrative of Decolonization," which is like close reading of Fists of Fury. Like, and you know that this is like what I found searching about Bruce Lee and Mao. You know, and it kind of mentions like Tang Lung's attempt to regain initiative through mobility and flexibility parallels the fundamental principle of guerrilla warfare systematically formulated by Mao Zedong during China's resistance against Japanese aggression. I guess this article does make a good point, which is that in Fist of Fury, he like fights against a samurai sword, which kind of is like, you know, sort of like China versus Japan kind of. It's kind of the you know,
interesting
the subtext of all that.
I've never seen Fist of Fury. I'd be down to watch that.
That's pretty good. I think that was always my favorite Bruce Lee movie. It's like more like kind of like gritty and like, like I think Enter the Dragon's like a little bit too polished. I never really liked that one. It's like too
The one that I have is it's called Fists of Fury, but it's better known as the Big Boss. And there's a full-on strike. There's a full-on strike in that one where I guess there's like a kind of loose union that's formed with these ice block manufacturer worker guys, and they go up against this like opium drug lord in Thailand during their not revolutionary period, but they're that whole period when there was a lot of revolutionary whatnot going on in Southeast Asia. So this film was contemporary with the Vietnam War, the Laotian Revolution, all of that. So
interesting.
Lots going on regionally.
Yeah.
And again, like one of the things I've been struggling with lately is like, how do you suss out the difference between something that's consciously sus, like willfully so, versus what's just capitalism and imperialism just kind of putting the stain on everything?
It's a very important question.
Yeah.
When assessing susness, because oftentimes, it kind of determines how one responds to it or counters it. Because sometimes I think if you come at it, if you sus Max and you're like, you're an agent of, like, you're a conscious agent of blah, 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 blah. Like, I kind of touched on this in some of the recent Demon Forces episodes about the trials in Eastern Europe in the early 50s. Sometimes, like, there was a snowball effect of, like, once they crossed the line from, like, you let yourself kind of get played or you were negligent and this resulted in something bad happening, or maybe imperialists, like you were insufficiently vigilant and maybe you should like lose your job for that, once you cross the line to like you are a witting agent, like fully knowing what you're doing and everything you did was a plot to like, it was an op. Like every stance you took, it was all fake. It was all put on secretly the whole time. You were plotting. And that's what like a lot of the indictments ended up saying based on like manipulated information from people who were secretly working for Alan Dulles. And but once you get that kind of like thing, then that's when you get kind of like people that, I mean, for one, you could roast people that don't necessarily like need to get roasted. But also I think in the rhetorical plane, like you'll trigger. Sometimes there are people that like their behavior maybe or their perspective like deserves to be sort of like called out and like corrected or something. But your hope is that they would like acknowledge that and then like change their, say, like bad position on something and like grow and be like, you know what, do some nice self-crit and then be like, you know what, actually now I think this or whatever. But if you come at people like you're consciously like a fucking spy or something like that, then they'll go, whoa, I know I'm not that. So then they can shut down every other critique like that you're putting to them, because it's like, well, you're asserting that I'm like, I know I'm not like literally like meeting up with like CIA agents and like plotting, but you still could be a pawn and not even like know it, like in a deny it. There's plenty of ways to do that now, or just kind of like guiding people or institutionally, whatever institution they're connected to kind of has a certain spectrum of a line that you can have, and you're not going to like go outside of it, so you get kind of like conditioned. Like there's all kinds of subtle ways in which imperialism like influences people or lures them in ways. And I think in a lot of cases you could like kind of break somebody free of like that kind of like cognitive dissonance, or the sort of a man's salary, like he can't understand something when his salary depends on not understanding it, that type of thing. Like I think it is successful. You could break through to some people and get them to kind of like change, but then if you come at them like you're a fucking op, like and you know what you're doing, like I know it's like they're well-meaning people that got psyop by Noam Chomsky and will like defend him, or defended him until very, very recently. I don't think all those people are like ops the way that I think Chomsky was a little more of an op, but like I don't think all the people sticking up for Chomsky, it's like they kind of fell for it, and it's like hard for them to abandon it, and like so I wouldn't like attack those people like in that
no
like
there's
that way, you know what I mean?
Like gullibility, right? And I think there's like a great Lenin quote, I can't remember where it's from, but he's talking about how they said that there were Bolshevik agents within the Tsarist unions, which were like the most reactionary unions at the time. And he was like, and we still got people to come over to our side and they're doing good work. So I think that that's one thing, is to kind of hold this, I guess, faith that people can come around, not naively, of course, but I think that the nuance is there, and you gotta be involved to find it. You know, gotta be involved, and I think having the capacity for trust and the willingness to have people self-correct and be there with them for that correction. Because if you leave them to the wolves, they're gonna go far right, they're gonna go fascist, they're gonna go worse.
Yeah, that's probably true. I mean, yeah, I think I honestly, like, reading through some of the synopses of these like movies, like there is like a lot that's like, political in these, like kind of like, or like, interesting. Like this could be actually a rich episode, because I missed a lot of this, like when I was watching these like as a teenager, like, and just appreciating like the nunchucks.
Well, they never talk about like the plot of these movies. It's always just about like the nunchucks.
Yeah, but there
like,
actually are like, reading through the plots, like there is like, if you think about it in the comics of the time, like with like a sophisticated lens that you develop like after you're in high school, then it actually could be something there, I think.
No, we'll look into it, but we'll let you cook.
We have a couple episodes on the docket, but it's one to consider.
Thanks for calling in. We'll see you in the grotto, and we'll follow up with this Jackie Chan business.
Quickly, I think of Starline G15 says autoerotic asphyxiation is not a thing. It's like just like a cover for like CIA murders.
Oh,
that may broadly be true, but I did know one person, and it wasn't like through like hanging himself, like trying to like get off or something, but I did vaguely know one guy who died like trying to do, like, he was like a dentist, and he died like trying to do some kind of like sexual thing with like gas,
nitrous,
and like
oh no,
and it was like, I mean, it's like deeply humiliating, because it was like a news story, like basically the whole like lab needed to be shut down. He was it was like I don't remember the exact details, but I remember it was like some kind of weird like sexual thing, and like it would involve like chemicals, like not just like your standard kind of idea of that.
Hold
but
on, I'm gonna step away for 1 second. You can expound on that if you want to the chat.
I'll look it up and see if I remember the details.
Guys, thanks for taking a question. Best of wishes for the 2026.
Yes, and to you. Peace out. I'm actually gonna go. I'll be back. I always feel bad like just leaving the stream blank, but I'm gonna go pee as well. Oof. I'm back. Thank you for telling me I don't have to ask permission to go to the bathroom. But I mean, I feel like we need like some kind of like screen we can put up. It's like, we'll be right back or something. So it's not just like what's going on. But that's something to figure out eventually. But I'm back now. I'm trying to find that news story. Wow, this might be lost to time, like this this whole incident. I can't find the news article about it, but it definitely happened. I definitely it was someone who I vaguely knew. And it was also like consistent with what I knew about him as well. Like it wasn't like, oh wow, like what a revelation. Like he wasn't like secretly killed by the CIA, and like it didn't make any sense that like he secretly was, you know, like no, like it lined up with, like what it was not a bolt from the blue.
All right, I'm back. Let's see. All right, on to our next caller. We have Pin Group. Let's see if Pin Group is here. How's the chat doing?
They're good, I think. They were giving us their largesse to go to the bathroom. And yeah.
Hey there. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes. How's
Sweet.
it going?
Hey. Pretty good. How are you guys?
Good.
Doing great.
Happy New Year's.
Happy New Year.
To you as well. Yeah. Although it's only the Mushrook New Year.
Oh, okay.
So it's not the New Year.
Is the New Year where you are?
Yeah, it is 1 o'clock on 1st of January.
Wow, you're calling
in from
2026.
New Zealand.
Oh, from New Zealand. All right, right on. Shout out Kiwi listeners. Yeah. So, what is 2026 like? You're calling from the future. This is like a John Titor call. You know, like
yeah, it's a lot more. They've done 9/11/3.
No.
Yeah, it's like in JFK where we get the news earlier.
Oh, right. They accidentally published in the newspaper.
Yeah.
Wow. Tomorrow's news today, folks. Yeah. But anyways, yeah. So what's on your mind?
Well, I think you guys have discussed this on the podcast a few times before, and especially through that kind of larger tech elite or kind of technocratic elite. I think I did want to ask about kind of being in New Zealand. Peter Thiel has New Zealand citizenship. He's trying to construct a bunker in the Queenstown. A lot of different people are kind of moving down there. There's been a kind of a movement for a while to, relocate or create safe spaces. Richard Branson, the seasetting, Praxis.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess going into 2026, where do you think that sort of isolationist movement will go?
Maybe to your country for one, at least according to certain rumors.
Sadly.
Yeah, there's a lot of doomsday bunkers in New Zealand from the tech billionaires. Yeah, I haven't.
It's very
where's the
interesting that like they're all
Praxis
obsessed with
Society
Lord of the Rings, and like New Zealand is like so associated with Lord of the Rings and like the American imaginary. It's not a coincidence. Yeah, like we need to do the Sus Tolkien episode in 2026. It has to happen. In fact, I
before
think
it's too late.
We haven't talked to those guys in a long time. Hopefully, like, they didn't get the call. But like the people who do the Empire Never Ended podcast, like way back when we first started, we had talked about doing a Sus Tolkien episode with them.
Oh, yeah.
And that could be cool.
That would be great. Yeah.
But yeah, we haven't talked to them like since then. I haven't talked to them at all since then. So I don't know. Hopefully they didn't get the call. But if they did, if they did,
still out there.
We should still do that episode. But yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, I think I mean, I think in terms of location, that's one place.
All the billionaires, I think, as of tonight, are in one of those Dutch islands, like Sint Maartens or
St. Barts.
Yeah, St. Barts. They're in St. Barts, exactly. They all have their their yachts anchored off of St. Barts, where I guess all the coolest, famous, most powerful people, Sergey Brin, a lot of Edge Dinner alums are there. Richard Branson, probably. I wouldn't be shocked if David Geffen was there. But yeah, that is where they are all congregating tonight. If Maduro wants to do the funniest thing ever, but in general,
we don't condone it.
Which I would totally condemn.
No, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but
the horrific war crime of December 31st
against our greatest citizens.
Yeah.
But I haven't checked in recently. I assume the Praxis Society, the kind of Tealite Praxis Society, is still. I heard some rumor that they're trying to sort of instigate a political referendum in one of the states or provinces in South Africa, where they think by kind of jerry-rigging some referendum they can sort of secede and become autonomous, and then the Praxis people can take it over, which would be fun. It would be interesting. They were in, I forget, it was Costa Rica maybe for a while, or Honduras. But there was somewhere in Central America that I feel like Praxis was looking into in terms of being a place to settle. I mean, I don't know. Those places, they're setting up, places to fall back to if shit gets bad. I don't think things are bad enough now. You would need something like a spectacular collapse of the AI bubble or something like that. Or, I don't know, some kind of very destabilizing situation. I feel like for them to actually flee the United States and set up, a micro, a weird Rhodesia, outer haven, terrorist microstate or something. But I don't know.
I mean, I remember way back, one of Peter Thiel's big things was seasteading.
Yeah.
And I saw an article recently that seasteading.
Maxwell.
Yep. Yeah, I wonder if they ever chatted about their love of seasteading.
Wouldn't be surprised. Yeah.
At the TED Talks. Yeah.
Yeah, but I read an article recently. It was in the Independent. That seasteading might be coming back. Yeah, I'm trying to find the interest in seasteading is renewing. It talks about Wayne Gramlich, who I guess is a big sus lord who loves seasteading. And I guess there's some kind of debate or tension in the seasteading enthusiast circles over between the people who are all about the political utility of seasteading to liberate yourself from national laws and borders,
libertarian,
and those who are focused on how do we actually make a city that floats sort of autonomously on the ocean, which apparently is not a fully solved problem. But
I guess you'd have to build. I mean, China has built, for example, and in the U.S. as well. They've sort of built artificial islands, right? With I don't know, kind of landfill sort of. I'm not sure how that actually works, but yeah, but I guess maybe building an entire city, kind of. Well, I think, are they really married to the floatability? You could kind of it could migrate somewhere else, kind of thing, because maybe that's not solved for.
Yeah, I mean, I think that maybe it does need to be able to float somewhere else, or it needs to be permanent. It can't be something that goes away. I know there's a Burning Man they do on the ocean.
Oh, really?
Kind of. Yeah. What is it called? It's called Ephemerisle.
I hadn't heard of this. Wow.
Yeah, it's like no tickets, no stewards, and no rules. If you can find a way to turn up on some kind of seaworthy vessel that is able to attach to the other vessels, then you can stay. Every July, the gathering encourages thinkers, doers, artists, dreamers, muckrakers, and builders interested in life on the water to join in.
Interesting.
Once nominally overseen by the Seasetting Institute, it has since become an autonomous set of individual islands. Although the Institute officially continues, no one responds to its official email address, and Ephemerisle is all that exists in the physical world of its work.
Who founded the Seasetting Institute?
I think that was Peter Thiel.
Okay, all right.
No, it was it was founded by Wayne Gramlich and Patry Friedman.
Oh, Milton Friedman's
But it was
son.
like heavily funded by Peter Thiel.
Yeah, okay, he's involved in crypto.
It came
he's
to like
involved in
mainstream
everything else.
awareness when Peter Thiel donated $500,000.
I see here.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Patry Friedman. We talked about him with our other Kiwi guest, right? Olivier. Yeah, and I think Olivier. We talked with in our Mystic Ventures episode about Patry Friedman, the son of Milton Friedman, being. I think he might have. I would not be shocked if he had connections to Brock Pierce. But he's very big into like crypto kind of libertarian stuff. But yeah, if you check out the Olivier Jutela episode that we did back in like 2023, I think he gets into some of the sus shit. Yeah, and there's a lot of New Zealand connections too with Bitcoin guys going down there. And yeah, I'm looking at this like kind of Minecraft rendering of the seasetting city. It looks like an oil derrick, like an oil platform, offshore oil platform, kind of like 4 concrete legs. Yeah, it doesn't look like it'd be very big.
I think the Seasetting Institute for a while had an agreement with French Polynesia.
That fell through because of the economic collapse in 2008.
Okay.
Yeah, and then
Wow,
like,
dream deferred.
Yes.
The Opus Casino ferry was donated to them in 2012 to handle traffic. It used to go between Ibiza and another island. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, they tried to in November 2018. They tried to raise $3 million for this project using cryptocurrency, but failed. Interesting. Wow. Yeah, he did 2008. Peter Thiel makes down payment on libertarian ocean colonies. Yep, that's so cool.
It is interesting how like this really is like it's an interesting like and very like continuous history that like flows so cleanly together, but like not enough people are thinking about it like in its historical context. Like everything we were talking about in the Stuart Brand episode was like the communalism and the desire to get away, and start up these sort of like independent societies, like in the biosphere and stuff. Like all that stuff is such a big part of this as well. And you even see like basically the same thing, like the same kind of biosphere concept coming back too. And
all those people were early Burning Man heads.
And the space colonization stuff.
Yeah.
Like it's all like
it's
really
all
just
kind of one thing.
It's all very continuous.
Yeah, the network of networks. They do keep chugging. Yeah. So
I mean, I don't know where like I mean South Africa is one. The ocean is another. I mean, I guess space would be one that like I don't know if it's going to happen as quickly as 2026, but I believe we will see, even though like I kind of agree with our theory that like mostly it's like not really about like making consciousness interplanetary, but really about like finding ways to remove themselves from like the sort of physical space of the rest of the population, and like protect themselves from the deterioration of the earth and like also of like our social fabric. But I do think we probably will see like space adventure as things developing. I mean, everything has been kind of suggesting that like we'll continue to see sort of space adventure.
I think they will. It's also very profitable for them to kind of get government money to do these things. But I do still kind of believe that like space is so hostile to human life and health beyond going up there for like short-term periods, you know, and I feel like that has not been solved for yet. Like, you know, even if they could put people on a moon colony in the next like 10 to 15 years, like it does seem like it would literally like suck to be on the moon because like there's not enough gravity and like you never get like sunlight,
there's no atmosphere, like
it like
sucks.
it's irradiated like
that's
all the time.
That's not gonna happen
like,
in 2026, but I think we probably will see like continued space. I mean, honestly, like it makes me angry to like think about like these people, the way people talk about like going to space and like think of like they like it. I mean, you know, Sam Altman is someone who like is just honestly like a fool. Like the way he talks is like he's just a fool, and like yet like, you know, our whole world is beholden to his whims. So I guess who's the greater fool?
I think I feel like he's got some kind of like secret techno religion thing like propelling him, some kind of eschatology about like that he's been the chosen boy to build the AI that's gonna save
I mean, I don't know how
everything,
secret it is,
well,
but like
it's true.
you know,
like
but yeah, I mean, I like I think the kind of like the way what we kind of see now, like where we have like rich people going on like trips to space, which also like kind of is very reminiscent of the whole Earth catalog thing.
Yeah.
Where it's like, oh, if Katy Perry can see the whole Earth,
everything would change. Yeah,
somehow,
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to bring Putler up there. We need to bring all the mullah, the Khamenei, like
let's bring the mullahs. Yeah, exactly. The mullahs need to go to
Maduro,
space.
like you know.
Yeah. No, I could like you know what will be a thing. This is my like ins for 2026 or whatever they call it. You know, like it's gonna be like psilocybin space flights, where like that like you go to space. And exactly, and that like solves all of our problems.
Yeah, every veteran gets a psilocybin space flight.
Yes,
to solve their PTSD.
And if we could just send all the violent Muslims to space who like for whatever crazy reason want to harm peaceful Israelis and just shipped them off to space and gave them and force-fed them the psychedelics, then everything in our society would be solved. Every problem in our society would be solved. That's going to be a thing. Maybe not in 2026, but soon. Soon we're going to start hearing about that. How you need to go to space and trip, man. Like it opens up like the whole everything, like the whole Earth. You see, so that might be, you know, underground.
Yeah. Underground. Actually, that's something that Palmer Luckey has mentioned in multiple occasions. I've read some things about this, about, you know, he likes to say this in interviews that like all the military planning, you know, geniuses and whatever that I talk to, you know, it's like even though he is building like, you know, like AI drones and stuff for the military, he says like the real battle in the real battlefield of the 21st century is underground and like in tunnel systems and things like that, because I think of the saturation of like aerial, you know, assets like drones and things like that, where for very cheaply, like you look at the battlefield in Ukraine right now and it's like this deadly video game with like little drone operators on both sides, like hunting down the soldiers like one by one to like kamikaze into them and blow them up. And people are riding like dirt bikes to like evade the drones. And it's almost creating a kind of weird, like technologically enhanced like World War I like trench warfare situation where you have like drone network versus drone network kind of like sparring with like one another to order to clear passage for real troops to like move into. But then if you're underground, and I think just probably in like a pure military strategy, I think probably a lot of people drew lessons from the, you know, the Gaza, you know, the way that Hamas.
I mean, every accusation is a confession. With the tunnel.
Well, yeah, they went on and on about the tunnels, but like, obviously, Hamas is not the only person that has tunnels. Like, their tunnels abound, and I'm sure that like tunnel warfare also.
There are always tunnels.
There are always tunnels. Exactly. Like humans be tunneling, and that's a fact for thousands of years. And I think that is going to be. It's a way to move assets and personnel and weapons around in a way that can't be easily like detected by sensors or attacked by drones. And you need like very expensive advanced bombs like the bunker buster like US bombs to actually like, you know, fuck with like a command center that's like buried deep enough. So, you know, I mean, there's so much real estate under the earth, right? Like there's almost a whole nother world of real estate under the earth. And maybe if the, you know, the climate gets worse, you might see like more. I mean, I think even during the Cold War, there was like an underground city that was meant to like survive a nuclear winter, right? I forget where it was in the US, but I think there were some caverns in maybe New Mexico that like in the early 60s.
Is Dulce? Is it the Dulce base?
Well, I don't know about that, but there's like a real one you can visit. I don't know about the Dulce base with the aliens in it, but like I think they're kind of built into like
Project Burlington. Is that it?
Maybe
in Colorado.
There's probably in Colorado, like at NORAD and places like that. There's a Cheyenne Mountain, you know.
Subtropolis, a business complex in Kansas City.
Oh, really? I guess where it's also like deathly cold or deathly. It'd be I guess being underground when it's really hot. I guess if you have air conditioning, that's nice. But like, you know, I'm thinking of places in the world that what do they call that? Like the heat bulb test or the wet bulb test. You know, where like the humidity and the temperature are like beyond a point that it's like deadly. I think there have been like, you know, heat waves in Pakistan and places like that are, you know, like without having air conditioning, it's truly like a dangerous place to be in, you know,
for sure.
in the climate. So I think that's going to be like probably a problem that we're going to be dealing with like throughout the rest of the 21st century. Obviously then, I don't know, Siberia, Canada, like more, you know, traditionally cold climates.
This is actually a British
thing.
Better. In Corsham. It was called Codename Burlington, which confused me. But it's not in Colorado or even the U.S. It is. It was in the U.K.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, somebody in the chat mentioned the Greenbrier like hotel estate in West Virginia that had a Cold War bunker. I heard a tip at some point that there's like underground storage facilities. I think one of the like, super wealthy families like owned the Greenbrier or whatever, but there's like a bunch of Nazi like memorabilia allegedly. I don't know. That's just something I heard, that there's a Nazi bunker down there. But I think during the Cold War it was supposed to be where the government goes during like a nuclear attack.
Yeah. Apparently the facility in Corsham like became obsolete like almost immediately after it was built because of intercontinental ballistic missiles being able to target it. But
right.
They meant for it to be like an underground like government center, like operational, you know. So yeah, that stuff. I mean, it is like kind of relevant that like Elon's like one of his big companies is the Boring Company, which is all about like digging tunnels.
Yep. In Las Vegas, it's
a lot of his like tunnel plans, like like that, like that's another example. Like, is that really like the most effective, like you know, way to manage traffic? Is like with tunnels? Like
you
probably
could just
not.
Build a train.
There's like other, exactly.
Like literally, it's like
There's other reasons. Yeah. There's other reasons.
He's boring around. Yeah, doing something. Yeah.
A Reddit ass name for a company too, like LOL. Like it's boring.
We have news from the chat. Matthew Tanamelgi in the chat from Ireland says the Greenbrier in West Virginia was also linked to all the illegal gambling stuff that we covered in our our Mothman episode. So yeah, strange things going on in that Greenbrier, you know. But yeah, do you ever see any evidence of super wealthy people in New Zealand like arriving and doing sus things?
Definitely.
Oh,
like you hear a lot about it. Of like there was the Neil Gaiman incident.
Yeah, that's not a good one.
Kind of a private island, or like an island that is off the coast of Auckland, half owned by a family that made a shit ton of money running a tax haven company.
Okay.
Like Queenstown is very, like the money there is kind of unfathomable. Like you can walk into like a tiny town and there'll be designer clothes you can't get anywhere else in the country. So, people like Matt Law, You know, he bought a lodge in Queenstown after his sexual assault allegations at NBC.
Oh, Matt Lauer, yeah. Oh, wow. Okay, so even it's like Tel Aviv too, for sex criminals to go.
A friend described it as Little Wet Israel. I've heard a tip. I'll share it here that Noel Edmonds, the British entertainer, he's now buying up businesses and a wellness retreat, spiritual retreat, kind of at the top of the South Island.
Okay.
And I've allegedly heard that he is taking in women for quote unquote room and board.
Oh boy.
So like that kind of shit, it's really that you can feel the money starting to creep in. It's quite a strange place sometimes.
Yeah, yeah.
Damn.
Oof, that is. That's a little
so Neil Gaiman, when he was there, did he live on some kind of like special island, like, or I know he lived on an island, right? But is it some kind of like sus like rich people island, or is it just like an island where like rich people live?
40-minute ferry ride away from the largest city, and there's probably about, I think, permanent population about 10,000 people. So it's not it's not private, but like there is a lot of there's private helicopter pads, quite large kind of estates / mansions. Like there's a lot of it's a it's definitely exclusionary place. Or kind of there's a certain you need a certain amount of
Interesting. Yeah. I'm reading like Amanda Palmer's like description of it. She says, a few days ago, a bearded guy dressed like a wizard at my kid's school fair sat next to me and said, Waiheke? Is that how it's said? Is that the island? Waiheke?
Waiheke.
Waiheke was the lifeboat of the world. That feels accurate. Interesting. Once referred to as an island of activists and lunatics, I knew I'd found my spot.
Interesting.
All right.
What was the update on the Neil Gaiman? Like, is he canceled, or does he have another like American God season coming out?
I think he's canceled, but like in terms of like the legal side of things, like he's I think that it was thrown out in the US because like it all happened in New Zealand. So now like basically the litigation has to happen there. But yeah. Amanda Palmer is still like running around like doing concerts and stuff, even though she's also like named in the lawsuit because as she should be, because she's totally complicit.
Pretty complicit. Yeah. Are they divorced now? I forget if they consciously
uncoupled. I don't know
uncoupled.
if they're like divorced, but they're definitely consciously uncoupled.
Okay.
I think. I mean, who knows? They could reconcile, but like I believe that they're consciously uncoupled at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah. That was some sicko shit.
Yeah, deeply. But like. It's one of those things where like it's a similar thing with like the Chomsky thing where like everyone has to like you're like a hater for knowing what is obvious until like you can't be denied anymore. You know what I mean? Like we all knew that.
He gave me the just bad vibes. I don't know.
He gave me the ick. He gave me bad vibes. Yeah, like always. But like it's one of those things where it's like okay, like we and even after the fact, like he probably has defenders, kind of like Genesis Peorage and stuff like that. But anyway.
Oh yeah, I'm aware of people that are still like rep like being Neil Gaiman fans, and like they're not like letting it, kind of like like Woody Allen fans, like they're not letting it go.
Well, I mean, he denies everything. Yeah, kind of like Woody Allen fans. Yeah. I guess he denies it all, or he like admits to having a relationship.
Right. But it was all consensual.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I remember digging at the time when that broke and like looking into his life, and actually it was like, oh, he like comes from a weird. Didn't he come from like a very high level like Scientology background?
Yeah.
Like Sea Org parents and stuff, like weird, probably exposed to very weird things in his upbringing, and that might have had something to do with how he turned out. Not excusing it, but
there are a shit ton of cults here as well.
Okay.
So I think Scientology, New Zealand was the second country that Scientology opened a church in.
Oh, interesting. Interesting.
Which is always kind of it's quite strange to me.
I think the Chris Butler cult, the breakaway Hare Krishnas, if I recall, doing our episode about Tulsi, there was like a connection where they set up a branch in New Zealand, maybe in like the 90s. I forget what. There was like drug trafficking
I think
allegations.
since the 70s, like a lot of New Zealand members, Tulsi Gabbard's married to I think half Māori guy.
Oh.
Who's a videographer that
that guy. Yeah. Her husband, who's her videographer. Yeah, exactly. Who was also raised in the Science of Identity Foundation. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. Yeah. Well, stay vigilant down there.
No worries. Thank you. And always enjoy the show.
Yeah.
Happy to
Yeah. Thanks for calling it. Yeah, it's always good to hear from people like around the world.
Right.
I know.
We've ranked in our like rankings have ranked New Zealand a few times, so it's nice to know we got people down under. If that is what you call it, and that's
do
not
you call
Australian
it down
thing.
under? I know
Sorry,
that like
that's mostly Australian. I guess it applies,
I mean,
For us
like
Northern
if Australia
Hemispheroids.
is down under, like, are you down above? Like, I guess I don't know.
But yeah,
down over.
But yeah, thanks for
Yeah.
calling in.
Sweet. No worries. Thanks.
All right,
Cheers.
peace. All right, let's go back to we have Kay here up next. Let's let them in.
Oh, hey. I think I'm a little delayed again, as always, so I didn't realize I got called on. How are you doing? Happy New Year.
Hey, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, how's it going?
It's been crazy over here, but I was really excited to see you going live, and I have something that I want to talk about, but I'm not very versed on because I just got the book, but I just wanted to see if y'all had heard of it, and yeah, just if you were interested in any of these passages, because it ties into a lot that you've been talking about, especially with Esalen and stuff like that. I actually need to finish still your last episode on Esalen. It's been so good so far, but I haven't had time to finish it. But have you heard of this guy, Henry S. Dawkin?
I don't think so. Or not doesn't come immediately in my mind. It's how's it spelled? The last name?
Dakin, and like his middle initial is S, so Henry S. Dawkin. So I ran into this book by accident because I'm just like, looking for anything that Stanley Krippner writes, adding to my library of Stanley Krippner books. And he writes a small section in this, and there's a little like I just found it through that. And I'm like, why is it, pretty expensive? Well, hey, there's no reviews. I'm just going to buy it because the title is crazy and I just have to know what's going on here. It's called Henry S. Dawkin, From Physics to Metaphysics and Guns to Toys. So basically the guns to toys part, what I've gathered about that is that his dad and his oldest brother started running guns. They were selling different kinds of guns, and one of the manufacturers ended up sending them some stuffed plush animals that were stuffed with sawdust, I believe, or something, that they just got as like a sample from, I believe, a Japanese company. And the Dawkin family ended up finding that those sold better than the guns, and they were like, oh, we don't want to add to, warfare, so we're going to do this. So they started selling a bunch of toys. But what gets crazy is the son, Henry S. Dawkin, that this book is written about, I end up getting it delivered, and it's the size of a textbook, and it's just like a yearbook of susness. There's a section written about Dawkin by Elizabeth Rauscher, Russell Targ, Jack Sarfati.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah, I just found his obituary. I'm seeing a lot of hits here.
Oh, crazy hits. He had Lawrence Lab.
Yep, Lawrence Berkeley Laboratory. He grew up in Pasadena, graduated Harvard in 1958, did research on health physics in the 60s at Lawrence Berkeley, and designed a pocket radiation detector that is still in use today. Devastating tragedy befell him in 1966 when he lost 7 family members in a plane crash. Among them his father Richard and brother Roger, who founded the Dakin Toy Company. And then during the 70s, Henry's protean interests in consciousness, parapsychology, computer technology, and environmental conservation generated leading-edge projects at his Washington Street offices in Pacific Heights in San Francisco. not far from the Presidio. His love, yeah. Okay, yeah. This is the Samizdat Bulletin. Oh my God.
Yes. They called him the most dangerous man in America. I'm reading this shit and I'm just like, what's going on? He organized the Gorbachev visit to the U.S.
Yes. Whoa.
Wow.
Soviet American exchange program. Yes. He was. I wonder. I forget if this guy. No, I think there was a different guy that was in the Esalen book.
I don't think I've heard of him before.
Me either. But the book keeps calling him this like shadow financier behind everything. They say Ghostbusters was based off of him. His building, he was like a real estate guy, and this building that he bought, I guess it was like an old auto shop that they converted into this place where he funded everybody from, man, I just got to read you this preface because it's so crazy, because I was sharing this with a fellow Grotto head, shout out the Doodah man, who's been doing a lot of research into like QAnon origins and WikiLeaks and all this stuff. So I was sharing this and I was like, have you seen this? And I just got it, so I'm digging into it. But this part of the preface is crazy. It says, the end of the 20th century was an intense period, a seemingly leaderless and spontaneous renaissance without external directives. The collective unconscious manifested through people launching innovations in what seemed like mysterious ways. Henry's 3220 Sacramento Street building was a kind of hub for countless activities. As I began to chronicle the life and events during my 35-year relationship with Henry and Virgilia Dawkin, when transcribing telephone interviews and gathering of people's stories, they presented vital pieces of history. I wondered how this monumental turning point in time flew by with so little notice and felt compelled to publish stories. Some of the untold stories of pioneers of the internet, such as Pandora Systems, which enabled the launch of the .com boom, or how rock and roll helped end the Cold War. Ultimately, this inspired many mobile phone companies to offer satellite communications for consumers for the first time in history. Prior to this, only the military, governments, and universities had access to communications using satellites. So that links into the co-founder of Apple, I guess, organized these big US festivals that they had these giant screens and like communications across internationally for the first time. It says the pioneers of the touchscreen through Apple Multimedia took place at Henry's 3220. In a very short time, Apple's iPhone, FaceTime, others describe what was done to turn this world around in a healthier direction. So he funded, like, okay, it also says that the people for Biodome were in that same office.
Oh, okay. This is the Edge. This is the Edge Network. Like this, I was just looking up right now.
Like Edge as in Jeffrey Epstein?
Yeah, close. In the sense of the Biosphere people that originally ran the Synergia Ranch kind of cult commune, and then what's his name? John Allen, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He was the leader of that. So this even came out kind of in some of the more recent Epstein emails where John Brockman was mentioning to Epstein that, like, I used to know the Biosphere guys, like back in the 90s, especially Dr. Roy Walford, who was the guy who had like the revolutionary beet diet and was going to live to be 150 and then died. That was one of the Biospherians. And then I've even found evidence from like the Reality Club, the predecessor to Edge, I think from like 91 and 92, where they're having like kind of symposia meeting type things like with some of the principles beyond Biosphere. And the Santa Fe Institute was also very big in like hyping up the Biosphere 2 project. And I think Brockman said something like, our paths may have crossed in the early 90s because he was brought in on the Biosphere 2 and like I knew all those people and was like friends with them. And like I think they might even go back to like the 60s or early 70s in terms of like knowing each other, but Brockman was a huge hyper of the Biosphere 2 project. And I think, that's around the time Epstein was like getting in. And this guy, this person, what is it, Henry Dakin or Dakin, he sounds like, if this guy was not hanging out with Stuart Brand, like, I don't know what to, like there's no way this guy wasn't hanging out with Stuart Brand. Like, it sounds like he was the member of something called the San Francisco Global Business Council, which might be something slightly different than Stuart Brand's Global Business Network. He was also the Association for Space Explorers, the Presidio Alliance, the Institute for Global Communications, and something called, like, this Soviet stuff is actually fascinating. He was profiled in the New York Times. the Center for Citizen Initiatives, which exchanged business delegations of thousands of Americans and Soviets, and the San Francisco-Moscow Teleport, which introduced email to the Soviet Union and later became a global telecom company, right?
I saw that part in the book, and United Nations of San Francisco is using that office too. I have this part about the Esalen Soviet-American Exchange Program written by Jim Hickman, who says he was largely through introductions made by Dr. Krippner, Stanley Krippner. We corroborated in much of our research with like-minded scientists in Northern California. I'd received a small foundation grant to conduct experiments with selected talented individuals as research for my master's thesis at Sonoma State University. The rigor of our scientific approach to the research was strengthened by our work with Dr. Krippner. Then it goes here, Esalen Soviet-American Exchange Program, Washington Research Institute. It was during this period that I met Michael and Dulce Murphy and became involved with the Esalen Institute. Michael was then writing his second novel, Jacob Adabet, that imagined an encounter in the energetic realms between a U.S.-based mystic and his Soviet counterpart. This overlap of interests in the psychic side of the U.S.-Soviet relationship led us to establish the Esalen Institute Soviet-American Exchange Program, with offices at 3101 Washington Street. I believe that might be one of maybe Dawkins' buildings.
That's in San Francisco,
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, so as we became increasingly intrigued by the Soviet research in hidden human reserves, my work as director of the ESAEP, that exchange program, took me more frequently to the Soviet Union. On the U.S. side, Esalen's physical beauty and its lure of mineral water, nude co-ed bathing, combined with the Murphys' skillful networking, soon made the Big Sur destination a compelling attraction for the Soviet elite with whom we worked. With Henry as a shadow patron of this activity, the Murphys and I successfully penetrated the Soviet intellectual and political circles to such an extent that the program emerged at the forefront of the citizen diplomacy movement of the 70s and 80s. This movement.
That's a very important part of history that is like not well advertised and gets like kind of buried in like general stuff. But like, yeah, really, Esalen was like the primary point of contact with the sort of Soviet intelligentsia, like scientific and creative intelligentsia, you know, like starting in the 70s. And like, I'm looking at the information about SF Moscow Teleport, and like which eventually became Golden Telecom Inc. and was spun off into like a major internet provider in Russia in the 90s when everything was like privatized. But this started, I think, in 1983. Like, to remember, it reminds me of what one of Ghislaine Maxwell's sisters, I've brought this up like multiple times in recent episodes about that quote I found from her in the 90s when she was a .com millionaire in the Bay Area.
Is that Christine?
I think it was Christine. I do think it was Christine. And I would love to know if she was involved with this like SF Moscow Teleport like company at all, because she was there in the 80s in the Bay Area. And I wonder if she had any connections to this family. But nothing's popping up. But like technically, if I look up like Stuart Brand and, you know, the SF Moscow Teleport, like nothing pops up right away. But these people were kind of all on the same tip, like in the same place at the same time. And they were all connected. Like Stuart Brand was deeply connected to Esalen for decades. So there's no way that they didn't know what.
Crazy to make that tie. I would just lose my mind. Like, what?
It's gotta be. So you came to this from just like a different perspective or you just thought that, oh, this person was like what? How did you hear about this Dakin family?
I just constantly look up for when Stanley Krippner has new publications,
Mm-hmm.
and I ended up finding that he wrote a section of this, but I believe it was released a while back. And there's like no reviews on Amazon, but I was just like, hey, you know, since this seems like an interesting title and got to read, you know, Stanley Krippner's part of it. And then I'm just like, what the fuck? He introduced them to the people that are, this part is like, okay, so it says, we organized dozens of cooperative USSR programs involving young political leaders and high-ranking government officials, scientists and artists, astronauts and cosmonauts, and leading entertainers from both countries. 3 of the outstanding events that Henry and I produced were 2 U.S. festivals in 1982 and 1983, the Astronaut and Cosmonaut Dialogues 1982 through 1985, the Gorbachev USA Tour in 1992. And then it starts talking about the samizdat, him being a wanted man, the most dangerous man in the U.S. And I'm just like, wait, so what does this mean exactly? They're saying
the electronic samizdat.
Yeah, I mean that it makes sense. Like I'm reading this article now about that's contemporary from 1988. That's in the New York Times.
Right.
Fortune and Toys helps to put Americans and Russians in touch. It has some sus quotes from Henry Dockin. It says, it talks about sort of how he's on this block. He funds all these different organizations that are promoting Soviet American exchanges because of, quote, his belief that relations between the superpowers were drifting ominously towards confrontation. He says it is not a peace program, but peace may be its product. I don't know what that means. He says the real reason is because there is a mental suffocation that comes from not having contact with the rest of the world. I don't for whom, I don't know. But he says that he's been reluctant to discuss his role. I guess this is the reason why he's so shadowy, according to him, because he does not want to be distracted from his work and because he fears that his focus on the Soviet Union could be misconstrued as support of Marxism. He says nothing could be further from the truth.
Oh my God.
He said that while the prospects for freer interchanges had brightened under Mikhail Gorbachev, a few years of reform could not undo the, quote, terrible blunders going back to 1917 and the advent of Leninism, which made Stalin possible. The new surge in citizen diplomacy, he added, needs to remember this ominous past, which could become far worse in future. Okay.
Wow.
So
well,
I guess he was still upset about the Russian Revolution, and he, I guess the prerequisite of all these peace efforts was that the Russians needed to remember the ominous blunders that were made.
Okay, so do you want to know? Here's a little interesting thing that I stumbled on here. This is on the website for computer something for the Computer Professionals for Social Responsibility group has this old article. I think this might have been in Forbes in 1988, and we do have a little bit of an edge hit here because there were some academic computer scientists who were sent to the Soviet Union in the late 80s to both report on and do presentations related to computers and computer technology, which was kind of setting root and things like that. So I just noticed that in this one article, one of the scientists was this UT Austin guy named Gary Chapman. I think he was a professor for years, and he ran something. He's popped up a little bit before. He ran something called the 21st Century Project at the LBJ school at UT Austin, but he got to go on this very exclusive trip, which is very well covered in the media in the late 80s. And I think he wrote this cover article for Forbes called "A Look at Computers in the Soviet Union." And there's a reproduction of this on this website, and it says things. Just to give you a vibe of what these computer utopian people are coming in, what kind of presumptions they're coming in about the Soviet Union. I'll just read the first little paragraphs. There was a story in the Soviet Union that a factory that made pants was directed to maximize its output and the use of material in order to meet the requirements of the 5-year plan. Thereafter, the factory only made pants in size 60. Soviet humor, probably the blackest in the world, invariably needles the economic system. A man buying a car, standard joke goes, is told it will be delivered in 10 years. In the morning or the afternoon, he asks. The government auto representative is astonished. What difference does it make 10 years from now? The man replies. The plumber is coming in the morning. Ha ha ha. The Soviet economic system would be comical if it were not so tragic for the people who live in that country. In the U.S., we hear about chronic food shortages and long lines to buy things, but it is another thing to sit and talk with a young Soviet woman who's exhausted because she has spent the entire day looking for and then buying a single container of cooking oil. I am told that people... Yeah, it's maybe because of Gorbachev's stupid ass restriction, canceling subsidies for foodstuffs that caused a run on all the food. Anyways, I was just reading about that yesterday, so I'm shut the fuck up. But anyways, this is 88, so into glasnost and perestroika, right?
It also makes me think about, the whole I'm in the supermarket now all of a sudden I understand capitalism whole situation, and I think about that anecdote that you talked about on the pod
of Yeltsin. That was literally on the Esalen sponsored trip where Boris Yeltsin was visiting a Houston supermarket and had like a fucking psychedelic epiphany when he saw like all the Lucky Charms and like Cookie Crisp like boxes or something, and realized that it's probably not how he was converted to capitalism. But even like using that as a story is like, what the fuck? Like
the thing is like Dan Krippner's a hypnotist, and like there's hypnotists involved in Esalen and being in hot tubs chilling with these high-ranking people, and it just makes you wonder. I don't know, hypnotism. I'm just stuck on that program to chill tip of like, is hypnotism behind everything?
I think it's behind some things for sure. And actually, how about this? This is just skipping down here, and then I'm going to get to the punchline real quick. It says Professor Chapman. Also, by the way, who did Professor Chapman go to the Soviet Union with? Well, he says he spent a little over 2 weeks in the country, primarily in Moscow and Leningrad, with my colleagues and friends Sherry Turkle and Esther Dyson. That is a core Edge Foundation, like reality club. John Brockman went to dinner with Jeffrey Epstein attendee right there. The daughter of Freeman Dyson and the sister of George Dyson, both of whom also went to the John Brockman Edge dinners with Epstein and are involved in the Santa Fe Institute. And Esther Dyson was really big involved in like ICANN and I think the Internet Society that Christine Maxwell was on the board of in the late 90s. Very small world. And she was also on the board of the Santa Fe Institute, I think around the same time Stuart Brand and Esther Dyson were. So Esther Dyson, like one of the stalwarts of Stuart Brand and John Brockman and maybe Epstein, is on this trip with him. So they were hosted in, well, here's what he says about them. Sherry Turkle, I forget who she is, but I think she might be sus. Sherry Turkle, a member of the CPSR National Advisory Board, is a professor of sociology at MIT and an author of the well-known book The Second Self: Computers and the Human Spirit. Esther Dyson.
Oh my God.
You got something for us? Do you know that book?
No, but the parapsychology link is like crazy here to like technology and like Apple and everything.
Computer spirituality. Guess who? Yeah, Steve Wozniak was at Stuart Brand's 1985 Hackers Conference in Marin County with John Brockman and so many of these other people. Esther might have been there too. But yeah, okay, it sounds a little bit like computer spirituality, That could be, good to look into. But anyways, he says that Esther Dyson is one of the more famous oracles of the microcomputer business. She is the editor and publisher of the highly respected industry newsletter Release 1.0, and she writes columns for Forbes and PC Computing. Esther is ubiquitous at computer conferences, fairs, trade shows, and workshops, and she was a panelist at the 1988 CPSR annual meeting. She's also a lifetime CPSR member. Her version of the trip was the cover story on the June 12, 1989 issue of Forbes. Okay, so this must be published somewhere else. We were hosted in the Soviet Union by a group called the International Computer Club, which just formed late in 1988. The mission of ICC is to promote the use of computers in the Soviet Union. It is a non-governmental organization, but it has substantial and useful ties to many of the top institutions and people in the field of computers, science, and technology. We were accompanied on most of our activities by either the ICC Deputy Director, Levon Amdilian, or by the head of their international section, Sergei Ulin. Both Levin and Sergei were in their late 30s, and clearly they are young men on the fast track. Both spoke English very well. They were both very charming, and they were workaholics. It was common for us to see them, blah, blah, blah. The connections of the people in ICC were formidable enough to provide us with some unique and unforgettable experiences. Now, that actually just reminds me that Steve Jobs he's kind of popular in like Russia because he traveled there in the mid 80s, like maybe 86 or 87, like right after Gorbachev took over. And I remember might have been in our Contra 8 series of episodes that the person that was able to sort of diplomatically arrange that trip for him was a Paris-based lawyer named Samuel Pizar, who was the personal lawyer and confidant of Robert Maxwell, and also allegedly one of the last people to talk to him before he died, and just so happens to be the stepfather of former Secretary of State Anthony Blinken.
No.
Wow, isn't that crazy, right? Yeah, it's a really small world. So already the people that are organizing like computer trips to the Soviet Union, maybe we want to keep our eye on this like milieu, right? Because like maybe they're doing something else. Like there's also that whole thing, I think Whitney Webb and others have kind of written about it, about Robert Maxwell's involvement with the PROMIS software in that whole kind of Danny Casolaro octopus case. I think that I'd like to like pin down the exact like fine details of this one day so we could share it. Is that he was selling the PROMIS software to a lot of countries around the world, including communist countries, but there were backdoors in the technology that allowed America, maybe Israel, to spy on those countries. And you think about like those kind of relational databases with all that data, that could be very valuable, right? And then you have Samuel Pizar sending Steve Jobs to make computers so popular, and like it's a lot, right?
I was recently listening to Rotting Jewels series on the process.
Yeah.
And I'm getting to the part of like Charles Manson, Esalen, and I guess who programmed that backdoor. I forget what his name is. Michael Racconcioto.
Oh, Racconcioto, yeah.
Yeah,
oh,
I guess he's involved.
Well, okay, interesting. Well, he's like, he pops up in the Danny Casolaro narrative and like the Netflix documentary, which
The
I feel,
Octopus.
the Octopus Murders. And he's kind of a notorious, like that was like a slight issue I had among several with that documentary series, was kind of I think Casolaro had to deal with him and realize that this guy is like one of these like fabulous, larger than life, like he definitely was involved to some extent with some of this stuff, but also is like very shifty, and you can't always trust that he's telling you the truth, or that he doesn't have some kind of like misinfo agenda to like throw you off and stuff. I forget exactly like what,
Oh, definitely.
But
Just
you know
like
what I
the whole
mean? Like,
Manson thing, like it's like, the whole narrative is like throw you off. Like, who knows what's going on with all those connections? It's like
yeah, but
crazy.
I do think that was like a significant thing and whatever. But okay, before I forget, the whole thing of this like Gary Chapman article, that the kind of the punchline, I think he says way down at the end, special thanks go to Esther Dyson, whose hard work and outspoken bravery were an inspiration, and whose admirable command of Russian was a great help. Wow, that's interesting.
Ooh.
Speaks Russian. To Sherry Turkle, whose probing intellect and perfect professionalism, and combined with great charm and warmth. To Levon Amdilian and Sergei Ulin in Moscow, who taught us how hospitable two people can be. Blah blah blah. And get this, to the Plowshares Fund and Henry Dakin, for providing me with the financial support to travel to the Soviet Union.
Oh, wow.
He funded the trip.
Wow. He's funding a lot of stuff, it looks like. One thing I want to mention is that he created the San Francisco Waldorf School. He says that's his biggest accomplishment.
He's a Steiner head.
Yep, he's a Steinhead, which ties to theosophy and racist things. But of course, they don't mention any of that. And his whole, I guess, interest in parapsychology started because of those deaths that you mentioned in the beginning. He was like, wanted to he said it was comforting to think that he could possibly have a seance or, channel or speak with his deceased family. And I just wanted to show an example here of what's in this. Oh shit, you can't flip on here, can you? Dang.
I feel like on FaceTime you can, but maybe not on the Zoom app, unfortunately.
Okay, so here we go.
Oh.
Parapsychology group. It's like a little yearbook of all these pictures, right? So there's Krippner in here, but this one I wanted to show you. The Jean Millay says light sculpture. Jean Millay was the first person to make light sculptures created by using brainwaves interpreted by a computer as moving geometric shapes projected on huge screens at rock concerts for the Grateful Dead. Like,
of course it was. Of course it was.
I'm like this, and then it's giving like Neuralink. Like,
oh
I
my
don't
god.
know.
Oh, there's acid
Scully.
kingpin Tim Scully, like right next to him.
He wrote a part in this. Tim Scully wrote a part in this, so he probably funded some of Tim Scully's stuff as well. It says Tim Scully modifying software for a computerized physiological monitoring and biofeedback system experiments lab.
In some ways, I feel like we've never been closer over the target of something like all of our just like Grateful Dead sus, like MK Ultra, 60s, counterculture was weird.
Chomsky sus.
Yeah, Chomsky sus, Epstein scandal, Stanford, like eugenics research, Michael Aquino's mother, like all of it's like it's like starting to cohere in this way that is like terrifying, but it's like holy shit, like yeah, there's like not that many people that are engaged in sort of active measures. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
and the gifted stuff ties into it big too, because Krippner, he's on the Worldwide Council for Gifted Children. He's also on the Robert Monroe advisor team.
Monroe Institute.
Yeah, the Monroe
I caught
Institute.
that like reference to like certain experiments with talented individuals or whatever.
Yeah,
like,
I caught your laugh there.
What? Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah, really it's interesting how it all ties together, and the Edge part is just really blowing my mind right now. I wrote down those names because I'm like, wow. Is that Dyson, as in like not the company Dyson, is it?
I don't believe so. Freeman Dyson, let me see. He's I forget if he worked on like the Manhattan Project or something. He's a British-American physicist and mathematician who was big in like quantum field theory and like came up with a lot of like very influential concepts. I think he might have been involved in like World War II, sort of like cutting edge. Let me see actually he was in the operational research section of RAF Bomber Command as a 19-year-old, where he developed analytical methods for calculating the ideal density for bomber formations, and then went back into academia. He's a big Wittgenstein guy, I guess. Or actually, no, maybe not. But he was in a college at the same time.
For him to be in.
He was at the University of I think he was at Cambridge at the same time. Oh, no, Trinity College, where he was there at the same time as Wittgenstein. He was friends with Oliver Sacks, the British neurologist, naturalist, whatever. And I wonder. Oh, okay, he became friends with Richard Feynman, another Edge Santa Fe Institute. Epstein kind of adjacent guy. He might have died, but he's one of these like really old people. So yeah, worked with like Oppenheimer, and then went to the Institute for, let's see. Yeah, Oppenheimer offered Dyson a lifetime appointment at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton in 1952, and that's where he stayed for the rest of his career. He worked on Project Orion, which proposed the possibility of space flight using nuclear pulse propulsion. So like really like, cutting edge like nuclear transportation and weapons kind of designs. He worked on like a kind of nuclear reactor designs and technology, and let me see. He pretty much, the Space Studies Institute. Oh, actually, in 2003, he was the president of the Space Studies Institute, which was founded by Gerard O'Neill, who was like the orbital colonies guy that Stuart Brand became a huge champion of in the 70s. So that might be actually like where his paths and like the Brockman Edge network, but also through his daughter by that point, because his daughter was such an early internet head, like going back to the 80s, that, he easily could have met them. But I remember I'm pretty sure like in the newest, like, Epstein files, like DOJ official drop, there was a collection of what looked like a party at Jeffrey Epstein's mansion where Esther Dyson, George Dyson, and Freeman Dyson were all there at Epstein's house, like at a party with John Brockman and a bunch of other scientists and physicists and shit like that. That wasn't even like an Edge Billionaires dinner. That was like a separate party dinner gathering or whatever, on top of the others. So like, and then when you throw in the, like, Christine Maxwell was like on the board of the Internet Society and knew all these people and was in the Bay Area on the ground, as was their other sister. That entire time, like, yeah, like all these people know like the Epstein-Maxwell network. Like,
yeah, and I ended up searching Esalen and like the Epstein drop, and I saw that there was this section from what looked like it was like a For Dummies book. It looked like it was like Massage for Dummies.
Oh, yeah. I think that was given to Virginia Roberts Giuffre. According to her memoir, I think Epstein like gave it to her, or Ghislaine maybe gave it to her as like kind of a half joke, like, or, you know, but also like to help her.
It references like Esalen is like one of the top places to go to learn massage and stuff. And I was like, that's interesting.
Yeah, that's a little yikes.
Like, I wonder who's behind the For Dummies books, or maybe it was just a gag gift unrelated, but Esalen hit with that.
The other thing that that Freeman Dyson was involved with for a very long time was the Jason Group. Are you familiar with that?
Never heard of it.
This is it's like all caps Jason Group. I remember reading about it in some book about like drone warfare, because a lot of like bleeding edge like DARPA technology and stuff like kind of came out of this sort of, you know, this like classified group of like high level scientists that would meet and advise on cutting edge technology. And it was created as like a reaction to the Sputnik launch to kind of have like a kind of a Manhattan Project kind of little, you know, kind of loose think tank to brainstorm new ideas. One of the biggest things that they got notoriety for was the Robert McNamara's like Vietnam line electronic barrier, which was like kind of an early that's kind of like that's the Phoenix program DNA of the early internet in a way, because it was trying to make this like distributed sensor system for like the Ho Chi Minh Trail to like electronically surveil and do counterinsurgency against, you know, like North Vietnamese, you know, fighters and stuff.
Like, what was it? Like an imaginary, like a laser that would be tripped by like foot movement or something?
I think they would put like these little sensors like out at various points that would, I don't know, they emitted a radio frequency or something like that.
Wow.
But the idea was that then they would be monitored by a computer back in Saigon. And, you know, they would be able to like boop, like detection, like Ho Chi Minh Trail is being used right now. And then you could go like bomb it. That was pretty much the idea. And that was like one of the early things that like kind of, you know, DARPA and like the Jason Society was involved in basically, it's a kind of like an electronic surveillance fence sort of thing that, and apparently it did not work very well because it was easily like disruptible by the, you know, the guerrilla fighters that were, you know, sneaking along the trail. Like they would like either break the sensors or they would like take them and put them somewhere else, like, and like trick them. Like they did all kinds of stuff, and they kind of like frustrated with it, I think. But then I think some of those ideas and like and the lessons they learned from it kind of might have filtered their way back to early Silicon Valley. And it shows you the kind of like counterinsurgency aspect of the internet like is there from the very, very beginning, like of surveillance and early threat detection.
It kind of makes me think about like, you know, them using these communications, and like I haven't read, you know, Mind War or anything like that, but it really makes me think of the whole like panopticon like idea of, you know, having people feel that they're surveilled all the time, and also making like an example out of a few people that have been surveilled in front of like the masses, to make people kind of self-regulate themselves and stay in fear. And it kind of just, I don't know, I just always think of, you know, how these surveillance things are really used to psychologically mess with us and keep us imprisoned.
Yeah,
totally. Absolutely. And just to throw a little fun thing about the Jason Society is I guess most of their, for administrative purposes, the Jason Group's activities are run through the MITRE Corporation, which I guess now is based in McLean, Virginia. But that was an organization that was heavily tied to MIT that the serious Professor Chomsky worked for, I think, like in the 1960s, developing that kind of computer language for generals to use to like program like nuclear weapons launches and shit like that. Like, you know, even though he claims he never worked for like weapons projects, but he totally did. And it was through the MITRE Corporation. So
MITRE, is that like an acronym? Is it
yeah, it's an acronym. So it's a MITRE. It's usually capitalized.
This is funny, actually. In 2023, Simpson Garfinkel for MIT Technology Review studied hundreds of archival documents and could not determine the origin of MITRE's name. Howard Murphy, a historian at the State University of New York at Oneonta, was quoted in Technology Review, Oneonta, I guess, was quoted in Technology Review as saying that the company's incorporators chose the name MITRE because it was the French spelling of the English word mitre, a smooth joining of two pieces. I'm thinking of like a priest's hat, right? Isn't a priest's hat a mitre?
Yeah, or it's not like the thing they swing incense from or whatever.
No, that's like a censer, I think. A mitre is like the hat that I guess it's worn by bishops and certain abbots.
Yeah, interesting.
That's what I associate with a mitre at first. You know, it might also mean like a smooth joining of two pieces. I don't even know that English word. Mitre, M-I-T-E-R.
No, it's M-I-T-R-E.
No. But they're saying that mitre with M-I-T-R-E is the French spelling of the English word mitre, which I've never heard. Mitre joint. Okay, I see this is a thing. A woodworking joint. Okay, whatever. I guess maybe that's a thing, but okay, fine. But yeah, it seems like the origin of the name is like mysterious. And
there's
like,
always
don't really know.
It always seems like there's like this like spiritualist, mysterious, you know, behind all these like science things. Like, I don't know, they always want to tie it into whether it be, I'm just like reading Stanley Krippner's autobiography, and he's just like, you know, referencing all these science discoveries and stuff that came from, you know, visions and LSD trips and things like that. And it's just like, it's such a trip that people are like, these people are like really, it's a kind of cult, like a kind of religion where they're all, you know, linked even from like the ARE Edgar Cayce Foundation way back, you know, the Theosophists, they all seem to, the Gurdjieff I'm really running into a lot since, you know, listening to your podcast and doing further research. Like Charles Tart, this guy who was really linked to Stanley Krippner, he wrote an obituary for him. He was believed in Gurdjieff. And he's just having this interview on Jeffrey Mishlov's Thinking Aloud and talking about how like, oh yeah, Gurdjieff believed in you could, you know, con or do bad to anybody who didn't believe this or that because they're lower than. And I'm just like, where do these people get off? It's so crazy. Like, this is just so wild.
I just had my memory jogged a little bit. This was like a thread that I didn't quite like fully follow up on, but I remember when reading, I think it was reading something about Epstein's like 50th birthday book and maybe like stuff about his early life that had been written. But, you know, Stanley Krippner, I'm glad you like brought him back to our attention because I was reading some things about him. You know, first of all, for decades, he was an executive faculty member and the Alan Watts Professor of Psychology at Saybrook University in Oakland, California. And was formerly the director of the Kent State University Child Study Center.
Yes.
And this is the interesting one. Director of the Maimonides Medical Center Dream Research Laboratory in Brooklyn, New York from 1964 to 1972. And then was also an associated distinguished professor at the California Institute of Integral Studies. Which is, you know, sus alert, in the Bay Area. That's the whole Esalen crowd. But I was looking into it because I was trying to follow up a lead about young Jeffrey Epstein growing up in Brooklyn and the Maimonides Medical Center in Brooklyn, which
it's a hospital, right?
I think it is. Yeah, it's a dream research laboratory. And we do know that Jeffrey Epstein was like a little bit of a gifted child, a piano prodigy who went to Interlochen. And let me see if there was like a medical center.
And I was like, that overlaps. And like the weirdest thing to me too is the Kent laboratory overlaps to some weird stuff I'm researching on like MK Ultra and the Gifted program. Like all of these times are very, very strange. Like the exact years he's at the Kent State Laboratory is when an MK Ultra subproject 136 is funded for like finding children with psychic ability, weird stuff. Mitch Horowitz wrote a article on this guy named Charles Hoare Norton, who went to go work at the Maimonides Dream Lab with Stanley Krippner. And it's weird because I'm reading this article, and down a ways it talks about how when he was 13 years old, he contacted these researchers because he had read everything there was to read about psi research and parapsychology or whatever, and he wanted to be involved. So then they have him like start helping, and I don't know at what age they have him start helping at Maimonides, but I'm just like 13 years old, and it's just like Mitch Horowitz, I know.
Yeah, and who was this that said that they, when they're 13, they wrote to
Charles Hoare Norton? Let me see how to get the spelling on that. But Mitch Horowitz wrote an article all about like his life, and I was like, oh, Maimonides. That's how I came across it. Was just like searching. Let's see, Maimonides Charles.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what the hell got me looking in the Maimonides Dream Research Center. If like his mother mentioned something about it in a letter to Epstein, or because like
no way,
like,
no way.
Did he recommend that to like? Because I remember he was like, only have Jews. Like take care of your health, like that
yeah.
and stuff.
Well, because I mean, it would line up. I think he was born in what, like 1955 or 56. So it would line up to be like between the ages of like 8 and like 16 would be like when Stanley Krippner was at the Maimonides Dream Research Center, which I think did a lot of like studies on like gifted children and shit like that. And
yeah, they did. And his stepdaughter was working there. I believe her name was Carrie, but she has a different last name. His wife, he's like writing in Charles Tart's obituary, and he's like, oh, I really admired like Charles Tart and his wife's relationship. Like my ex-wife and my stepdaughter like refused to talk to me, and it makes sense. Like, why would they? And I'm like, what did he do? And he talks about like how he took like mescaline or something, and how then Charles Tart's children got into the tub with him. And I'm just like, what is going on here? Like, is this like a whole like ring of people that think that children aren't children? Like, what's going on?
The Gurdjieffian vibe is, like Gurdjieff.
Or just like Scientologists too, like the whole like, oh, like children and like they're just adults in little bodies, and like the child labor that they do and stuff. Like, I don't know. It's all very weird.
The NAMBLA crowd that nobody seemed to have a problem. Everyone's like best friends with Alan Watts with Allen Ginsberg. And nobody thought to be like, hey, that's kind of like sus that he's like a huge advocate for NAMBLA. Like,
right?
And
like
nobody seems
Walter
to mind.
Breen, like the Walter Breen connection.
Yeah.
Like, what? But the name is Charles Honorton.
Honorton?
Norton.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and in this Mitch Horowitz, it talks about how he he started corresponding with J.B. Rhine from his home at age 13 after he had consumed all the books on parapsychology at his local laboratory. So like J.B. Rhine really ties into like all these people that branched off from him, because Krippner was also doing research for J.B. Rhine.
Right.
And also this woman named Margaret Anderson, who was a principal of a school, who used to be, I believe, a math teacher, and this librarian named Rhea White, and they were doing experiments on children before like the gifted program started. Like, of course, there was Lewis Terman's, but it wasn't like the GATE program or whatever.
Yeah, that was after Sputnik, I think, that they really rolled out. Yeah.
Yeah, and so their mentor was this lady named Edna Oswalt. Oswalt. Yeah, I think it's one S. And she was doing like weird thyroid experiments on mice and how it affected their behavior or something like that, injecting them with things. But she's doing like a bunch. She has like her archive that I'm reading. Like you can just see the titles, you can't get to it unless you go to the archive. Mm-hmm. It's like stuff on like hypnotizability scale, like how hypnotizable people are, all these like gifted, she's like very involved in the gifted program. And in Ohio, she like made efforts to make gifted programs instead of just being like at universities where parents used to take their kids to the college to like, investigate their talent or whatever. Mm-hmm. They're like, no, we need to do this in public schools because like we're really missing out here. Like, look at the Soviets, we're behind.
Yeah. They had to cultivate their human capital, right? And
the resource. It's our most important resource or something.
Right.
Like that.
So I mean, yeah, this Maimonides Dream Center was like aggressively and it was actually supported by federal grants in the 70s to do research on ESP and dreams and things like that. And
they were using stuff called the witch's cradle, where they would like bundle you up and spin you around. It's like a sensory deprivation thing. All sorts of really weird occult type stuff.
Yeah. There's actually a lot of articles about like the stuff in the 70s, a laboratory approach to the nocturnal. In 1962, a dream laboratory was established at the Maimonides Medical Center for the investigation of telepathy and dreaming. Then an article from 1978, Getting Serious About the Occult in the Atlantic, that talks about Charles Onnington. So I guess that was kind of involved. Oh Brave New World. Psychokinesis. It's paywalled, so I can't see it. But there's
the Grateful Dead thing too that you got. You're like Grateful Dead is stuff. They were sending stuff back from that lab to Grateful Dead concert to somebody at the Maimonides lab.
Yikes! I mean, I'm trying to find anything. The closest thing I can find that's not proof of anything, but it is interesting. In Crane's New York Business, this is from a few years ago. Alan Dershowitz, a criminal defense lawyer who has represented former President Trump and late financier Jeffrey Epstein, is joining a Brooklyn organization's campaign to, quote, save Maimonides Medical Center by potentially ousting and replacing its leadership. So I guess like that could be just a whatever. It's like a big Jewish hospital. So maybe he's I don't know. It's kind of paywalled, so I can't see who he partnered with to oust the board and replace its leadership and save it, but he's definitely pro this hospital. So I do wonder if there's any, if maybe he knows about some of the groundbreaking research they've done. I forget. I wanted to see who set it up. I remember looking into that. And
you said Alan Dershowitz, right?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
So I'm like, so a lab that's involved in studying gifted children and a man who's involved in trying to push the age of consent lower, and involved with Epstein. My Kill Bill siren is just going off. I can't help it. Like,
I'm trying to see when it actually was founded. Let me see. When did it open? 1911. Okay, it was the New Utrecht Dispensary, and it treated 10 patients, and then it raised funds for something called the Zion Hospital in 1913, and then purchased the property, and then got chartered as a hospital. There's really not a lot. Okay, and then it was a merger between the United Israel Zion Hospital and Beth Moses Hospital in 1947, named after Rabbi Moshe ben Maimon, a 12th century Jewish philosopher and doctor.
Famous guy.
So I mean, it just it didn't. The Wikipedia article is very bare. It doesn't say anything about having like a dream center. I don't think. Maybe just like a brief mention, but it's just like, oh, it's just a hospital. So none of that history. You have to go looking elsewhere for that history. It's actually going to merge with NYC Health Plus Hospitals, which I guess is a different hospital.
The Institute for Mental Health was funding the Dream Lab research there. I think I ended up reading that somewhere.
Yeah, there was a federal grant that it got in the early 70s, I think. Yeah, to do ESP. Yeah, so New York City technically taking over Maimonides Hospital in Brooklyn. It was just announced 2 days ago. So I guess it's going to become like a city hospital now.
Wow.
Yeah. I guess Alan Dershowitz didn't save it from whoever, I don't know, the city. But that's a really interesting thing to like look into more, because it's like I don't find anything with Epstein, like, but if he was one of the subjects at this hospital in like the ESP, like Indigo Child, whatever the fuck, like, oh boy, like Jimmy Fallon Gong, first threw the topic out there years ago that like, what if Epstein was selected as like a gifted child and kind of groomed for the role he would ultimately play? And there's just something so stubbornly like, that kind of feels like, like a guy, some kid like this from Coney Island doesn't just drop out of the sky and become the most powerful person ever. Like,
That's been my theory on the, I've been like researching the gifted program for so many years now, and I haven't published anything because I just want to kind of be sure of my theories. But it's like, to me, it seems like they kind of found kids that, it started as a eugenics program, and the people that I'm reading about that were Stanley Krippner's mentor, like Paul Whitty, they were like, oh, we want to expand what it means to be gifted, like outside of just intelligence and like creativity and people that think outside the box, and like also like we want it to be more diverse. But like you read about all these people having these terrible eugenics beliefs where they're thinking like, oh, we need to take the best of like the highest IQ of each race and like have them breed, and like it's just really weird stuff. Like, Breen having his like dating group that he organized and whatnot, and Jack Sarfati's link to that. It just really makes you wonder. My whole theory has kind of been that like the gifted program is like possibly, allegedly, I don't know, for entertainment purposes only, some kind of grooming program where they're finding like, okay, what can we like push this person into? Is it the NSA? Is it, the CIA? Is it, being in the counterculture movement and being an LSD trafficker? Like, it just looks like there's all these.
I mean, this links back to what we were saying before. Like, I don't think that like the sort of reasons that are provided for any of these gifted programs that are like, oh, like kids who are too gifted get like depressed in classes with like, the subhuman normal kids or whatever, like they'll just get so sad having to be around these imbeciles, and so it's for their own good. They need to go like be isolated and made to do tests on how psychic they are. Like that's
they literally refer to it as being segregated. Like I'm literally reading articles where it's like, we should segregate the gifted children. And I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah. Right. No. And I mean, like in my school, growing up, like in my elementary school, I think that maybe once I was in like, middle and high school, they still might have had those programs. It might have been a little bit different, but I remember like they would be like pull-out programs, which I think even people who are into like gifted and talented education, they like say that those like don't even like work or serve any like constructive purpose, like based on their own like research, like these kind of like pull-out programs. They take the like quote unquote gifted kids out of the normal classroom and like do some kind of sus thing with them for like a certain period of time and then bring them back. That has been like discredited like as having any kind of like positive effect on like the achievement of those kids. Like, I mean, to me it's like obvious that like it's like, okay, well, how can these kids like, I mean, like when we think about like, why these things were started and the stories of people like Jack Sarfati or whatever, like it's obviously like there's a utilitarian purpose, there's an instrumental purpose to like this, which is like, okay, how can we leverage the like intelligence, the special gifts of these kids? It's not about like, what's best for the kids at all.
I went through that program where they're pulling me out of, math and, English lessons to do, I don't know what, I don't have memory from it, which is the weirdest thing. And like, it all started coming back to me. I worked at a school for a brief period of time in elementary school. So I was like, wait, like, memories started coming back to me. I was like, that's weird because that's not right. And I wouldn't be able to like, it just started coming back to me and so I started asking people questions about it. And now these people are like, talking on Reddit, subreddits about it and everything. And it's just getting really strange. But the weird thing is not all of them are like that. I think it's certain areas like Ohio, California, New York. There's certain hubs where like the gifted programs were different than just enrichment. Areas that
there's
were
evidence
spiritual, like the whole aspect of like Jack Sarfati being called by a mechanic computer and like Puharich's tie-in and everything. It's like there's a very spiritual, hypnotizing aspect. The part of him like walking around glazy-eyed, like I don't know, it just reminds me of like Jimmy's first episodes of like Hitler being hypnotized, being told like, you're special, you're great, you're like, you're this and you're that. And like, what are the unintended consequences of that? And, maybe it does cause people to get depressed when they aren't special. They realize they aren't, and it's just, the whole thing seems very strange and hypnotic, especially the whole, oh, my mom said I was walking around glazy-eyed for a while after those calls.
Well, I mean, I certainly think that like, I mean, there's certainly like a phenomenon in the sort of like popular discourse of like gifted kid burnout where it's like, oh, how come I'm not like the superhero that I was told that I was or something like that? Like, therefore I must be a burnout. Like, I think Epstein like did experienced that in some way. And I do think that like the idea that he skipped 2 grades, which is crazy. Like I only ever heard of that on TV. I never knew anyone. I knew plenty of like smart people, you know, like I never knew anyone who skipped a grade.
You know who else did? The Unabomber.
You know who else almost did?
Well, did he skip 1 grade or 2?
I think he skipped 2. I think he went to like he might have been.
It might have been more common back then.
Because I felt like he was 16 when I thought he was 16 when he went to Harvard.
That's the weird thing is like if you look up like articles about Tyler, you'll see them describe him as a gifted kid. If you look up articles about Columbine, Dylan, gifted. It's just like really strange, you know, like seeing like what are these people groomed for and do they have a memory of it? And like I don't know. It's just like there's certain universities involved. Like Krippner went to Northwestern University, which Andrea Puharich also went to.
Chicago, yeah, kind of a hotbed of the occult in a way.
Yeah, so there's all these really, I don't know, these people have really deep spiritual beliefs that they don't talk about, but sometimes they let out in like their autobiographies or obituaries or whatnot. But I don't know, just the links are very strange. Like I'm seeing Stanley Krippner reference Aldous Huxley's Island book.
Oh yeah.
You know, that's really concerning. One. Yeah, the whole like idea of like, you know, an island and experimentation that's you know, rich people funding whatever. It's just like interesting to see this Dawkins figure too, funding all these different things that influence us. Like when I read Apple, I was like, wait, what? That's huge, and it's linked to all these parapsychology labs through the same building and the same person. It's very strange.
Right.
I don't know the whole Apple link there, but I do know that they're involved in somehow the U.S. festivals, and they're saying that that's linked to like ending the Cold War.
Oh yeah. I think Wozniak and Steve Jobs, and you know, Steve Jobs, like one of his formative experiences was going to the 1966 Trips Festival in San Francisco that was thrown by the Merry Pranksters and Stuart Brand, you know, where I think he dropped acid and got, you know, psychedelic pilled kind of, you know, way back then. I'm seeing here that Stanley Krippner like met, you know, Timothy Leary, William S. Burroughs, and Gerald Hurd at like a conference panel by the American Psychological Association about psilocybin and other psychedelics in 1961. And then he wrote Leary a letter expressing his desire to volunteer for the Harvard Psilocybin Project, which he did in 1962. So like early in the 60s, like when Leary and Alpert were starting out with this stuff, he was already like on that tip. And then like this section here blew my mind. Krippner was introduced to Mickey Hart, one of the drummers of the Grateful Dead, at a birthday party for Alla Rocca in New York in 1967. Very early. Hart wanted to ask him about hypnosis and its potential to improve his drumming. This meeting led to a long relationship between Krippner and the band. Krippner would hypnotize Hart and fellow drummer Bill Kreutzmann in order to help them better sync their drumming. Honestly, that's an argument that's an argument against hypnosis working.
That's literally Svengali, but yeah, I guess it didn't work this time. It's funny.
Not known for being the most on-time drummers ever, to say the least. And then in 1971, they collaborated with him on their ESP shows at the Capitol Theater in New York. At some point during the concert, slides projected on a screen above the stage would advertise the phrase, "You are about to participate in an ESP experiment," then show them a picture and encourage them to use ESP to send the picture to a man named Malcolm Besant, sleeping at the Maimonides lab 45 miles away. Krippner published the results of these experiments in an article titled "An Experiment in Dream Telepathy with the Grateful Dead" in the Journal of the American Society of Psychosomatic Dentistry and Medicine. Interesting.
Dentistry.
Interesting. Yeah. So, like, that he met Alan Watts.
Besant, like Besant, like Annie Besant, or is it spelled different?
It's an E. Yeah.
It's Besant.
Yeah.
I guess it's like Bessent.
Yeah.
Okay.
So not Besant. Yeah, unfortunately.
Okay. Interesting. I mean, there's so much to say. Like one thing that I want to mention, what could be a Robert Maxwell connection. Here in Stanley Krippner's autobiography, he says, when Science Research Associates, SRA, asked me to give a workshop in Cleveland. I was about to turn them down because of a class conflict, but my assistant, France Dillon, volunteered to fill in for the class, and her generosity launched me on a series of SRA-sponsored workshops on learning disabilities that continued for over a decade. So SRA was sold by IBM, I believe, to Robert Maxwell, if I remember correctly.
Which entity was?
SRA, Science Research Associates.
That's the irony is dark with that one, I would say, with that acronym.
Yeah, it's the satanic ritual abuse.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
Yep, SRA. Yeah.
Yeah, let me see. Robert Maxwell.
He acquired them in 1988.
Yep.
So
IBM sold it to him. Yep.
It doesn't say what year this was, but it's right after he mentions being part of the National Association for Gifted Children. There's also, he says he got an award from like a government. There's this guy named Hal C. Lyons who was in the Navy, and he's like writes this autobiography that's super weird and disturbing, and it starts out with him being, I don't know, it's just really weird. He's like talking about being in the tubs at Esalen and like having a hard on, excuse me. He's just a really weird dude. And he was involved hugely in the government's like gifted program. I want to find the exact quote and send it in the grotto, but then I guess that got taken down by the government. It was no longer an entity. But he's a very, very strange figure that's tied into all his like strange spiritual beliefs. He's tied into Esalen and the gifted program in some ways. And it's just so many people that are tied. It's hard to follow, but that Hal C. Lyons thread is one that I've been trying to follow.
Okay, that's a good name to bookmark. Wow, this opens up a whole kind of new avenue because, I just feel there's something here with the gifted child thing, with Epstein, with kind of raising these people to be like assets for their whole life, and then Robert Maxwell, his deep investment in all these like scientists and scientific publications, changing images of man.
One of Krippner's big mentors was this guy Gardner Murphy, who him and his dad were eugenicists, but like his son became like, the positive eugenicists, they call them, where they're like just talking about like, instead of stopping people from living, I guess, breeding a specific, like it's still eugenics. Come on. Like, it's not positive.
There's no there's no difference. I guess like the negative eugenics would be like exterminating people actively, whereas the positive eugenics is like breeding people to be superior beings, and therefore like breeding certain qualities out of existence.
Gene
maxing. Okay. Wow, so progressive.
Yeah, well, I guess I don't know if like you can really call yourself positive if like the negative is like literally like death camps. Like,
yeah, right.
It's not, it's kind of like, all right.
But these people
and
believe
it's the same rationale, and like there's no like philosophical difference really. I guess,
they believe in social Darwinism.
Yeah.
They believe in social Darwinism, so I think they believe that if they just do nothing but optimize all the best people, then like naturally Darwinism will take its course, and like people will eventually die out. Or if you could like Yosha Bach said to Epstein, if we could just like encourage people to not have kids, like that'd be great. Like
it's this weird,
well, he actually said like kill people. He
right. Yeah. He said useless eaters will have to die, but
he said I mean, I don't like, again, I don't know if
something
that was
like
direct, wait, I don't want to misrepresent his direct quote, but he did say something about like it's a natural people die at a certain time, like why not sooner? Something like that. Yeah.
Just exploring.
It's like it was like a natural question, he said. Like that would come up. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then also Ryan, his mentor, was another eugenicist, William McDougall, and like people get like the McDougall Award for their research or whatever, but the guy was a huge eugenicist. Like
naturally, wow, yeah, it is eugenics all the way down, kind of, in a lot of ways. Yeah. Fascinating.
This is a weird paragraph from the Wikipedia article for Science Research Associates. I don't know where this comes from. It's like uncited, but like the Wikipedia article like suddenly starts talking in like the first person. It says, in 1992, SRA joined with Gateway Educational Products Limited so they can release the Learn to Read program. So they can release the Learn to Read program known as the SRA Reading Power Program by Don H. Parker. we recommend that they should complete the Learn to Read product known as the Hooked on Phonics program before moving on to the SRA Reading Power program.
Oh my God.
What do you mean we recommend? Who's we? Where did you come from?
I did Hooked on
just
Phonics.
Like randomly segues into this.
Yikes.
Well, I guess they yeah. So I guess that they are behind that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did Hooked on Phonics? I remember seeing the commercials for it, but I never actually did it.
It was everywhere in the 90s,
Yeah.
Before they abolished phonics for a while.
Yeah. Speed reading seems to be a big part of like what they were trying to teach people on the gifted program as well.
There was definitely a vogue for speed reading at the time. Yeah, I remember like it seeming cool, but then like I remember like when I finally realized what speed reading was, which was kind of like not fully reading. It was kind of like, the allure of it like was lost kind of. It was like, wow. But yeah, people were taking like speed reading courses and things like that. It's just like, all right.
Yeah. Well, I think we got a couple more people in the waiting room, but this was fascinating info, Kay.
Yeah, thanks for coming
fascinating
on.
info from you too. I'm like, wow, it ties into The Edge is crazy. Thanks for taking my question and talking with me about this crazy book. I'll let you know if I find some other stuff. I just barely started reading it, so I'm sure there's a bunch in there.
Of course, please do.
Well, I hope you have a good New Year's.
All right, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Peace out. All right. I'm gonna step away for one more second.
Okay. Well, while you step away, I will give some air time to some of what Starline G15 has been posting because there's some interesting stuff in here. For those who are not watching or not keeping up with the live chat, we have this commenter, Starline G15 here, who says, "I was a goon at DEF CON for like a decade. Very interesting community. Cowboys to 2600 Yankee. 2600 Mag and their Hope conference is more commie, and IMO sort of more FBI affiliated. DC/Black Hat/B-Sides is more military defense, CIA cowboy versus West Coast Yankee commie." Interesting. But of course, every agency is at DEF CON. I just mean it's more military and CIA in terms of the staff. So what do you mean by you were a goon? Like this is like a, like you were kind of a, like working the conference or, anyway, I'll keep reading what you wrote here because I remember there's some interesting stuff below. Sasha Shulgin, that is, was a colleague of Dr. Howard Cornfield, the rehab doctor that reached Prince one day too late via his son Andrew in a group adjacent to Esalen. They're part of the larger community of scientists and clinical and policy people on the issue of psychedelic therapies. So think MAPS conference, but private and more directly related to Esalen. It's where I first heard that Joe Rogan would be the new ambassador this time for cannabis and DMT. Before that, it was McKenna with mushrooms and peyote. Before that, it was Leary and LSD/MDMA. Don't underestimate cannabis as a psychedelic. That's Hawk. I agree. That can loosen individuals up for a lot of societal change. I mean, this is one of my maybe unpopular takes, but yeah, like I think people have started to kind of notice this. I remember Benghazi eBooks on Twitter recently had this happen where like kind of got dogpiled a little bit for like sort of mentioning that she had like two like ex-boyfriends who were in kind of the cannabis industry and had been involved in like not medicalization or like legalization efforts. I think one of those. I think it was legalization, like the later thing of just like full legalization. But like and they said like don't trust weed from dispensaries. And I think certainly there's other testimony to that. But I mean I feel like it is. I don't know. Stay vigilant, folks. That's all I'm saying. I know people out there like love their weed, but watch out. I smoked weed like for many years. It's not like I'm not someone who has any familiarity with it. I would say that like in terms of like weed, I actually know. I know what I'm talking about like fully. People could sort of shade my the extent of my psychedelic experience more broadly, but when it comes to weed, I think I speak from a place of reasonable authority. I think that it does make one, I mean, the things that they say about it are true. Like you kind of, it demotivates you. It makes everything interesting. It makes you content to just kind of like sit there, and it definitely does make you more receptive to certain things. Sorry, that's a bit of a tangent of what you were saying. I'm gonna scroll down and see if you elaborated on anything in terms of whether you were a goon. I guess you didn't answer that. Can you please mention how Joy Ito's Epstein connection could have given Epstein a backdoor access to LiveJournal? I didn't know that. Remember how he had that project about an AI doll for girls? I actually don't remember that. Did I read that in the emails? He wanted to create a doll for girls that like, I'm looking this up. Epstein funded robot Sophia. Huh. Yeah. Okay. Now I vaguely remember this. The Hong Kong company behind Sophia the robot, Hanson Robotics, has categorically denied that Epstein had any role in funding or creating its robot. An essay detailing his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, journalist Edward J. Epstein, the two aren't related, wrote that the late financier said he was funding a robot named Sophia. The journalist noted that Epstein said the robot he was funding was being developed in Hong Kong, and that robots like Sophia could eventually be used to assist the elderly. This suggested he would fund Sophia the robot, but they deny it. Huh, interesting. Oh, you're backward.
Oh,
okay.
yeah. Yeah, I'm back.
Yeah.
Let's see. All right. Let me pull up the next caller here. Getting close to the end. I will have to probably dip in like 30 minutes, but we have returning guest from the great country of Ireland, Matthew Tanamelji.
Hello.
Hello, Matthew.
Am I speaking too quietly? Please let me know. My family are sleeping, but I'll try and talk as loudly as possible. How are you?
Oh,
I can hear you fine.
Yeah, you're fine. Happy New Year. I assume it's probably in the middle of the night.
It is. I was awake very late and got up very late, so hence my night owl sort of nature tonight. It's a bad habit. I'm trying to get out of it, but you know. What time is it over there where you are?
6 p.m. for me.
I'm Eastern time, so it's 9 p.m. here.
Yeah.
Lovely. Now tell me, it looks like we've got a bit of an audience here today, 52 people, which is a nice number. Now tell me, what would you rather listen to about the Thomas Crooks case or the Omaha case?
I don't know, Dimitri. What do you think? I feel like
which Omaha case are you referring to? The Franklin scandal?
Yeah, I'm currently making a documentary about the unaired Discovery Channel thing that was made about the Franklin scandal.
Yes, right. The First Tuesday documentary.
Exactly. And a lot of people, you know, the producer, the director, cinematographer, sound recordist, a lot of people have been interviewed for it. But that's going to take a while. The one that I've actually been working on the script on while listening to your previous guests on the show is the Thomas Crooks podcast episode coming out in a month or two. Are you familiar with his background?
I actually, honestly, other than like kind of in the initial sort of like blush of all this information, like or you know of the event itself, like I haven't like really like followed up too much on that. I mean, yeah, like
this is the Trump assassin, right?
Yeah.
I'm a little familiar, but I'd be curious what you've maybe what you've dug up recently.
Yeah, because he was kind of a cipher at first. It seemed like there wasn't like too much known about him. I remember reading that like he just like kind of arbitrarily chose to go after Trump, like when, you know, he just wanted to shoot a politician. I remember that being like something that was floated early on, but I don't know, maybe you found something to the contrary.
Well, that's very possible. Now, believe it or not, a certain journalist who I think yourselves and I probably don't think too much of, named Tucker Carlson, managed to uncover some stuff, but he verified it, and the methodology was all documented and everything. It did kind of indicate that one day, you know, for a certain number of months, he was very angry about say Trump, and then suddenly he pivoted to be very angry about the other side, as it were, or maybe vice versa. So it definitely seemed like it was, it definitely seemed like it was probably just some arbitrary rage directed at whatever politician, this, that, and the other, as would be expected from someone with, severe mental health issues who's not really getting it dealt with properly. But the panic in Bethel Park, you might be interested in episode 1 of that podcast is up on my blog, and episode 2 is coming out on February 15th. I have February 15th down in my head as the date, and that date will never go away, so I'm looking forward to putting it out there. But in episode 1, there's some interesting stuff that you might be interested in hearing. I don't know how much you want to get into it, but I thought it might get your goat, if that makes sense. Have you listened to The Panic in Bethel Park?
I admittedly have not, but
that's okay.
Not yet, but yeah, you've got me very intrigued.
You can tell us. You can give us a teaser of it. Yeah.
Oh, that's all right. I was hoping you hadn't listened to it because it's some juicy stuff. So Thomas Crooks's uncle is a fella at Fort Gordon. You may have heard of Fort Gordon. It's where the NSA has a huge cryptologic center in Georgia, and it's where the Reality Winner case happened. If you're familiar with that.
Yes, very much so. One of several intercepted cases of whistleblower, if I recall. Yeah.
Some people wonder, are these whistleblowers sometimes working for a foreign government, or are they just upset and want to get something out there? I've no idea about Reality Winner, but what do you think? Do you think she was working for someone, or do you think she was just upset and wanted people to know something?
I remember the way, from what I've read about how she ended up sort of getting outed, and also like her stated motivations for wanting to leak classified information. I'm honestly not sure what exactly to make of it, because what kind of threw me was, of all the things to kind of get to go down for leaking to the press, it was something about, I don't know if it was actually like the Steele dossier information, but it was something about Trump's ties to Russia right after the 2016 election that she felt like needed to be put out into the public, but for whatever reason it was like classified and she wasn't allowed to say it. And I think she approached The Intercept, who published some of this information, and then one way or another her identity became known. I don't know if it was The Intercept just told them, or they looked through the kind of forensics of their interactions and found it. But either way, she got found out pretty quickly. And then they kind of like came down on her kind of hard and was like, oh, you maliciously like leaked all this stuff. But it just surprised me that it's like, because that information did eventually get out, and it became like gospel on MSNBC and all like the liberal side of like the establishment news for like the next several years. And then there was the Mueller report, or the Mueller investigation, and all of this stuff. And it kind of seems like, I don't know, like, like if this information hadn't come out, would like Russiagate never have happened? It felt like they wanted that to happen no matter what. And it was going to happen, and then they proceeded. So her kind of having to like go down, like get, in huge legal trouble for sharing this. It's like, just wait a week for like Rachel Maddow's like researchers to like get a tip from somebody. I don't know. Like it felt not, in contrast maybe to the, like, for example, the Chelsea Manning information that was eventually passed on to WikiLeaks. That had some real like tea in it about the general system, and it had the collateral murder, helicopter massacre video from Iraq, and it had, State Department cables, I believe, and things of that nature. And same with Snowden, even though like some of that surveillance stuff was known, but Snowden gave them allegedly like a very large archive with specific slides about various surveillance programs that were in operation, a lot of which were like classified. But then the Reality Winner one is just kind of like Trump is like has connections to Russia. Like that's not the most spicy classified intel ever. Like people were saying that publicly. people were throwing at different kinds of evidence, and it ultimately didn't like amount to like getting him on impeachment for that. There's still, I think there is some, especially with Russian organized crime, there's definitely some kind of connections that he has. But yeah, that's just my extended 2 cents about Reality Winner.
Right. Yeah. No, it's interesting. Yeah. No, it's a good point because you see, Dr. James Fritzy is the chief of surgery over there at Fort Gordon, where Reality Winner worked and leaked the document from. And he's Thomas Crooks's uncle. He's a neurosurgeon. And I'm not saying this in any sort of pointing fingers way. I just sort of laid it out in the podcast because I thought it was fascinating how this guy who caused a seismic political event nearly killing someone has all these relatives that are very high up in the military. He's a military neurosurgeon. He is Dr. James Fritzy. And another one of Thomas Crooks's uncles, I don't know if you knew this, is a Special Forces veteran named Lawrence Mako Sr. And he's friends with a bunch of CIA guys. So I just thought that was fascinating.
That
and
is
again,
interesting.
I don't really draw any. Yeah, I don't really draw any conclusions from it. I just sort of lay it out in the podcast how it was such an irony. At the very least, it was an irony that this kid was, related to all these sort of figures. Now, I don't even know if he was in touch with them. His family seemed a bit isolated from the rest of the family. I actually managed to phone a relative for episode 2, but very quickly she hung up on me as soon as she found out what this project was about, and she was probably about 89 years old, but she was a feisty person, and she said very loudly that she just does not want to talk. Goodbye, you put the phone down, so that was fair enough. And yeah.
It is odd. I mean, like, to date, has his family, like, come out and made any kind of statement about what their son did, or?
No one in the immediate family, and in fact, no one in the extended family either, really. There was one cousin, I think, who spoke to the New York Post last summer. And all he said was that basically we, or at least in his case, the cousin, he said he really didn't have any clue what was going on with Thomas Crooks and his family because they kind of kept themselves separate from the rest of the family, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
To a very extreme degree. Like, I'm talking like, the dad locking himself in a room at a family gathering to keep away from them, kind of thing. Really weird.
Oh, that's
stuff,
pretty odd. Do you know what did his parents do for a living?
They were licensed clinical social workers, I believe.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah, and Ken Silva was the journalist who I kind of focused on the first episode of the podcast. He got a hold of Thomas Crooks's autopsy report. They didn't list in the autopsy report some of the substances they tested for. I don't know why that was. Ken wasn't sure either, but some of the things they tested for, they just left out of the report. Like a bile, for instance, which is quite good for testing certain drugs. They just left that out of the report, which Ken and I and other people found very strange.
Wow, he was kind of a gifted child in a way. He was National Technical Honor Society.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
1530 SAT, not bad.
That's pretty good. Out of 1600?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
It would be dismal out of 2400, but
right.
Out of 1600, it's a.
Didn't he? I know this is a little bit like woo synchronicity, but didn't he like appear as an extra in a BlackRock commercial from like 2021 or something?
Yeah,
I think he did. Yeah.
Like just randomly, I guess. I mean, Butler, PA is not exactly like. I think it's pretty. It's in a more rural kind of like central. I forget if it's closer to Pittsburgh. I think it might be, but it's like not a huge place. It's got 13,000 people, and it's there's a lot of big. Pennsylvania is like a fairly big state on the East Coast, I would say, very long. So it is outside of Pittsburgh. It's like maybe I don't know. It's like an exurb, you could say, of Pittsburgh. But it is part. Okay, it's 35 miles north. Okay, so it's like a distant suburb of Pittsburgh. But
I think the BlackRock commercial thing definitely seems to be just a weird coincidence, really. I mean, it's
yeah.
it's definitely amusing in a kind of dark way, you know. So I don't know if any of the people in that commercial even got paid for being in that commercial. One of the people who'll be in episode 2 of the podcast told me that she interviewed several classmates. Dana Kennedy is her name. She's from like a tabloid newspaper over on the East Coast, but she did a kind of report on Thomas Crooks. So that's kind of what the second episode is, following her journey there in Butler. And she was told that like none of the kids even maybe got paid for being in that commercial. So I don't know how significant that is, but she thought it was pretty significant. But I don't know, maybe that's normal in a school kind of commercial thing with kids. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a little odd for such a wealthy company to like not pay extras for whatever. But yeah, I forget what the actual ad was for. Like in terms of BlackRock, it was for like their ESG, commitments or something like that. They're investing in our schools.
Teachers.
Their ESG commitments.
School teachers' pension funds, something like that. Yeah, but there's quite a bit of stuff. I don't want to give too much away because it'll be out in episode 2, but certainly, it's got quite a fascinating family. In fact, there's been some more backgrounds to some of the relatives that will be talked about in episode 2, and very upstanding people. But I just think it's fascinating again because of the irony of it. This kid came from such a seemingly good family and then did what he did. So I won't give away too much of it, but there's quite a bit coming up in episode 2. And episode 1 is already quite a bit of it that people will be able to hear. But certainly I think, some of the... are you aware of the unsubstantiated claims that the Heritage Foundation made about Thomas Crooks's phone appearing traced in Massachusetts?
No.
I had not heard that, no. The Heritage Foundation claimed that his phone had been traced to Massachusetts?
Yeah, they released some sort of report a few days after the shooting saying that they used, ad tracking data that they got from a data broker. And were able to find that certain phones, maybe several phones linked to, like, who had been traced. I'm not very technical, so I'll be bad at explaining this. Something like phones that had been detected in Crooks's home. One of them visited Plymouth, Massachusetts, which is where Plymouth Rock is, obviously, so it's just outside Boston. And it's a really random.
Well, it's pretty far from Boston. It's like several. It's like an hour at least. It might be more than that. But yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's a. I mean, it might maybe if you like drive. I feel like might be a bit further. But no, I guess it's a 48-minute drive, so it's like an hour. Yeah.
Yeah, I've never been to that part of the state, so I wouldn't really know. It just seemed like a kind of random place for this claim to be made.
It is random. That's like what struck out to me because, like, if it were just outside of Boston, then like that's a fairly big city, but like Plymouth is kind of like weird unless you're there for like tourism purposes to like see where the Pilgrims landed. Like it's kind of a not a super. I mean, again, like, is this like geodata reliable or is this like some bullshit from the Heritage Foundation? Like, how trustworthy is this? Because it is kind of interesting what they're saying, but I don't know how much to trust it.
I don't know how much to trust it either. And Ken Silva, the journalist in episode 1, he doesn't know how much to trust it either because, like, Heritage Foundation never released their proof for this claim. Even to this day, more than a year later, they've just never released proof of how they actually deduced this. They talked about how they did it, but they didn't offer any identifiable proof about, okay, here's this phone number that we used, or here's this individual's name that we can track or anything. They just never have done that. So everyone's a little bit skeptical about it, including myself. But I did manage, and I don't want to give too much away, it'll be in episode 2, but I did manage to basically sort of deduce one of the addresses that this phone apparently pinged at in Plymouth. And the results were certainly interesting, I will say that. Heritage Foundation drew circles on a map of where Crooks's phone pinged at in Massachusetts and, you know, Plymouth, that kind of thing. Most of them are at a hotel, but there's one house near the hotel where a circle is drawn around once, so presumably his phone pinged there a few times. And no one really commented on this. A couple of Twitter users commented on it. That was about it. Nothing more was done. So I looked into who actually lives at this house. And it turned out that, well, I'll just say some interesting people were associated with that address. But I'm not going to say what the address is because I don't want to dox anyone. But, like, you know, it certainly gave some quite... it was, let's just say, if the Heritage Foundation made all this up, they must have chosen that house very carefully, if you know what I mean.
Interesting. Interesting. I have my own guesses about who the type of people that might be the owners of that house.
Oh, feel free to share them. I'm all ears.
It wouldn't be somebody. It wouldn't be a group of a satanic persuasion, would it?
No, but that's an interesting theory.
Okay.
Why have you heard about something like that?
I guess that's more maybe
They're
Salem.
they're Salem. Yeah,
but they are. There's definitely a base of operations in Massachusetts for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is Salem
No,
near Plymouth?
that's they're. It's not really near Plymouth. I think it's actually in the opposite direction.
It's more inland, right?
Yeah, it's about the same distance from Boston, but I think that's really the. I mean, let me see where Salem to Plymouth. I'm looking it up. How far away they are, but yeah, no, they're actually it's even further from Salem than it is from Boston. Yeah, it's in the opposite direction, but yeah, I mean Plymouth. Yeah, Plymouth is a pilgrim territory, so yeah, they stay away from there. It's still you know the old Puritan wards are still up, whereas at Salem they've been destroyed by generations of witchcraft and the exonerations of the accused.
Right.
But yeah, I mean they also say that like basically they said what they did is they like were able to somehow like track the mobile phones that were like at Thomas Crooks's residence, which I guess it's kind of obscure like how they've done this, and I feel like there needs to be more transparency if they're like demanding an investigation into this, you know, like if you have this information then like lay your cards on the table, but you know but yeah, they claim that like they were able to trace like one of the phones to like an FBI office in Washington D.C.
Yeah, that's what they claimed. I'm not so sure about that, but I mean that's what they seem to say. In terms of how they did it, they say they took I think anyone can technically do this. I guess it just requires a lot of know-how. They said they got in touch with a data broker or an ad data company who were able to basically yeah, one of those sorts of situations where they're able to essentially, I don't know, do they buy the data or whatever? But there's a lot of money behind the Heritage Foundation, so I guess they probably have the money. I don't know much about the Heritage Foundation other than
they're a very like traditional Republican conservative sort of think tank.
Yeah,
I forget exactly their flavor and where they fell on the spectrum, but I feel like they were big in like the 1990s with like Newt Gingrich's like. You know, they're very much like free market, you know, cut government regulations, don't tax rich people.
I think they may have morphed a bit now, but yeah, like they're like kind of an old guard group.
Right. I forget if they're kind of like a little bit maybe on the more like maybe not never Trump kind of wing of like conservatives, but maybe a little bit more.
Well, they also
Mitch
were
McConnell,
like
Kevin McCarthy types.
Kind of, yeah. They're. I mean, I feel like they've shifted to be like pro-Trump now.
Probably.
Like they're kind of like I think famously like Project 2025, right, was a Heritage Foundation thing.
Right. Okay, so yeah, there's that aspect of it. That's probably the most relevant thing right now is that they sort of commissioned this big project paper of how to do a muscular overthrow of all the institutions, after Trump wins and blah blah blah. Which he has done a lot of that stuff that was in that white paper since elected.
I see. Because I mean, in terms of the Washington D.C. thing, the phone allegedly being traced also to D.C. shortly before his death. I mean, that could have just been a relative You know what I mean? Now, what's strange is his family was very closed off from the rest of the family, even though so many of them lived so nearby. Um, that Special Forces veteran I mentioned, who is a sort of uncle by marriage to Thomas Crooks.
Yeah.
One of his daughters, I think, lives only 5 minutes away, a 5 or maybe 2 minute drive away, actually, from Crooks's house. And she's actually a behavioral modification specialist, psychiatrist kind of person, behavior modification, trauma therapy, that kind of thing. And as I said, the uncle, so her father, Thomas Crook's uncle, is Special Forces veteran. He, I believe, lives in the DC area. So, I mean, it's possible this was just, it was just relatives visiting the house or something.
Right.
I mean, who knows? I mean, I don't know, but it's kind of fascinating either way if it's true.
Those are interesting backgrounds for a presidential assassin to have in his family.
Yeah.
With no discernible motive,
Yeah, it's very strange. Are you familiar with the sort of terrorist group that he was kind of superficially, at least, just kind of chatting to through YouTube comments? He was chatting with a member of a terrorist group about maybe a few years before the assassination attempt.
No, which terrorist group?
So I believe it was designated a terrorist group by the Justice Department in June of 2024. I think it was called the Nordic Resistance Movement. It's like a neo-Nazi.
Oh yeah, someone in the chat just mentioned this.
O9A
kind
of
again.
Yeah, is this like a 764 Atomwaffen, Temple of Blood? Like, this sounds like it's kind of in that vein.
It might be. I'm not sure.
Sounds like a more traditional white supremacist movement, kind of like Nordic resistance. Like,
maybe.
Yeah, I'm looking it up now.
Well, the Norwegian fella who was kind of chatting with Thomas Crooks, who he was a member of that group, the Norwegian guy, he's actually suing Tucker Carlson because, he obviously doesn't want to be defamed. I mean, there's no evidence that it went anything beyond a simple chit chat online. So I should mention that. I mean, Tucker Carlson might be finding himself in some legal trouble because of maybe the implications he was making. So I just want to make it clear there's no evidence at all this fellow was involved in anything to do with Crooks other than a bit of chit-chat. The comments Crooks made, though, were very violent in some of that chit-chat. He was talking about how can we storm the Capitol, or how can we do this and that, what weapons would we need. I mean, it was all very kind of sinister in terms of Crooks's comments. I don't know much about that Nordic resistance group. I mean, certainly
seems like they are basically just straight up neo-Nazis.
Oh, jeez, yeah. That's pretty horrible. Yeah, I mean, it was.
Their allies include the Atomwaffen Division, the Azov Battalion,
cool.
the Order of the Nine.
Oh, so they're liberal. That's fine.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It has a long history with the O9A that predates its ties to Iron March. This is according to the Iron March Forum and the Evolution of the Skull Mask Neo-Fascist Network from the CTC Sentinel, from the West Point Combating Terrorism Center.
So they are O9A inspired.
Well, they have a long history with it.
Okay.
Håkon Forwald, head of the Norwegian branch from 2010 to 2019, was a devotee of a Scandinavian O9A current, variously known as the Misanthropic Luciferian Order, the Temple of Black Light, and Current 218.
It's like Front
the magazine of the
218,
Finnish branch of the Nordic resistance movement featured articles on O9A spiritual practices and on the work of Kerry Bolton of the Black Order. All right, so there you go.
We got an O9A Satanist.
They do seem...
SJ kind of indicated again that Satanists are sometimes.
I mean,
radical
we've been
statement.
So overwhelmingly vindicated on that it outrages me to think that people would counter signal that. Although the amount of things that people kind of tut tut and kind of sneer at is unbelievable.
Doesn't look so silly now, does it? To talk about Satan being Satan as being sus, does it? They're shooting at presidents now.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, even though I'm very grateful for many of the things that SJ has brought to my life, one thing that I was thinking last night is unfortunate is that like at least like once a month I'll think about like some of the sort of like smaller podcasts that started around 2020 who like kind of tried to like beef with us to like suck up to like others, and like I get this like wave of secondhand embarrassment that is like so overwhelming. It like is just really distracting, and like I need to like take a minute to like ride through it. Like because like it's so humiliating, and for what? For nothing. Just to like like sputter out into oblivion. Anyway, sorry, that's a little bit of a digression. But yeah, so yes, they were allies. Yes, both with the you know, they were aligned both with the Azov Battalion and the 09A, it seems. Yeah.
Yeah, fascinating.
I did not know that. That is interesting. I don't know how I didn't really look at it. It's a bit depressing looking into movements like that or groups like that. So I haven't really looked into that Nordic resistance thingy or whatever. It sounds like you managed to do it in a few seconds. So
some of our earliest episodes were about the 09A back in 2020, and you know we were mindful. I feel like even when we did that of like, because it wasn't as well known, of like. I think that we put those behind a paywall for we didn't unlock those for a long time because we just didn't want to like arouse any kind of weird online little gang stalking interest from any of these like freaks that we know were like floating around online and in discords and infiltrate, like the emphasis they put on like doing insight roles and doing entryism on across the political spectrum into professional institutions, military, intelligence, like the amount of them that are like FBI informants. They're just like, it is scary because you get the sense that like not only do they like love evil and Nazism, but they're also like protected by like the feds sometimes in a weird way. Now it's a little bit, some of them have been like busted or rolled up, but then I think you do see some of these mass shootings now that it looks like there's some kind of grooming from like an 09A style group that got like some, you know, 20-year-old kid to go do something, and then it all gets kind of hushed up, you know?
Well, Ken Silva's theory from very early on, I think he said publicly on at least one occasion, his theory is that Thomas Crooks was probably groomed by something like that. I don't really know what to think. I mean, I'd almost say I'm leaning 60, maybe 55%. He probably had help in some way, but I don't know, was it a Fed or just some hooligan, you know, who knows? And then the other 50... My number, I'm bad at maths. 55% minus. Okay, so the other 45% is probably leaning towards him doing it alone, maybe. Because I mean, the kids seem very unwell, but also very clever, which maybe wasn't a very good mix, you know. So I don't know. But anyway, I'll leave you on this. There was some group, via school shooting prevention group, that did some work with the school group that Thomas Crooks' school was in when he went to school there near Pittsburgh. And so Ken Silva got in touch with this group. They're based in Colorado. And they said, oh, no, that was a mistake. You know, and they took it down off their website. And, like, to be fair, it probably was a mistake. Those sorts of errors happen all the time. But it was just kind of odd. It was a gun violence prevention group based out of Colorado, and I did some digging into them, and they're, you know, wow, they've got contracts with Lockheed Martin, Sandia National Laboratories, the NSA. It's amazing, really. But again, you know, these sorts of mistakes happen on websites, directories, you know.
That is interesting, though. Yeah.
Yeah, they came to prominence after the Columbine shooting because
so pretty old. Wow.
Yeah. The head of this group is a police psychologist, and he works on like military bases, doing like psychological screenings for recruits. And this was the group that apparently was working in some capacity with the school district Thomas Crooks was in. Before they took it off their website and said it was just a mistake. So Ken and I and other people found that kind of funny, I suppose, at the very least. So yeah, I don't know what to make of that, but it certainly was just a weird irony at the very least, you know.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'll check out your your episodes on this, because it sounds like there's a lot of strangeness.
Well, episode 2 is coming soon. We've got 2 of Thomas Crooks's school teachers actually are interviewed for it, which would be kind of fun. I'm listening actually to your George Estabrooks episode.
Oh yeah,
it's an old one, I know, but yeah, I mean, I'm enjoying it though. I mean, it's helpful because I was reading some Colin Ross's book, and you know that one, the CIA doctors.
Yeah.
This Estabrooks guy sounds like a nutcase.
Oh yeah, a 33rd degree Freemason, if I recall, and big time hypnosis guy. Yeah, very and not kind of forgotten about, but he was like earlier than people think, like World War II, you know, doing these kind of like hypnosis experiments on soldiers. But yeah. Have you ever gone digging into places like, you know, Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska? I know that it's like a big deal, Offutt Air Force Base.
Sure, it's
they popped up in Franklin a little bit.
Yeah,
the Strategic Air Command at Offutt.
That's the one. Yeah, Strategic Air Commander.
Yes.
I think it's. Yes, yeah, that's the one. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting place altogether. That'll come up in the documentary. But anyway, I gotta go now. I know it's been a brief call, but I enjoyed it, and I hope I contributed in some valuable way. But thank you for doing this nice New Year's Eve talk. It's enjoyable.
It's been great.
Of course, happy to have you. Yeah.
I gotta go sleep now, and I have my breakfast technically here, even though it's still nighttime. But you know what I mean. But anyway, have a good evening, both of you, and good luck to you. Best of luck for the new year.
You too, Michael, or Matthew. Sorry, what am I thinking? Been on too long, Matthew. Yeah. Cheers. Yeah. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Peace. All right. It is past 6:30 here, so unfortunately, my time is up. I have an event to attend tonight. But we had the 2 people waiting in the chat. Let's see, Aaron and River. I want to extend to them a voucher that when we do our next call-in show, which hopefully won't be too long from now, we are coming up on episode 300 pretty soon, probably in the next 2 months. I would like to extend them a voucher they can get bumped to the top of the line if they call in.
And River and I have been in discussion in DMs. He wanted us to provide some context in our remarks about Fidel Castro and our Epstein episode. I think, while
I feel like my remarks were,
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, I think that I do think that we could have. Yeah. It was maybe a bit too not explicit enough, the sort of political context of that line of questioning of Ghislaine Maxwell trying to tie Fidel to Epstein. So while,
and the photo, the timing of releasing those photos in the first wave at the moment with Venezuela and choking off Cuba economically. I think River pointed out to us that I think the centenary anniversary
to underscore this. So in case this, that might have been something that he wanted to mention, then I think that we could have underscored that more fully, and we will, I think, in 2026 do an episode on a topic River suggested, which is on Honduras.
Right.
So we'll see. What exact angle that will take, but I think is something that I do find interesting and is a way to get to that subject, which is obviously very important right now, one that we haven't really fully delved into.
I think 2026 should be a year of renewed focus on Yankee imperialism in Central and South America and the Caribbean, because it is definitely accelerating right now, and we got a lot of Monroe Doctrine fuckery. A lot of ships,
exactly.
kind of literally blockading Venezuela right now, trying to economically choke it out. That seems to be the strategy, and also simultaneously choke out the economy of Cuba, which is having its oil cut off from Venezuela at a time when it's already being strangled. The last ever since Trump revoked the whatever. The normalization, it's there's a lot of bullshit going on right now. So I think you know, what better time? Maybe I'll finally learn Spanish this year. Who knows? Maybe not. But
yeah, someone asks, how are we not censored? I think we probably are in some ways.
Yeah,
I don't
in ways
know if, like,
that are
we're
invisible.
the darling of the algorithm, but we're not like just, you know, restrained from being on the air. So
I think doing long
you know.
episodes helps.
Yeah.
You know.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. You gotta catch the wave and ride with us, and then, you know, then revelations will emerge. But, you know, not to say we do it in an oblique way, but it's not like advertised. Like, though I think we're in an era where like only very, very specific things are like going to get you quote unquote banned. Like talking in an ostensibly broad way about like conspiracies and political stuff in general, I think the internet has opted to like nominally allow
I mean,
it.
and most,
you know what I mean?
like conspiracy content is like literally, I mean, I hate to use this kind of overused word, which I imagine in 2026 will pass out of our lexicon and become passé, but it is slop. And it is like literally like that serves nothing and just like pulls people into like a vortex of like either like analysis paralysis or just like total like false consciousness and like delusion over like a lot of it is just nonsense that's usually like meant to be kind of like a stalking horse for some kind of like very like banal like political agenda. You know, like usually it's just like kind of a way to I don't know, give this kind of like thrill of hidden knowledge to what is otherwise just basically like agitprop for usually like a very like moribund form of right-wing politics, I would say. Like a lot, like in this, like obviously like left-wing you know, quote-unquote conspiracism or whatever you want to call it. Like again, like conspiracies are not like false. There's this kind of, we talked about this many times, like there's this weird psyop that has been performed where conspiracy theory has become like a synonym for like dumb bad idea that only fools believe in, which doesn't like correspond at all to any kind of reality where like conspiracies are routine, but like obviously, you know, which means that conspiracies are a normal feature of politics and history. So therefore, insofar as anyone is interested in those things, leftists are also interested in them. But there is also this kind of genre of conspiraslop or sci-slop, which is, you know, has become in this day and age increasingly the province of kind of usually like kind of right-wing opportunists, just because I think the right-wing politics is a little bit more amenable to that, although by no means exclusively amenable, and there certainly are left-wing incarnations of that, although I think like insofar left-wing grifters tend to what they often trade in the sense of superiority at not falling for that. You know, that's usually what they're selling.
There's a different like value system for grifting as a left influencer that like is still ultimately a grift, but you're right, is often in projecting a kind of seriousness and not buying into like being above such cheap thing, a bit like being like, we're not some freaks, being normal in the left, you know, wing sense. It's all about being normal and accepted and cool and serious, you know. So people traffic in that. That's really the currency of you know, charismatic authority more on the left. So they're able to shut down discussion of conspiracies much more easily by kind of brushing it aside in a kind of, it doesn't obviously, you know, like, and it's more tied to people who went through certain institutions of like higher education and believe in, you know, sort of the normative you know, narratives and paradigms that they were taught in school. They're a little afraid to like challenge them openly, or in case they sound wacky or uneducated, God forbid.
The right wing has their version of that, but they're going through like a period now where they're kind of wrestling with like, because they define themselves so much based on like the principle of like absolute freedom of speech and like free speech absolutism. They're going through a period where like they're struggling, you know, the sort of I guess like the Zionist faction is struggling against the more like kind of America First populist faction to determine like, you know, where one draws the line. And a result of that is kind of, and like a lot of their sort of epistemology, they're like epistemological value system, as we talked about before. And I think this is more broadly true as well, like in general, like in the U.S. culture and discourse at least, is that there's kind of the epistemological value system is one of like that prioritizes hiddenness, you know, and like what is like secret and hidden and, you know, special knowledge is like prioritized over everything else, you know. And I think that's especially true like on the right, you know, the idea that like they're trying to censor you and like, you know, say what you can't say, like that is the ultimate hierarchy of knowledge on the right in many ways. So that like creates this ecosystem for. And it serves a broader purpose, of course, to discredit these topics by associating them with like bad faith actors who are either grifters or disinfo agents, you know, and you know, you can come up with a sort of litany of people like this, you know, their stars fall and their stars rise. I'm sure we'll see many still to come, but we will remain. The jihad will continue.
We remain
unabated.
Just sailing through the storm, undaunted. That's us. So yeah, thanks to the Grotto, everybody who called in. Thanks to the chat. Thanks to everyone listening, and have a very happy new year. And we will catch you on the other side of 2026. But until then, dear listeners, stay vigilant.
Peace.
All right. Here we go. Sorry. We're still here. Sorry. But you still should stay vigilant. You definitely should.